the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and dream You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the armor around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in, into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink it in.
화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup Play-Ins. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf for the second day of matches. We've already had a couple of best of threes. We've got a couple more coming at you here today. And these ones are arguably going to be a little bit more difficult for the teams that were playing yesterday. Even though they did come off 2-0 victories, I believe today might be tougher.
We definitely have two clear underdogs today. Nongshim Red Force in our first series against T1, and then later on it will be DRX taking on Hanwha Life Esports. You can see the bracket here. So, if you win today, of course, you move on to the next seed. You can see where the bracket kind of lines up. If you lose, though, you still get one more chance. We do have one best of 5 to determine that final seed. Because of the format of this tournament, KT is actually seeded higher at 3rd. So if you end up winning that final match on Sunday, you play against KT Rolster instead. Otherwise, you match up against the winner from the other match today if you end up going to that final one. So that's basically how the bracket works. If you guys can't visualize it, you can go look it up and see the full bracket otherwise. But really important matches today. But the worst and the toughest part is over because round 1 was single elimination. That's why we no longer have the DN Freaks or Bro in this tournament.
Yep, and now we've got a little bit of double elimination until we go back to another round of single elimination, and then it's double elimination from then on. I hope you kept up with that. That is how it's going to be worked. Let's have a look at Nongshim dealing with T1. That's going to be our first best of 3 today. T1 have been getting better and better and better and better over this tournament. They are now second highest win rate in the whole thing. That is just under DK, who have 100% win rate as far as their matches are concerned so far. So it's understandable that we are putting T1 higher and higher on our tier lists.
And you could just see how dominant they've been in the early game. 92.3% of first bloods. You know, 3rd highest Otacon slain. You can see their gold difference at 8, 14, 20. Top 3 across the board there. Gold difference at 30 and highest in the tournament. The game goes that long, they have a huge lead to close out those final objective fights. Talking about the mid matchup here between Faker and Fisher, definitely skewing towards Faker. You can see Fisher's had a plethora of champions played this tournament so far, though. Love to see his scaling smolder. Obviously, his Galio was one of the picks that impressed most of us most recently, and his Talia has been pretty serviceable. Like to see him shy away from some of the riskier picks like the Victor, the Corki, the Hui, where you are going to potentially be punished in lane, and if you make some big mistakes positioning-wise, especially against a team like T1, you will get punished. Faker's been a little bit more streamlined in his champion pool thus far this tournament, which historically, when you think about Faker, is not something you really associate with him, a smaller champion pool, but he's really figured out what he likes in this meta and has kind of mastered it.
Yeah, and also hasn't really been pressured that much into picking crazy stuff. There hasn't been all that much focus on him in the draft as the players will make their way out onto the Rift. That first matchup, a real fun one here with very different jerseys. It's T1 versus Nongshim, but it's still Doran versus Kingin. Fun matchup towards the top side of the map, but I know so many people are going to have their eyes glued to that bottom side of the map. Jiu versus Smash. This is a matchup that we watched in Challenger over and over again. Was always a very fun one. Nongshim then having a little bit of a leg up as far as that was concerned, but that had a whole lot to do with the rest of T1's Challenger roster and not necessarily that particular matchup in unto itself. So I'm very, very keen to see how this one's going to go this time around between T1 and Nongshim.
Now that we've moved out of the group battle stage, it looks like Smash has really solidified himself as T1 starter here for the LCK Cup, playing against a legend himself, Lehens, here in the bottom lane. Will be really exciting to see. There's some really big picks that we have to talk about going to this Game 1 draft for both of these teams. The Galio, in particular, a big standout. Oh, yeah. The Shen that Lehens has found so much success on very recently with their very simple yet refined style, because Nongshim historically has been a team that kind of thrives in the chaos and ends up clutching out fights in some of their best moments across the last year or so. But in this meta, towards the end of the group battle, they've kind of gone into dive. One person goes in, everyone follows up. It's very simple. And with a team that isn't that adjusted just yet to this new roster, I think that makes a lot of sense. And when Lehens is flash, taunting people on the Shen, it makes that one target so much easier. When he can then ult whoever's going in to give them a shield, that really suits their playstyle. Another pick that really stands out to me for both of these supports is going to be the Elise. That has been kind of a niche pick in this tournament, but it has made big waves in certain matchups. It crushes lane swaps, crushes 2v2s into melee supports. So those picks, I think, may see some bans here, even potentially in the first banning phase. We'll see what T1 decide to do.
Yeah, I think the Elise one is very, very interesting, right? Because Lehens was the guy that debuted it a million years ago. ago. Also debuted here as it comes back into the meta forefront, but then it felt like Keria really launched himself at this particular pick, was playing exceptionally well on the champion, and it suits the very aggressive play style of Keria in particular as far as how he wants to basically kill everyone in the 2v2. With Smash alongside him, that is certainly remaining the case here for T1. So I'm glad that you brought that one up. I think that the Shen is a really fun one. Some fun stats. Keria has played some Shen in his career. He's currently 0% win rate over 2 games. So maybe he's not going to pull that one out, but of course it's Shen, right? Like I still could see him figuring that one out and making it work. It's just funny.
That's a surprising stat. Success. Yeah, that's a surprising stat to hear.
I just looked it up, and in my head, I felt like Keria had been fine on the Shen.
Yeah, it might have been he had good games that he ultimately lost anyways, but I associate with him a good Shen.
Yeah, right?
He's only played 2 professional games. Maybe it's streams I've caught or something else, but either way, I think that Keria has a massive champion pool, and to expect mastery of the champion from him, I think, is warranted, as Lehen's feeling the pressure here a little bit. This is a really big matchup. I think one that most people would give a huge edge to T1 on because they've been so dominant, especially towards the latter half of the group battle. They played against the tougher group in the Elder group and still had a really impressive record. I think that's something you really have to keep in mind here when you compare T1 stats to the stats of D+ or Gen G, as they played against the quote-unquote easier group because of the way the matchups do work. So you could argue T1's wins are harder earned.
Yeah. In theory, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether they can put their money where their mouth is, where that is concerned as we move further through this tournament. And for that to happen, we're going to need them to, I guess they don't need to win right here, but they do then need to immediately win afterwards and then make it through KT on the other side of the bracket to really get themselves further on up. Because at the moment, in my mind, the frontrunners for this tournament are T1 and DK. And it's kind of crazy that T1 has to go through the defending LCK champions if things go the way we expect in order to get there. It's kind of nutty. But let's dive into the draft here, get into game number 1 as T1 do have blue side advantage, is I guess how we'd refer to it here in the LCK. I know elsewhere red side has found a little bit of extra value, but Ambess are going to be banned away here first, and these first bans are so incredibly important, Wolf, as you already illustrated on the support side, but there are so many other things as well. Yeah, and there are must bans on the red side, Skarner being the clear standout there, and will be the first to be taken away by Nongshim Red Force. Do like this Rumble ban here from T1 as well, allowing a lot of flexibility, and even a first pick Cassante that could go over to Doran, who's been so much of a facilitator. There's the Elise we discussed, taken away right off the bat. And the Jace pick does stand out like a sore thumb here for T1. I think Doran has been our best tank Jace player this tournament, and I think it's a really easy first pick here if it's left available. You're still considering the Ashe, the Varus here, I think, as Nongshim Red Force as well in that final ban spot. The Vi, that's really strong for Nongshim. They don't necessarily want to ban it because they'd love to play it, but T1 might just snap that one up, but they leave it. They will. I love this because this is a lot of. We're going to take away something very strong for Keria, but we're leaving a lot up, right? Like the Jace is available, the Galio is available. Sejuani for Gideon, that he was so incredibly good at yesterday, is another one. Like there are a lot of big picks, so as far as red side is concerned, you're feeling like you can still get a lot when that Jace is immediately locked in. No surprises that it is going to be that first lock-in for Doran. Could theoretically go over to Faker as well, but I do think that Nongshim can, you know, hit back pretty well here in the draft.
I think a Cassante pick here makes a lot of sense because it can neutralize the Jace decently well. It's great in a lane swap. The Vi that I mentioned, they definitely want to play with their playstyle right now is left available. They said, okay, you'll take Jace over the Vi. We get Cassante Vi. This is a great usage of red side, I feel, here by Nongshim Red Force in this first rotation. The Poppy will get locked, and they banned the Elise, so it's a pretty safe pick in this scenario and a flex.
Yep. It feels like the Elise did project that perhaps there was going to be some Poppy in the future. Does also do a decent job against the Shen. It's hard to shadow dash through the Steadfast Presence. So Faker going to lock away his Azir, no worries there. But Fisher still access to some pretty powerful picks in the mid lane that he's found a lot of success on. His Talia was a bit up and down yesterday, but we know that his Aurora has been decent.
I like Aurora
These matchups are actually just kind of fine.
The Vi Talia has always been a staple matchup, and it's pretty easy to hit your shoves if the Vi locks down the target first. But the Aurora, I think, just offers so much more team fight potential and some additional damage and side lane power that the Taliyah doesn't necessarily command. Sure, she has the ability to roam, so that's a really strong boon for her when she does end up in sides, but the Aurora can often just push an Azir out of a side if Fisher gets an advantage. That doesn't happen too often for Fisher when he is playing these mages, but we'll see how he performs today, as the Varus seems like the very obvious ban at this point in terms of controlling those lane swaps. And Nautilus will follow here. That's an interesting ban from T1.
Yeah, I wasn't quite thinking that that's exactly where Lehen's going to gravitate to, but we know that he loves playing the champion. It is Lehen's, so maybe it's just Nautilus and Leona, and then you force him on something a little less comfortable. Maybe Smash is planning on playing Zeri here. With the tank Jace and the Poppy, I think it can work, and I wonder if they're considering a ban of it. We'll get the Xayah taken away, which I think is a safe ban considering the Vi composition they've put together. Now remember, this can still be jungle Poppy with something like a Lulu to come in for Keria to give Smash a hyper carry. They've got a really nice scaling composition here. The Jace is tankier than you might remember if you watched Jace in the previous years, so they still do have a frontline 4 comp like that. The Ezreal also still a consideration for both teams, I would say, at this point in time. And the Kai'Sa making a lot of sense there. There's a lot of dive that Nongshim have put together already, and so taking that one away does make a bunch of sense. They do have a fair bit of magic damage already, though, so just a regular physical AD carry seems just fine. See where Ju is going to go, or whether he's going to lock away a support, hold on to his own pick for a while. But instead, it's looking like the Ezreal is going to be coming through. There is a lot of smoke and mirrors with this composition. Not necessarily a lot of peel required for this Ezreal as well, so it does open some doors for Lehen's as far as what he wants to be picking up here. Yeah. This doesn't really stand out as a Jinx composition here for Smash, but with the Lulu, just because there's not a whole lot of setup for getting those resets. You can make it work, but it looks like we could just go for Misfortune Rel. I mean, it could be Misfortune Poppy as well. The T1 have that flexibility, but with the Xin Zhao pick, it is going to be a pivot. So that Poppy goes into the bottom lane. And Smash to debut his Corki here, potentially. That's a risky ask at this point. Yep, Corki has been picking up a few more wins than he otherwise was getting, but either Corki or Misfortune both make me quite upset. I'm not going to lie to you guys, that's not exactly filling me with excitement. This least of all, as MF has really found herself struggling to find a whole lot of value, especially against something like a Vi, Cassante as well. There's a lot of ways to really take advantage of a more stationary target. Yeah, we know how well Smash can play Zeri, for example, and they've got a lot of setup for it. They've got great scaling. I'm surprised that they just slam down the Misfortune because it's very risky. And the Leona is open as well. Man, this is such a great lock-in. Oh, never mind! Blitz is great as well into this Misfortune. I mean, anything that's going to be able to, at range, grab a stationary target is going to feel really good about this. And Jace also is somewhat reliant on his ability to set up these engages from a distance while the rest of the team follows up in that moment, because he is a tank, but he's kind of like a suicide bomber tank. He goes in, does a bunch of things, lives for a little bit, gets some cooldowns, and the Azir follows up, the Misfortune follows up, but the Blitzcrank could just yank him out of position and ruin all of that and then front to back, especially because they have so many great follow-up tools as well to isolate him or the Xin Zhao, even though Xin Zhao can absorb so much pressure, and Owner has been such a good Xin Zhao player when it comes to that. If he gets pulled and isolated before his teammates can follow up, you know, he doesn't live forever. He could buy a ton of time. We know that T1 is on paper the stronger team coming into today, but I've been really impressed with how Nongshim utilized this red side draft, to be honest with you, Atlas. I really like it. I also think that Blitzcrank isn't just a hook in this composition either. Like, the ability to use your ultimate to cancel a bunch of stuff. Like, Poppy starts waving her thing around, like, you just say, no, I would prefer it if you didn't do that. Like, Misfortune starts a channel, you miss a hook, you just flash ult, and you're still going to be able to stop that bullet time from going off, unless you're in range of a rocket punch, which you probably should do that instead. But there are a lot of different options here to make T1's day a little bit harder. Still, very stock standard composition here from T1. You'd expect they should still be able to utilize it to get across the line. No glaring holes or anything like that, but we do like what Nongshim have put together. Maybe we're starting off with a competitive one here in game number 1. That would be extremely exciting. Let's dive into it.
Minions 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. T1 on the blue side taking on Nongshim here, who were victorious yesterday over the Bros. We thought that the Bros, after their victory over Gen G, were going to be pretty good here in this LCK Cup. Well, they're pretty absent now, unfortunately. And Nongshim are here in their place, and we'll see whether some of that Giga Chad energy has rubbed off on Nongshim.
Yeah, that's the question. Nongshim really leaned into their dive identity towards the end of the group battle stage, and yesterday as well. Lehen's heavily kind of saying, look, I've got a unique champion pool, and we're going to be able to utilize that in some cool drafts, and I think this is another example of that with the Misfortune locked in, and some of these squishy targets here for T1. Even the Jace in the mid game isn't going to be that tanky just yet. I mean, you really have a lot of opportunity. You do see that, you know, there was a bit of a late rotation over for Nongshim. They had the vision that there wasn't going to be anyone coming into where right now you can see Vi starting the jungle, so they just went back to the bottom lane. It's going to be a normal 2v2, but they were prepared to go for that level 1 Blitzcrank if need be.
Yep. I don't mind this as far as standard lanes are concerned. I think you're okay with it on either side. Fair bit of early power in the Misfortune, as we know. But Lehen's, if he manages to land a hook, things can get a little rough. With a Poppy there and not something like a Lux, you obviously don't need to worry too much about just getting poked into oblivion. As level 2 has been found. Heroic Charge, no stun here from Carrier, as now Lehen's finds the hook. Onto Carrier, gets the knock up, but now he's taken so much damage. Smash, one more auto will do it, and he flashes forward to pick it up. That's first blood in this bottom lane, as the flash from G was so weird alongside that Heroic Charge. One more auto would do it, but it's not gonna be there, and it's a double in the bottom lane for T1. Okay,
oh,
so
man.
this is how it's gonna go.
A bit of a disaster here for Nongshim Red Force, and you can see the thought process behind it with the cooldowns used there from Carrier. They thought they win this trade, but I think really just kind of forgetting the base damage here at level 2 on a Misfortune. As Carrier goes in, Aftershock is proc. They're like, okay, he's got no Aftershock. Maybe we win this, but look at Smash's damage. He's just like, nah, I kill this. And then unfortunately for Gio, he thinks he actually has the damage here as well and decides to flash in. Misses a Q as well. And that's, yeah.
That's it.
잡았다. 하하하.
And it was nicely done. That was a weird interaction with the flash Heroic Charge from Carrier being arcane shifted and then flashed. But ultimately, it works out in the end. And now, it is absolutely disastrous for Nongshim, because coming back in a lane when you Blitzcrank just isn't really a thing that exists. So we're going to need some shenanigans from Lehen's if Nongshim wants any chance of making their way back in this game. As Gideon will be able to grab the bottom crab. There is at least that for him.
Yeah, something.
Yep.
As this lane is not like completely doomed after this or anything like that, but it is going to create a lot of problems later on, especially because Ezreal is so functionally reliant on that 2-item spike. Does have a CS lead for now, but the gold deficit plus the coal that was picked up here from Smash means that he's going to have a fantastic ride through this mid game, especially the earlier parts of it on this Misfortune. So Misfortune, kind of the name of the game here for Nongshim's bottom lane, I suppose, with what happened in that 2v2 there.
Yeah, I think getting some revenge is going to be pretty important here on this bottom side to try and stop things from just snowballing out of control. However, they're going to look towards the top side first. Doran is playing very defensively, though. And we can see Gideon probably not going to find any joy here as Doran looks to shove that wave in, get some vision down, and keep himself as safe as possible. So 1,000 gold in it between the two teams now. But T1 just cruising, right? Like, you've got the tank Jace you mentioned already, does absolutely fine moving later into the game. Azir needs no introduction whatsoever, as, oh wow, Nerves of Steel there from Fisher, as he teleports on top of Faker as well. Of course, this is Turtle Port, so Faker has got plenty of time to clear out the wave.
Yeah, I think if it was old teleport, maybe you try to get a double Q on him there, weirding, and try to execute him or force him to flash, but instead Faker's just like, I'm just going to walk away.
Yeah. You'll be here on Thursday, so it'll be fine. As Kingen does manage to get himself that cannon, you can see Doran is about a wave ahead up here towards his top side. Something you'd expect in the early game from the Jace, and you'd expect Kingen on this Cassante to just not care about it whatsoever. Fisher needs to hit some of these buttons if he does want to be winning out in a lot of these trades, but ultimately, things are very, very even in mid as well, and both of these champions probably looking to scale towards more of these team fights and not just killing each other in lane.
Yeah, definitely. some of the minion damage that Fisher took. Definitely not feeling great about that on their new exchange. But down here, you see Jiwoo again is totally fine in this lane. Stabilized pretty well as Fisher gets a level 6 advantage for just a second, but shouldn't be able to utilize it here in the lane. And I'm worried mostly for how these first few skirmishes are going to go for Nongshim, because they definitely had an itchy trigger finger on that bottom side fight. Let's see if they can quickly try to use this prio to grab Dragon and then turn to the grubs, because if you end up losing a lot of control early, it's going to be a disaster, and Gideon's in trouble.
Ona's going in, but Carrier taking a fair bit of damage as well. Steadfast presence as he misses the Mystic shot there. Does Jiwoo, and Lehen's going to pay the price for it. Smash grabs yet another kill as Arcane Shift gets Jiwoo out of there, but Tri-Brush not going to be warded, and therefore no more shots going to land. Nongshim not finding wins really anywhere as Fisher looks for Faker in the mid lane, throws down the ulti, but Faker just slides his way out.
The Dragon doesn't get taken, of course, but feats of strength, the first one is picked up here for T1 off of that third kill. Feeling really happy about how that exchange went, and now moving into control over the top side. Sure, you know, that goes to Nongshim for the moment being, but some of these critical ultimates just now coming online. Gideon has his, Fisher blew his actually, so doesn't have it for a potential combo setup here. See if T1 do decide to contest as Smash and Jiwoo are both staying in the bottom lane.
Yeah, control wards going down all over the place. Banana Brush control on the minds of both teams. Smash with a double up is going to convince you that this bottom lane is not somewhere that he wants to exist. And I believe he agrees. Kingen now looking for a bit of an angle as Carrier moving on up. Doran moving in as well as another heroic charge. Kingen trying to get himself out of there as the Crescent Guard is now on cooldown. Faker very low though, cannot join this fight as the hook is going to connect. Can they actually CC this Xin Zhao enough? That's the question. Gideon diving on top of him, flashes forward. Owner is healing though, and is going to survive. Good shield there as Kingen comes in to protect his jungler. And now Doran should be able to just finish off Fisher. If that hook had landed, Fisher able to flash his way out, but now Kingen's the one that eventually will pay the price.
Oh man, Nongshim committing so heavily to this one. Lens should be able to get the execute here at the end of the day, but ultimately still another kill over to T1. They will be able to secure 2 out of 3 grubs at the end of the day. Fisher also losing his flash. Only Jiwoo with his flash left remaining here across the side of Nongshim. As Carrier looking for a buckler and won't find it, but ooh, that was a bit of a messy one.
I would say so too. Carrier going to take the quick way out as Doran will be pushing this wave towards the turret. And man, like, this is just a lot of Nongshim not really getting into position in time, not quite figuring out how their composition is going to work together, and they are now way too far behind at this stage of the game.
If Fisher has a lot more mana here or his ultimate, this fight makes a lot more sense, but as you can see, they hook Xin Zhao, and then he's like, I'm just out of here, and Fisher has no mana, and he's like, I can't really help, I can't really do anything, I can't actually offer anything. And then you mentioned Lehen's missing the hook. That was actually pretty huge when Doran decides to go back in here for the follow-up. If he hits this, maybe Fisher gets out there, and then you're able to turn that around. But unfortunately, it's just way too broken up here for the side of Nongshim. And Azir sitting on mana, doing a ton of damage this entire time. Faker's just chilling in that team fight now, getting closer to that first item. Actually going Leandri's first.
Yeah, looking for an option onto Fisher here as well, who avoids the ultimate by investing his own. And Faker just seeing whether he could find an opportunity. As it turns out, wasn't able to, but doesn't matter whatsoever. They're still over 2,000 gold in the lead. Looking for their first objective here. If they are able to take this dragon, that will be that first feat of strength, or third of one, as far as that is concerned. One grub going over to Nongshim means that nothing was actually gained on either side as far as that objective was concerned. But now Kingen could be in trouble towards this bottom side.
Yeah, this is really tough situation for Nongshim now. Just no real control. Kingen is just like, let's see how good Cassante is. I have no flash.
Yeah. Does have his ultimate back off cooldown, but let's see what he can actually get done here as the steadfast presence gets him into the wall. There's the bullet time, and he's dead.
It's just systematic here by T1, and the cross-map Doran is like, well, I'm just not going to take a chance. I'm just going to walk away. Will be a little bit of plate gold going over to Jiwoo in return, but it's never going to be an even trade. And even with the wave getting cleared out by that shock blast, they're not going to get hardly anything here, as this should also just be first brick for T1. And this is T1 Snowball. We talked about it in the points of the match, so we're looking at a 4,000 gold lead nearly here at 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is almost a go next type situation here as far as Nongshim are concerned. Doran just looking to hold on to the wave, and Lehen's can't really seem to hit a hook on his former top laner. And looks like Doran, he can land a few shock blasts. Lan's going to have to back himself out of the way. So feats of strength now going over to T1 with that first brick falling down on the bottom side. And maybe I should change my opinion on Misfortune. Maybe Misfortune is actually just fantastic.
I just don't know if it's really about the Misfortune. Like in the bottom 2v2, her damage was big. Is Doran?
All right, there's cease and desist. Let's see whether they can actually get the kill. They pull him back, but now it's Carrier to remove Gideon from the equation. Still, Doran does go down. Faker teleporting in. I don't know about that one because he's trying to get himself out. A little bit weird as far as how the Observer PC managed to figure that one out, but Faker not able to get him far enough with the shifting sands. And that is 2 comeback kills here for Nongshim. Don't know whether it's going to be enough, but it's a good start.
It's definitely a step in the right direction for Nongshim, but that type of proactivity is a tough call to make, especially you know, when you're at such high risk. You know the Azir has teleport. We'll go back to this play here. Talked about the Misfortune in the 2v2 earlier. Well, you know, the damage is important. And here, when you're just locking somebody down and you just press R, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have a look at it happening one more time. Let's see whether the K'Sante shenanigans can actually bring Kingen out of this one. The all-out just not going to be invested, so he's just going to die.
Okay. That's,
Yep.
it's not, that's one step back.
Once more on the floor.
Yes.
Guess how we're going to call that one. Still, Kingen will be back up again in 12 seconds. Time has teleport, so maybe they were hoping to fight over the grubs, which are now up and available.
This is not the K'Sante who's down, you know, 30 CS because of a weird lane swap shenanigan. It's just he's been constantly dove and threatened, so he spent a lot of time in the death chamber. He can't hit CS from there. And this is going to be T1 looking to grab 5 of 6 grubs here. And beyond the death's top side, I was going to mention this before, which no longer relevant, but it was almost perfect game pace for T1 leading up until that because they had everything else. The Dragon is theirs as well because Owner was on the bottom side taking that while that top side play was happening. And Lehen's, like, you've got to be, you know, first he wasn't hitting all of the important hooks, but now it's like, well, do you want to hook anybody? Is it safe to hook any target anymore in these types of skirmishes when you're this far behind? The answer is most of the time going to be no. And T1 is like, okay, we already grouped to get the bottom turret. Now let's systematically move top side, zone you away, and take this one too. It's not just the turret. It's zoning's Jiu out of farm as well. And, you know, you can see Kingen is like, cool, I've got my Shadow Jungler bottom side. I'll eventually get this one, but it is never going to be a race that you win.
Yeah, and Jiu still going to get pressured here. 4 people towards the top side of the map. They're just desperately trying to get vision down so they know where they're all coming from. Fisher goes back, gets himself his Ludens. Let's see whether that's going to be enough to help them at least try and challenge, as the inner turret is well and truly under fire. 5 grubs is no joke when it comes to the damage to that one. Fisher moving in. I think T1 have decided that maybe this is enough. Smash able to strut his stuff, so not too worried about that one. And Doran just, he has Lehen's downloaded.
Yeah, for Lehen's, he's like, there's just no reason to try to flash, hook, smash. You know, he definitely thought about it, you could see, but it was, Smash also has flash and wasn't going to be able to hit him there unless Smash totally messed it up or something. Decides not to go for it, goes for a blind hook, hoping he hits Carrier in the brush there, but he does not. And yeah, I mean, I feel like this game for Nongshim has just been them grasping at straws ever since the big disastrous fight topside. They already had a hole in the bottom lane after the 2v2 went very awry, and it felt like Nongshim decided, well, we got to flip the game now because bottom is messed up, and now they're just never going to get control of the map back, it feels.
Yep. 1,000 extra gold when it comes to those plates as well.
Yikes.
And that is only insult meeting injury because it is a very close to a 5,000 gold lead between these two squads. And I think, yeah, the Hail Mary does need to come out. I imagine that that will come from Lehen's, but he needs to start hitting some of these hooks at the right times to make stuff happen. And even then, do they have the burst damage to actually lock anyone down? Like, if Owner gets hooked there, does he care at all?
Yeah, I don't think so. He probably just presses R. He has flash as well.
Yeah.
T1 have kind of had a lot of flashes. Nongshim have been a little bit lower on the flash count since a lot of their plays require them. They've got most of them back up now, with the exception of Jiu, but Smash is happy to sit in this middle lane that he wins anyways in the 1v1 against Ezreal at this point in time with BT, so that's an extra shield he's going to have on top of dealing with Ezreal pretty well, but now he can deal with the poke from those Qs from Jiu, so it's just a really tough matchup for Jiu, and that's just another turret gone. So that'll be a third for T1, all outers removed, and they're just waiting for the Dragon to spawn at this point. Look at all the vision they have, both around the entrance to the Dragon and also deep into the top side of the jungle for Nongshim. So there's just nothing that Nongshim can do on the map that they aren't aware of, so it makes plays like we were talking about with Lehens trying to hook somebody so challenging.
Ooh, Gideon. I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I don't know about this at all.
As they both knew that each of them were there. Doran's going to get in. There's the Flash Vault Breaker to get Gideon out. But I just don't know what good looked like in that play for Nongshim.
Yeah, I just don't see it myself because Lehens was so far away. And even if he's there, they just don't have damage. Fisher's in trouble.
Yep, he's going to get thrown away from his turret. Does manage to bounce towards the other side of his wall after getting bounced off Faker's wall. And then after all of the walls went down, everything was fine for both sides. I mean, you know, Fisher's whole life is sort of on fire as far as this game is concerned, but in the isolated 1v1, kind of fine.
Yeah, I mean, he has had the least, he's been the least bullied, although there were some issues in lane, but he stabilized pretty well. And I mean, Faker went for Leandri's first. I feel like if he went Nashor's Tooth first, they might have even been able to get bigger advantages. That's normally what you do with Azir, but he saw the Cassante on the other side, and he was like, well, let's go for Leandri's first. I think it's a wise choice, but given what we know now, he probably wishes he did it the other way.
Yeah. Well, there's a heroic charge onto Jude. If it doesn't get the stun, then the bullet time doesn't get a whole lot of value. As we get a bit of a zoom in, Jonas Strong also thought Lehens might go for something, but as it turns out, he did not. And so with bounties up and available, Nongshim are looking for a dragon, but looks like T1 are going to deny that as well. Will Nongshim ever be able to get anything this game?
It just doesn't seem likely unless T1 make a big mistake. And even look at how safely Doran's playing. He's just sitting under turret knowing they don't have control of the pit. And while he sits there, they can't punish him, and then T1 push mid.
Well, True Shot Barrage going to try and help clear out this wave. Lehens making his way over, but this turret is just dead. And because Carrier can channel the ultimate, that's all you really need to worry about. That can protect their escape very comfortably. And in the meantime, Faker also taking another inner turret. There's only one inner turret left. And that's a Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, I mean, T1 are just farming Nongshim right now. Like,
yeah.
Everything that's red belongs to me. Everything the light touches is T1's kingdom, and with all the wards they have all over the map, the light touches everything, as it turns out. And
I think even the elephant graveyard is also T1's. Like,
yeah.
it's not like Mufasa didn't even have to say that bit.
It's like basically Scar and the hyenas are hanging out in Nongshim's fountain. That's like the only place.
The only option that they have. It's a bit cooped up, but they're making the most of it. It's Fisher now moving towards Faker, seeing whether he can get a bit of poke damage. Cannot quite catch up.
Yeah, this one is pretty much all over but the crying, as I like to say oftentimes here at the LCK. I haven't said it in a while, but this is definitely the most one-sided game I've commentated in 2025.
Yeah, I would definitely be alongside you on that opinion, my friend. As Kingen is desperately going to try and defend this indefensible inner turret.
Faker has Nashor's now. Already got that inner, so there's not a whole lot of like side lane hitting of turrets to do, but he still can hit the champions pretty hard. And the Leandri's damage into Kingen is going to hurt a lot. The LDR that's done at this point in time for Smash is going to hurt a lot. Gio has his second item, but he
oh no,
Gideon
just completely isolated now. And yeah, Smash able to hit him mid-Vault Breaker with a bullet. And that's going to be enough to get rid of the Vibe.
We might have that trademark 20-minute objective from T1 in this game, except it'll be an Otacon this time.
Yeah, I think it will definitely be a 25-minute Baron as well, if we actually make it to 25 minutes. That's kind of my theory.
Oh!
All right, there's a pick onto Carrier. Hook is going to land that time. Kingen going to whiff the Q. But I don't think anyone was going to die in that particular 1v1.
When you look at the ways for Nongshim to win a fight, it's literally something like that happening before an objective onto a more prio target than the Poppy. But even getting the Poppy could be significant, but it's going to take more than that, I think. I mean, almost at this point, I think T1 could win team fights pretty convincingly 4v5, especially because he's playing Blitzcrank, so you know it's not like there's a whole lot he can do to sway the team fights. It really have to be the Aurora here, and look at how this one shakes out. Gideon committing his ultimate, trying to kind of close the gap between him and his teammate who was just sent into Oblivion. Isn't going to work out, but they are at least able to get this kill back with a lone ward here. The one place the light didn't touch.
Yeah. Lehens also playing that quite nicely as well. Spots the ward go down and then goes over as if he's going to hit that, so the animation isn't necessarily obviously hook. And so Carrier not able to react to it. A little bit cute, but still, Lehens needs to do a little bit better before really singing his praises as far as this Blitzcrank is concerned. Quite a few of those hooks have gone a little bit wide.
Yeah, and Faker is 2 item Azir. He kind of likes to just hit objectives and do a lot of damage to them. And it's a little bit later than on 20, but about 2015.
Yep, and we're also standing on some vision here on Nongshim's side. Let's see whether they can get some sort of steal happening, as there is the flash forward. Gideon steals it, and now they get a free ticket home. Can they grab themselves some kills as well? That's the question. As 200 gold going over to Owner as they are just kind of farming these Otacon buffs. Still, it's not as bad as dying, but it could have been better. Still, that is a whole bunch of shutdown money going over to Jiu. So that is great for Nongshim in that isolated situation.
You could see in that specific moment the things we liked about Nongshim's draft. But unfortunately, 7,000 gold behind, it just doesn't necessarily matter, as they're able to isolate that singular target, the immobile Misfortune. They are able to get a miracle steal. They can't win the subsequent fight, though, because they're just so far behind on gold, and they had to go so all in to get to that objective. They put themselves in harm's way, and they still give 200 each over to T1 in the exchange. And now with very few of these buffs left, there's not much they can do. They didn't have map control the side lane with them anyways. It's just a denial, a delay of the game here, essentially. Like, Nongshim can... They buy themselves some opportunities with this win here, for sure. But it alone is not going to put them back in the game. They'll need a lot more than just that.
They'll need a lot of turrets. They haven't taken any of those yet. So I don't know whether it feels facetious, to have the conversation about standing gold, and I'm doing like
look at Smash.
Thing.
Look at Smash here. He's like, all right, we're gonna win this fight. They're all in the choke point here. I'm gonna set up my cone, and then Lehens just says no. But like everything else is a disaster. But I mean, you could see how this comp could work for Nongshim against that isolated Misfortune. Why we didn't like this Misfortune pick. But everything else is just, so they're so far ahead. They're like, cool, Lehens is going forward. We're just going to face roll the rest of the team fight. Doesn't matter. We don't even need an AD carry. Who cares?
Yeah, and this is a lot of what I would assume many people thought about when they were considering this, because Nongshim have had some really creative draft ideas. I'm going to have to hold that thought, because we might have a fight breaking out. Nongshim all grouped as 5. Carrier with that Keeper's Verdict can really make things tough. As Doran on a flank angle, Fisher over the wall there as well. Cease and desist to get on top of him. And Doran's just being thrown around this fight like a ragdoll. Fisher is now found by Carrier, who does just evict Jiu. Emperor's Divide goes wide, though, is now Kingen trying to stay alive, but he's still at Otacon buff for another 20 seconds, so that's kind of cute. That's going to be Owner taking away the Dragon. Flash out from Faker avoids the hook as Jiu makes his way back into the fight. Coming. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but like you say, Kingen making his way back into the battle might mean that T1 aren't exactly getting out scot-free. True Shot Barrage does sail by and does nothing at all. And it looks like T1 will be safe for now with the Drake in hand. If there was a better teleport angle for Kingen, if they had some deep wards, like maybe... Well, watch this again. They do have a ward to the left side of the pit they could have utilized for that teleport instead, but ultimately decided not to here. As you can see, the engage is a little bit messy on the side of T1, and Kingen feels like, okay, I'm just going to go in and do as much as I can here to buy space for my Ezreal, because I do have that Otacon buff still, so it's okay that he dies because he wants to TP back in. But he's not bold enough to do so right in the middle of this fight. He's waiting, and then ultimately decides to TP to the mid wave to try to cut off T1's retreat. If he had been a little bit faster, maybe they could have gotten a collapse there, but yeah, a little bit of indecision. He also, I believe, went back with like 0 health as well, so didn't want to come back. Oh wait, never mind. He respawned. Because how did he come into the fight with 50%? I guess he came back in and then took a bit of damage and then was back out there one more time. Yeah, he just got zoned. Like the rest of the team wasn't fast enough to collapse on his mid teleport, so he just kind of got pushed away there by all that Faker and smash damage. Exactly. A little bit of a shame. If he came onto that ward, maybe there's like an angle there. He had flash, I believe, as well, but either way, I mean, for Nongshim, you really have to think of the most perfect ideal scenarios for team fights for the rest of this game, and any sort of indecision, even if it's just a second or two on that teleport, just gives T1 all the angle they need with the lead they have. Well, Carrier is possibly in danger. He's like, oh, I only have 1 buckler to range this ward, so I guess I'll just leave it. Oh, Fisher thought he found an angle there as well, but Faker is going to turn up. Not going to be able to kill 2 people at once, as the Baron has now spawned. And T1, you don't need to know them all that well to know that this is exactly the buff that they are thinking of taking immediately. Yeah, this is their comfort zone. Yeah. When they're like 2,000 gold behind, at 7,000 ahead, feeling pretty good about it. Fisher does not have teleport. He just backed
and is going to go clear that bottom wave. So once he shows there, T1 can really start to threaten this Baron take with the Azir, who has upgraded Sork Pen boots and the arm guard, so he's super safe and does a ton of damage. I mean, the damage to this Baron is unreal. 3-item IE Misfortune sitting on this as well as the vision control and the teamfight prowess that Misfortune can offer with her ultimate. I mean, this is basically checkmate.
Well, let's see whether Nongshim can find themselves a miracle. As we do have that bottom wave, it was cleared out and everything's okay. Gideon once again looking for another angle. And Owner and Faker getting to work on this Dragon. Cease and desist is going to connect onto Smash. Keeper's verdict just to get rid of the damage. And down goes the jungler. And that will mean Baron is available if T1 would like to take it. As now King and being discovered by Owner is exactly what Nongshim do not want. Just pick after pick here for T1. And 1 versus 5, I don't think he's going to be able to get that one. Lahen's going to get picked up by that Emperor's Divide and will be cut down where he stands as well by the onslaught of Sand Soldiers. And T1, I don't know whether they even necessarily need to take the Baron. They might just do it because they feel like it, but I think also pushing into the enemy base might be a way to win.
Yeah, well, it looks like Fisher's flash isn't going to be enough to get him out of here. And
To the Skies was both a request and the name of the ability.
Yes. I think that with the Azir damage here, they could easily just 2-man this, and then the remainder of these minions, which aren't really being thinned out by anyone, will just end the game here for T1. Faker does have teleport as well, so he can just TP to mid, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's looking for the second inhibitor here. They can start to collapse in with these Baron buffed cannon minions to say goodnight.
Well, there's finally a hook connecting onto Doran. Nice work, Lahens. We got there, even though it is a little bit too little and perhaps too late. Inhibitor goes down, top side and mid. Nongshim are at least, I mean, they're breathing.
Yeah, T1 decide not to opt for the end. Interestingly, now they're in an awkward spot here.
Well, Lahens is also in an awkward spot. Wind becomes lightning, doesn't actually amount to too much. As Kingin, stopped by the Steadfast Presence, Dew needs to offer some damage back to at least deter them. The flash forward to miss the Q is not exactly what you want. As now Owner possibly out of position as well. Crescent Guard does absolutely nothing as now Kingin gets an all-out onto Doran. Nongshim actually finding some angles here as Faker is now on the floor. Carrier and Smash the only ones left alive. Thank goodness they took the Baron.
I mean, the fact that Fisher's teleport came off cooldown, I think, was the biggest concern for T1 on going for the end, because a flanking Aurora could have been an issue, but they pushed so deep anyways, they could have tried to maybe potentially rely on those super minions, or not the super minions, the Baron buff minions to then kind of siege the Nexus and stay together, but they kind of fragmented themselves off, had a bit of a late retreat, and this gave an opportunity for Nongshim, as we're going to go all the way back to this great flash by Smash here just to buy enough space, and he's communicating with Keria, who denies that damage. The Aurora is pushed away, so this looks like a fail play here from Gideon, but it was just really good reaction and coordination there from T1, as Gideon has to fish for things like this, but when the flash is up, it's so hard to follow up, and then everything falls apart behind this. This ends up being the Baron. Great shuffle here from Faker. Remember, he has his arm guard as well, so he feels pretty good about making plays like this. It's the follow-up here where T1 are so low on health. Like, Faker took so much damage, and then they can't really collapse on anyone. And the fact that Faker is low is such an issue here. And Doran and Keria split off with Smash, thinking maybe they can collapse and win that. And then they realize, uh-oh, the Aurora has TP. She's coming around. We have to somehow win this fight and kill Lahens. He's too tanky. And you can just see, this is for the first time in this game, T1 were kind of on a different page with each other, and they actually get divided and conquered themselves by Nongshim. Great TP there from Fisher. Again, one small, tiny hair gained for them, but it feels like a huge win. If it was an even game state, that could be a game-changing play. It's just buying time for now. They're going to need a few more of those before they're back in the driver's seat.
Oh, yeah. Smash still has his Baron buff as well, as it is a negative 2,000 gold Red Bull Baron power play. So Nongshim, they can take that to the bank. I don't know whether it's going to save their Nexus, but still. Dew going to be clearing out waves as best he can. The wave clear is mainly going to be coming from Fisher this game, and so the Baron buff kind of makes him a little bit sad. But when the minion waves are crashing in on top side and mid, and he's just clearing them out, he does do a decent job taking them down. But now that the siege is on, this is where things get dangerous. Out goes King and in goes Keria. Ono looking for an advantage onto Dew, who's trying to stay alive, but the bullet time says absolutely not. Lahens down to 50%, make that 30 and make that dead. Emperor's Divide doesn't do a whole lot because the all-out gets Kingin through it, but he also heads straight to the death chamber. It's a triple kill for Smash. Fisher the last man standing, and there was a blip there was a bit of a hiccup, but ultimately the outcome was still the same as it's been dictated throughout the entirety of the game. T1 just too good in this game number 1.
Very dominant game from T1. Their goal difference at 30, I think, was 4,096, something like that. We had that stat earlier, over 7,000 when we hit the 30-minute mark for them to end the game in this one. Had such a massive lead early, 4,000 at 10 this time around. Their stats are definitely going to be bolstered by this extremely dominant victory. I think for Nongshim, you got to go back to the drawing board a little bit. That 2v2 in the bottom side, a big disaster, trying to play around Aftershock, and then that first Grubs fight where they really over-indexed, hurt them so much. And from then on, against a team like T1 that has an Azir in the game, and it just knows how to dive incredibly well, they kill the Cassante bottom, kill the turret, repeat on top side. Oh, Cassante got free plates in the bottom side. The 0-2, Cassante's getting money? Oh no, I guess the rest of us are gonna get a 3-item misfortune super early on in the game, and Faker's gonna have so much extra money he can buy the arm guard. Went Leandri's first, didn't even need it. And man, T1, they know what to do with a lead, they know what to do with tempo, and they showcased it so incredibly well. You look at the damage share, how even it is. T1, minus that one small error there with the Baron buff, just so well coordinated. It's insane to see.
And the value of both this Jace and the Xin Zhao really represented as far as these damage numbers are concerned. Doran and Ona doing just a whole lot of work throughout this game. And I think that Jace first pick was a real dangerous one to leave up. I thought maybe Nongshim may have had some of the answers. Turns out they did not, but thankfully this is Fearless. As we go to game number 2, Nongshim, a chance at blue side, maybe a chance at redemption, and for us, a chance to go to a break and then have the space to break down that game number 1 before we get to game number 2. See you soon.
바위 여기 그치 여기 있지 나 왼쪽으로 돌아갈게 아니다 다시 날릴게 야 타 이제 거의 다 왔어 거의 다 왔어 오 끝내자 왼쪽 올게 펜타 주세요 와볼래? 펜타가 아니긴 해 근데 잡아도 좋아라 좋아요
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Seoul, Korea for the LCK Cup Play-In stage. We're in the double eliminations as it is T1 whipping the Noodle Boys in game number 1. Digon alongside Chronicler and Wadid, and I think there's a lot of focus there on the bottom side of the map. The Blitzcrank in the hands of Lehens. You're thinking hands, it's going to be great. It wasn't, but that's not the focus of this draft for both of you guys here.
I can't believe that we were fooled into thinking MF was bad, and all they needed was a double kill, level 1 or level 2 as it turns out. But we wanted to highlight specifically, this was a very deliberate choice by T1 because we were kind of questioning it. Why would you ban the Kai'Sa when Smash has been incredible on it, and you most likely would get an Ezreal to Kai'Sa trade, which is in favor of the Kai'Sa, but it takes a long time. In the laning phase, you're not actually that relevant. It's not until later that you counter him. And instead, they give over the Ezreal and pick the MF.
Yeah, I thought it was completely fine to just trade Ezra and Kai'Sa, but I think they were thinking more about them having Vi and Kai'Sa combination. I think that was the main point. And also, they were kind of hesitating on like AD carry pick by themselves, right? Like MF or Corki. We thought Corki was better, but no one kind of expected them having a double kill on the bot side.
No, definitely not. Let's take a look at that moment because it was so impactful in this game. And it started off with the tackle there, and Lehens goes on in, but miscalculates.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to say this, but Blitzcrank is useless after the hook, you know? And I think he miscalculated the damage of Poppy and MF. And see the details of like Smash, just micro moves. Like he knew that it's gonna come, right?
Yeah, that movement up there actually ends up saving him. If that Mystic Shot hits, they trade 1 for 1. But like even with Aftershock timing out, like hooking the Poppy, he still is bone blading. It's a Poppy, so as soon as the passive kicks in, you clearly don't do enough damage. And then the fact that Smash goes unchecked for basically all of that, then you're down a double kill. And MF is as strong as she's ever going to get.
Yeah, definitely. I think pretty difficult start there, but that wasn't the only bad start here for Nongshim. Over at Baron, or over at the top side river at Grubs, that's where the next portion comes on out, and actually where we have Wadid standing by with another one of the Wadid breakdowns. Actually, I think it was that Drake.
It was a Drake. It's fine.
Yeah, sorry.
You know, there's so many objectives in the game now, Digon. As we saw, even the teams sometimes have a tough time keeping it clean.
Yeah, all right. Wadid, take it away.
Yeah, I think them having a great idea about entering the river, because for Nongshim, they have to play on the Blitzcrank, right? If they enter the one side, then you can easily like focus on one target here. So I think for them, they have to kind of play on the Blitzcrank, but just see how T1 actually approach on this. They actually jump on they just jump on the Vi and Blitzcrank at the same time, so that makes Nongshim to confuse what target they need to go on. So I think that kind of sequence, that approach on the Drake fight was kind of really smart from T1.
It's also a run-off effect from that level 1, because if Blitzcrank has flash there and doesn't just end up going down immediately, maybe that skirmish is playable. Because I don't think that it was the skirmish that was necessarily... It was always going to be tough because it was an MF with 2 kills. And it also highlights, again, T1 was very clearly playing for that bot side, was happy to pay a lot of attention. And in these early skirmishes where you get to just use your double up, I think he didn't quite have BT there yet, but he was sitting on like BF Sword and a Vamp Scepter, like you're gonna absolutely shred for everyone.
I mean, in that case, you could see the details. Like, let's say they didn't synchronize the timing that they go on the target, then they're gonna get one shot by Vi and Blitzcrank, you know? That's how their comp works. But I think the way how they play on their micro moves, and you could see that on the 2v2 as well, I think T1 right now looks really strong by themselves.
Yeah, you're kind of wondering, maybe there's a puncher's chance here by Nongshim to catch T1 sleeping. Again, they've had their roster moves, still working their way on in with communications, but they seemed very concise and very much on the same page for at least the early portion of the game, Cronny.
Yeah, there were a lot of funny events transpiring later that we chose not to include, because there was an Otacon steal, there was a couple of fights that were a little bit messier, but it felt like T1 from this point on had a very tight grip on the game. There were a couple of, like, even after a comeback fight, if you're still 7k gold down, is it really a combat fight? No, not really. It's just a fight that you kind of, you know, trade evenly, but it still doesn't end up going the way of Nongshim.
Yeah, and whenever you pick the Poké Pig on support, if that doesn't work in laning phase and you get solo kill in laning phase, that means you're gonna be useless rest of the game, right? So I think they have to fix that issue first, and then you can have the better game.
Yeah, it's also the two most experienced players that were really struggling.
Yeah.
Both King and Lahens. And I think Kingen is a tank in a game like this, so I think his deaths were at least partially more understandable. But like that hook lost them the bot lane, which led to them having no pressure point on the map, because you're obviously not going to have pressure point with the Cassante and the Jace. So you can't have that happen, particularly against a team that's as willing to scrap as T1.
Maybe that gives more extra pressure on him as well, because if your bot lane is getting stomped, you know, like you have to like, oh guys, I have to do something, right? Even though I'm playing Cassante against Jace, like I had to do something. Maybe that's why Kingen was not performing that well, but that's all about the excuses, right?
So let's look on the other side then in terms of glass half full. Right? If you're Nongshim, you get to bounce back here. You're on blue side.
Yeah.
What do you want to see him do? Like,
well,
they found success when Lahens has done these crazy picks back on the Elise.
That is true.
Do you want him to go back to it, or do you want to play something more standard?
Yeah, what it was actually calling for the Shen ban, which might be something he goes towards. To me, though, this really did feel like it was just a level of play wasn't up to par, and that to me is a lot harder to fix. If it's a very clear draft gap, you can just look at it and go, okay, well, draft is not working out the way that we wanted to, but in a game like this where all the skirmishes don't go your way, good luck fixing that in 5 minutes.
Yeah, gonna be tough here. I guess if you're a Nongshim fan, you're thinking, okay, that was just, you know, we lost it early. We don't get to play the Blitzcrank anymore. Should be fine. We'll bounce back yet again. We had some good fights later on in the game. If we can get those early, we've got a puncher's chance. Let's see if they're able to do it, or will T1 close it on out? Let's find out as we send it back on over to Wolf and Alex.
Thank you very much, gentlemen on the desk. And yes, I think that, yeah, T1 were just way better in this one, but I do have the cope. I've brought it, I've figured it out. So, what Nongshim did is they flipped the game at 2 minutes, right? They flipped the game as soon as they hit level 2 in the bottom lane, and then it was over. And so, from that point on, no judgment is allowed because they all knew that the game was over and they were just going to focus on game number 2. So now, they've had all of that time to recalibrate. They mentioned 5 minutes. No. They were scheming for game 2 since that moment.
I want to see what Nongshim have prepared here for this draft on blue side, because obviously game 2 blue side you have a little bit less power because, you know, you've already lost 10 champions after game 1, but you know, the game overall I felt was well played by Nongshim despite the early deficit, and you know, leading into what Degon was saying, I think with a more even game state, another pretty strong draft, because game 1's draft was pretty good for them. They might be able to get it done as, well, ban away Faker's most played, his 4-0 victor here.
So the Skarner and the Kalista still need to be banned on the red side. I'm interested in what Nongshim wants to prioritize for themselves. There are quite a few picks that have been very, very strong for them, but the one that really stands out to me is the Rumble.
Yes.
I do feel like Kingen has been exceptionally good on that champion, but another outside look-in could be the Sejuani.
Yeah. I do think the Rumble will likely be banned by T1 in this final spot. Doran's been fantastic on it as well, so we could see Nongshim ban that one away themselves. Don't know what they'd be fishing for if that was going to be the case. However, we'll see. The Xin Zhao being gone as well is pretty huge because it's been one of the picks the owner has excelled on so far this tournament, including in game 1. Ambessa will be taken away here by Nongshim, so T1 could just say, all right, well, no Rumble, not allowed, not going to let that through. We'll see what they decide to go for. The Ashe has really fallen off here in the LCK. We're not seeing it as much as we saw in the first few games of the Rumble stage, or the group battle stage, sorry.
Yep. With the Varus ban, maybe the Ashe ban becomes something a little bit more understandable, but one more ban here, and I don't think it's going to be invested in that. The Sejuani is going to be taken off the board. Gideon with a little bit of a grin after that one. And the Elise. This is the other thing. So I said Rumble, I said Sejuani, but I think the Elise is also another big deal because Lahens needs a turnaround game, and I don't think there's a better way to do it than putting him on the Elise.
Yeah, but there were so many strong picks available, and now Keria just can play a support that's strong into Elise and not play like Leona. But Poppy is the worst pick into Elise in the bottom lane, and that one's globally banned by Fearless. So, you know, you gave over the Rumble. That's problematic in its own right. But now Keria has, I mean, Keria is kind of known to play range supports. He's quite well known for that. So we'll see what they do decide on here. Is a lot of flipping around what owner will play. The Lee Sin can punish an Elise pretty well. It's hard to cocoon such a mobile champion, but I'm gonna opt for the Wukong, or maybe not. Just I like the if we're talking about a blind pick, I like the Lee Sin more.
I like the Wukong just because Warrior Trickster can make the cocoon worthless, but I think owner on Lee Sin is just better because we know just how good this guy is on this champion. Doran's Rumble, not necessarily as scary as if it was Zeus playing the Rumble, for example, but still a player that can figure it out absolutely and does have a lot of prowess. As that's an Anivia. Oh god, Kingen, have we been working in the same restaurant as Zeus? Is that what's happening here?
That's what it seems to be. I thought perhaps we were going to see a Galio pick first and not the Elise, and now Nongshim are really cooking. Okay. I'm not even going to predict anything that happens next. Okay, the Yasuo, which was really, really high prio early on in the tournament, has fallen off quite a bit, is going to be locked in here, so...
Or his brother, Yone.
Or sorry, Yone, excuse me.
They're both windy boys.
Yeah, no, my brain is a little bit broken right now. The Sejuani is, of course, banned. And there's a lot of AP jungle options available, including the Elise, technically, but I don't think that's where she's going. We'll see what the rest of the plan is going to be here. I like the Kai'Sa into the Elise because, you know, you have a lot of squishy targets here that if Kai'Sa gets fed, which Smash has been known to do, you can just smash all of these targets if you're ahead and you have the right support and setup. You have Elise Sin to follow up. You have the Rumble damage to set it up too. It gets really easy. The ban on the Xayah makes a ton of sense. Been a long time counter.
Well, the Nort is going to be banned away. I think that a lot of things with big AoE CC need to be hitting the bench.
Caitlin's super obvious here. I love that ban.
Yep, holding people in place on the Rumble Ultimate is going to be pretty important here. I think a Leona ban would make some sense. The Caitlyn, like you were talking about, going to be taken away as well, not allowing you to have that level of range. I
love how they picked Elise first, though, and then banned some of the best champions she can lane into. This draft is super weird for me, Nongshim. We'd all love to see Faker play Zed.
We would. Or Aurelia. Aurelia is kind of fun, too. She was just nerfed, so it's probably not happening, as that is a Corki. I think as far as going from things you want to see Faker play to things you don't want to see him play, this is about as large of a gap as you can get.
Hey, he has played Kai'Sa mid.
Hey, true, there we go.
I don't think he will be playing Kai'Sa mid in this case. As looking between the Ashe and the Jinx here for the bottom lane, remember the Elise is already locked in.
I really like the Ashe. I expect you still going to be able to lock that one in.
Really strong synergy with the Cocoon and the Arrow, and also the follow-up from the Anivia Q. And you can isolate targets with the Anivia Wall as well. And it's a very squishy lineup here for T1. There is no tank at the moment, which leads into part of why maybe you see that Leona Nautilus ban. And, you know, obviously that sets up the Rumble to great success as well. But this is a solid lineup here for Nongshim at the end of the day, given what T1 have. It was a weird path we took to get there, but, you know, I think we're also putting a lot of trust in Fisher being able to pilot Yone here to great success. And we're just going all in.
Yeah, okay, so that's Keria's Pike. We know just how good he is on this champion, but that is definitely the opposite of a tank. That is as far the opposite of a tank that you can possibly get. This guy cannot even get health. Like, it just does, it's impossible.
He can't do it. And I think this is T1 saying, sure, we'll fight fire with fire in this draft. You guys have been flipping a lot of coins. You've been all-inning on a lot of team fights. We're more clutch than you. Our synergy's better than you. And we'll just snowball this game. And Pike's Cut Gold will snowball this Kai'Sa. And we're going to just explode into the mid-game so hard that some of the tools and options that Nongshim's draft has just won't really come online. This is not a traditional game of League of Legends we're going to be watching here. There is no front to back, really. It's a lot of pick opportunities on both sides, between the Pike Hook, the Anivia Wall, the Ashe Arrow Cocoon. It's really whoever gets a lead early should snowball this game 100%. And that could be Nongshim, depending on how this plays out, because if you have vision control as Nongshim, T1 setting up for objectives, good luck with that, because Lehens is going to find you. He's going to Cocoon you. They're going to Ashe Arrow you. They're going to explode you. And the zone control they have with the Anivia too, if they have vision control, is really strong here. So if you get a lead, Nongshim, you've got a real chance in this one.
Yep. So I just did a little bit of research as well. Kingen has played 19 games of Anivia this week in solo queue, so he's been putting in the time. The win rate's not something I'd really, write home about, but it's above 50%. See how it goes. We jump into the rift for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, into game number 2, where tanks have been banned. Playing a tank, illegal. It's not something you're allowed to do. As owner, you have a skin for this champion, dude. Like, I know that one's really cool as well, but, I mean, this is the time.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like the time. We will have a lane swap.
Ooh.
But T1...
I like that Anivia skin as well. That's a cool one.
Yeah, T1, will they look to match, or will they just try to bully Anivia? It's kind of tough to bully an Anivia because of her passive. And it's very difficult to dive her as well because of that. So it's a strong champion in the lane swap and has great wave clear too. Yep. Ooh, that's some cool tech.
Okay.
So delaying the minion wave a little bit.
Bit of a cute one, just bunching them up.
He has 7 seconds so he could try to slow them down again.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. And so now he gets to at least convince the minions that they should be a bit closer to his turret.
Can use the turret. Yep. Really cool.
Oh, that is very... Look at these melees. They're so confused. This one guy is like, where did my friends go?
All right, I don't care what happens in this game now. I'm behind this type of strategy. It's like the most strategy it's ever been shown in a single LCK game in LCK history.
The wall tech. This is what you get from playing 19 games of Anivia top in a week, ladies and gentlemen. He's also probably been playing it in scrims, guys. It was a little bit of facetiosity, but that was definitely fun.
That was exciting.
It is, in the end, just like a 1v1 lane, so
yeah.
It's not as impactful as it could have otherwise been. But it's still cool.
If Viego was passing bottom and, the Rumble was pulled back, there's some stuff you could maybe do with it, but it isn't, I don't think, going to make too much of a difference in this game in particular. As do you see this 2v2 is going to be tough to play out into the Ashe with the Pike at this point, unless he can hit a Miracle Hook, set up that stun.
Yep. It's a fair bit of, if you all in, then maybe you've got a chance, but an all-in is a lot of all or nothing, which can be very, very dangerous. As Fisher is going to unbind his soul, try and do some damage to Faker, and Faker stands his ground and says, no, I don't really care.
Yeah, that was, speaking of all-ins, kind of an all-in there. At least he gets both of those ranged minions, but will not be happy with what happens next. We'll have to eat that potion or drink.
Yep.
Whatever. It is definitely the type of game, too, when you see Kingen lock in a Zeus exclusive champion into T1 that makes T1 fans maybe want to press a new tweet button, but I think this is just Kingen really cooking in his own way with the Nongshim coaching staff, because they've had some cool drafts, and they've really leaned into, we're just going to do what we like recently, and I do like to see that. We'll see if it works out in this game. As for Fisher, it's not working out the way he's hoping, but he's turned this lane around a little bit.
Yep, and there's also, there's a lot to be said about follow-up in PixieT, right? Anivia is certainly one of these champions with her stun being pretty high value, but hitting it is a little bit harder because it moves very slowly. Oh dear, Fisher, this is not where he wants to be. As Owner misses the Q, Fisher is going to survive for now, as now Lehen's looking for an opportunity onto Smash. He has to flash, get out of the way. Gideon looking for an opportunity. Lehen's makes his way out. Still relatively healthy as Carrier gets the ward down. And it looks like they're not going to attempt the dive.
So close to success, though, for Nongshim. As soon as Owner shows in the mid lane, they know they have an angle there. Try to get the punish. Really cool usage of the Valkyrie there by Faker as well, to try to deny Fisher from getting away without taking a bunch of damage. And he will find his soul the right timing here and get out. We'll be able to TP back to lane himself. So a lot of that aggression neutralized now. And luckily for Fisher, because he did dodge that Sonic Wave, gets out alive, doesn't have to flash. Smash being down both of his summoners now means that a follow-up opportunity could be there for Nongshim to punish the early game Kai'Sa.
Yeah, well, Kingen and Doran, let's have a look at this. Ice versus Fire should be pretty Doran favored. As far as my elemental matchups that I learnt in Pokemon are concerned. These are, in fact, not Pokemon, though, so it is not going to be the case. doing a fair bit of damage, man.
He's Phase Rush as well in this game. We have seen some different variants, you know, in certain matchups going for Comet. Lehens?
Ooh, the Cocoon gonna go wide there. Faker will take a little bit of return damage from the Unbound Soul, but Lehen's not gonna find any joy from his surprise attack on the mid lane.
Yeah. Seen Grasping Anivia as well for a more tank-focused build, but we already said tanks are not allowed in this game, so...
And the build that he's been going has been a lot more like Rod of Ages, Seraph's style of builds, as the flash from Fisher is odd, misses the Q, now unbinds, gets the flash out of Faker, because Faker is respecting Lehen's, but that was some events, as once again, Kingen is going to tell the melees that they will walk through that brush.
Really cool to see. Just makes Smash up a step further up here, will be potentially in danger. And when you don't know where the Elise is, it's always scary when you're in a lane like this 1v1 against a top laner who's up 2 levels on you and your minions are close to the turret. Feels very uncomfortable to farm. You already had a tough time. Oh, he's caught!
Yeah, there we go. Glacial Storm doing a little bit of damage there as he finds the stun as well. As remember, the E is on a really short cooldown and crits. It's just, it's a bit of a silly button.
It's big damage if you are able to set it up, and he's able to do so. That's a level 4 Kaisa, so without cleanse, which he's aware of. So that could have been way worse if the wall was actually tight there, and he wasn't able to work his way out.
Yeah. He's going to be maxing the E. I'm wondering when he's going to put extra points into the wall. I remember Froggen like used to do these weird things because the guy played Anivia so much that he'd like have different games where he'd like max wall first as there's a hook connecting. Sorry, a Cocoon connecting as Faker just Valkyrie's away. Ona makes his way in, makes his way out. Lehen's very, very close to dead. And T1 just kind of chilling right now. Bone Skewer going to be attempted to be blocked, but instead, Gideon's the one that's going to be the target. That was able to get out, and that equalizer was nutty.
Everything about that was just so off the wall.
Yeah.
But ultimately not successful. Not enough damage on the Faker there, but you can really see the setup here that we've been talking about so much. Gio did not have 6 to follow up because he could have even tried to arrow there as well with everything that was happening. A lot of pick potential, a lot of zoning, but it hasn't really led to a big gold advantage here for Nongshim. Sitting on about 200 or so at the moment.
Well, Kingen continuing to just try and hit Smash with things. Doesn't, I believe, manage to tag him with the Frost there. Oh dear, Lehen's is just dead.
High value ward. I've never seen one.
Sometimes respecting the wards is a good idea, as once again, First Blood is going to be gained by killing Lehen's.
I have a feeling I didn't ping that one.
Yeah. That's just a little bit sad. I think you might want to risk taking your time to move towards a turret or something like that before you decide to go back with 200 health. As now Jiu is trying to fight against Doran, and Doran silences himself and does a lot of damage here to Jiu. Does get a little bit on the back end into the brush as the Flame Spitter is able to help out, so the arrow not exactly getting the value that Jiu really wanted. Still, he is going to be okay. Lehen's back in action once again. As, all right, oh man, maybe it's now going to be the hidden spider that gets, oh, never mind.
Doran, I mean, rather, Lehen's has just not hit his abilities sometimes today when it's been really highly opportunistic to do so.
Yeah.
Another one of those moments, and iconic Elise player who normally hits those 10 out of 10 times. 2 misses today in this game. So we'll go back to this play here. Kingen deep for this one.
Yep, they were just coordinating it to make sure that there's no way to react. Beautifully done.
Timing it out. Oh, another whiffs.
Yeah, that one, I think it's okay. It's when the enemy doesn't know that you're there and you miss, that's the most egregious.
Yeah.
You know, because otherwise they're juking and it's a little bit of mind games and it's a little bit more understandable. But that one in the top lane was certainly not one you want. This could be another opportunity for that, as now Lehen's wants to be able to find it. Cocoon now going to connect as he flashes on over. Fisher's in so much trouble, still going to survive. They take down the Lee Sin first, the repel to get Lehen's out of dodge. And now Jiu's on the board, picks up the kill onto Carrier. Faker now in trouble, and it's a double for the Ash. Nongshim coming back in a big way here in game 2.
I mean, it's just a tightrope walk, though, how they played that. And Fisher has spent so much of this game for real, sitting on low health and just going in and absorbing pressure. I think this isn't really possible without him here. As you can see, he's zoned out. in this situation. Ends up avoiding the spear, goes in, gets Smash's ultimate as well. So Smash is now zoned away, and Keria is just not squishy. And this is what we're talking about this comp. It's got so much chase down potential. With the Ashe slows, you are just not going to get away. If you are priced into a fight like this and you do not win it, you will eventually slowly be eliminated one by one by this composition of Nongshim. It's so sticky. That gives them 1,000 lead to gold here.
Damn,
Let's see if they can snowball it.
That's crazy. I wonder, do you actually, you don't have access to Pyke's passive, right? When you kill someone as a possessed version of Pyke?
I don't think so.
Man, that'd be cool.
That
You just got
sounds
extra
kind of
money.
broken. I don't know if that's allowed.
There are so many Viego things that I always talk about, like on broadcast, that I just don't understand. I apologize, everyone. I should probably actually just research all of the interactions that Viego has, because he's played
We'll see you in 3 years, yeah. Let me know when you're done with that.
Yeah. I think I'll write my thesis on it. I'll try and get a PhD in
I think if you had a
Viego
group,
interactions.
If you had a group of 20... Oh!
Okay, there is the safeguard kick flash onto Jiu, who is very dead.
All right, well, there you go.
Yep, revenge. Secured. The feat of strength did go over to Nongshim, so there is at least that. They can take that one to the bank. Nice little knock up here from Fisher as Doran misses the harpoon. That's going to win the trade there for the Yone. But that is one grub going on down as Wojcik are going to give away the position here of Smash. Keria comes in though, lands the Bone Skewer as Kingin's in a bit of trouble as well. Lehens is just dead. Explosions there as the ulti's looking really cool. A double in theory, but it is just egg form. And still, that's a 4-man ult from Fisher! Smash gonna get ripped to shreds! And they take down Faker as well. Back immediately channeled here as Keria is trying to go home. And now flashing over the wall is Gideon, safeguarding out his owner, and I think he will survive for the moment. But man, I thought that was a T1 destruction derby. Instead, Nongshim find the hugest Yone angle.
I mean, it still could have been even better there. I think Nongshim's super frustrated with the fact that both Keria is able to escape. They knew he was there. I think 99% they know he's in that brush, but they thought they could get the kill onto owner. Flash committed, they don't get either of them. So it's a nice trade back there and an incredible ultimate from Fisher. It could have been even better. And T1, again, if you walk into this team fight with Nongshim, you better hope you're wiping it clean, because if you do not, there is no escape. As this is just a great play from Smash and Owner. Owner goes for the insect. Yep, and knocks you away from safety. Nothing he can do here. So that is a huge win for them, which gives them the confidence to go for this follow-up play after Grubs. And then it looks fantastic, right? Like, Kingen is trying to help Lehens. He has no flash, and he's able to set up his wall here. Buys some time. Gideon's like, well, I'm not going in there. All the while, though, Fisher heading over, and that pesky egg just buying a few more seconds here, a few more seconds. Nobody sees the flanking Yone come in for the 4-man, and Gideon's follow-up damage is insane here with Gio as well. Unfortunately for them, both Keria and Owner will escape.
Yeah, still, I mean, you can see what this composition can do if they do manage to get it working. And just think about that with Kingen layered over the top, right? He can slow everyone so much, it can make some of these Yone plays work out. As Kingen also may just be dead, which would also be bad, but Owner's going to dive in. There's the safeguard kick as Lehens comes through. Owner is going to die, so it's a 1-for-1. But Lehens is now finding himself a little bit trapped underneath this turret. That turret is very angry. And Smash taking a lot of damage here. Lehens, I don't know about this one, buddy. Still, can he get in range of the Q as there's the repel and he gets the execute? Not enough that Keria can do about it as now Faker will turn up, but Fisher is now landed. Keria looks for the ultimate, doesn't quite find it, but still, the stun is going to connect. Keria going to be falling as we've also got Gideon getting eaten by a very angry robot Yordle. And Jiu, can he actually avenge him? The answer is perhaps, because we just continue to fight here in this game. Doran now running for the hills. Faker looking for Fisher. He flashes, he picks it up. And it's 8-8 as far as the kill score. And if we don't get a Ruinous Otacon in this game, I will eat my hat.
It might be the one. 5 seconds until it's calculated, but I mean, looks like maybe we even have more. Fisher is not here. And it's just Faker who's double blast coning his way out. Chemtech Soul to the rescue. I guess Ruinous Otacon's not happening.
Yeah, I guess it's not happening.
So close.
My hat, unfortunately, does not exist. However, I will eat nothing. Just for you guys, just so that I can remain true. Okay, Lehens going to find the cocoon onto Owner here, who puts him up into the sky. Kingen just continuing to try and push them away. Gets stunned and now has no real way out. And will be taken out of there.
Oh man, my man Lehens trying to make some big heroic plays in this mid game and starting to backfire a little bit here. The cool thing about getting kills is, at least when you chase down those, is that she utilizes gold incredibly well, much better than most supports, because she builds AP and does a lot of damage with Zazax, and you want to be doing that burst damage. You have the electrocute, right, and finding an isolated target is actually massive. The trade-off for Elise is that you also give a ton of gold when you die, so if you don't find those all-in wins, you just end up feeding over so much money to the enemy team. This is just what happened to Gideon here. No explanation needed. Tries to use the cloak to get away, and even had the speed up there from the scuttle, but it's not enough.
Yep. Carrier has just found every single angle to make this Pyke work as well, even in moments where he dies.
Yeah.
Like, someone is always stunned. Like, it is just kind of nutty the way that he uses the extra mobility in order to always be in the position to get that one to work.
I'm just I feel like I got cheated out of a really cool potential Nongshim game here, because things were looking up and up for them. There were some opportunities, but they didn't slow down the tempo when I think they needed to. They didn't just sit back and say, all right, hold up, let's go to a stable game state, look for some more picks. Kept opting in, and now T1 is slowly just taking massive control over this game. And I mentioned whoever gets control first is going to really snowball the game, and we didn't really have a dominant lead until this moment. There's still windows back into this game with the pick comp that Nongshim have. This is one of the best comps to play from about 3,000 gold behind, you know, where you actually still can pick people, you still can blow them up, but it's going to get a little bit tougher once you start losing control of objectives. Speaking of, they do have control of Herald now. Let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, Nongshim, I think if they can convince T1 to walk into them, and that first pick does actually come through, the amount of, you know, snowball potential within a fight is extraordinarily high with things like the Viego. But that is the Rift Herald going down. Gideon able to pick up the eye just fine, and T1 not over-investing into that one. 3,000 gold is the approximate lead, and honestly, not a huge deal. Could be worse, as we are very well aware, because we all watched game number 1.
Yeah, no, this is still playable for sure. And with the Herald, some of that gold can be shored up with one of these outer turrets, all of them basically sitting at full health at the moment. Fischer's having a really good game. You know, almost makes me feel guilty to say I wasn't ready to trust when he locked in the Yone, but
he's also still Fischer, right? Like, I feel like he doesn't do the things that you expect someone to do.
Yeah, that's true.
As now Faker, his spidey senses have to be tingling. Yes, they are. Of course they are. He always knows, probably knew before Lehens did, that Lehens was going to be in that brush. And let's see whether Jiu knows it, and he does. As Bone Skewer still going to connect, and Jiu just going to be able to find the hook, so it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Let's see whether Gideon can make it a 2-for-1, but the Bone Skewer not quite as good coming from the Viego, and he gets himself out.
Still feel pretty good about this as T1, as, you know, they have a dead 80 carry, you have an alive one farming. Faker grabs the second item, is about to transform, as we do have a TP.
Yeah, Fischer a little bit mistimed as far as that knock-up was concerned. As the ulti out will mean that Lehens is not going to be able to find the angle as... Oh, dear. Speaking of not finding the angle, I don't know whether he's going to be able to find his way out either, as the Spiderlings blocking the rockets. And, wow, I remember when, you know, we'd see a rocket like that and it would do that much damage, and we'd be like, oh, yep, just Corky things. That was nerfed years ago.
Yeah, that felt like a Luden's rocket for sure.
It really did. As it turns out, it was just an extremely squishy Elise.
Well, it's still going to be the turret going over to T1 here topside. Faker's teleport not punished. He's even going to let some of these minions go with it, or at least some damage on that cannon. But going back to the mid play, you know, you could argue Jiwoo could have just flashed this skewer, and maybe he thought he was just out of range of it, but he knew also that Gideon was there, so maybe wanted to try to make a turnaround play on it, but Gideon doesn't hit the spear. Still a trade up for T1. And then obviously they get that play topside and get the top turret afterwards. So that 3,000 gold lead persists despite a very close kill score here in this game. And feats of strength going over to Nongshim.
Yeah, they managed to get that a while back, so that is at least a little bit of extra value, as Cocoon is going to land this time, but the Q is going to land as well onto Owner Repel. Gets Lehens out of there, as now Faker is going to chase them down. The Rocket's hurting. It's always the Elise that's making the Rockets look like they really hurt.
It's just, you could see how much veteran power is on this T1 roster, even though they have Smash on this team. Like, some of the traps and tricks that would have fooled most LCK teams, T1 are just not falling into them. They're being so careful. They're being so punishing as well on those said traps. It's hard for Nongshim to find the angles they want to, and a very good composition at finding picks. T1 are just too careful.
Yeah. And now this outer turret is under fire. This is a good macro position for Nongshim to be in. Can T1 actually fight their way back into some control around this river as Gideon pushing forward? Arrow going to connect there onto Owner. The double stun, the layering CC, but he gets himself out with the safeguard, and now Gideon is burning down Faker Valkyries to reposition, and now it's Smash's Killer Instinct. He didn't even need a button with that name on it. He already just had that, but it is working out for them. Carrier looking for another bone skewer, but honestly, the damage has been done. 3 on the floor for Nongshim, and maybe even more as the ulti gets Fisher out, but Kingen, he doesn't have one of those. Burning, but now he's just going to have to flap his way out. And this outer turret, sorry, not long for the world as T1 just look to take down the stragglers. Oh dear, yeah, that is a Void Seeker that's going to put him down towards the egg. And down goes Yone as well. Faker's health bar suffered a little bit, but nothing to worry about. As now Otacon could be an option here. They are relatively low as far as these health bars, but T1 are just better today.
Yeah,
that's all I'm really seeing.
I mean, I almost felt like I cast her curse when I was like, oh, they're just more careful. And then Owner gets caught by the arrow, right, in this moment. And yet T1 know exactly what to do in this situation. They have Smash on the cross, so he can actually close the gap super easily. Remember, no one is tanky here on Nongshim, so Faker shreds through what little armor there is left for Gideon. Owner gets the execute there. Jiu is left on his own, and this TP ends up being, you know, a little bit overzealous, let's say, but Kingen getting caught here after they get the turret as well means not only does he die, he's 0-4 now, but he loses his passive and any sort of longevity he would have in another team fight as Fisher tries to be the hero. Just they're so close to greatness in all of these moments, but like you said, T1 are just better today. And I mean, this is a AP Anivia, not very tanky, is about to hit Rod of Ages and the Seraph's transform, but it's just too little too late. The scaling is definitely high in terms of what she can do damage-wise later, but I don't know if it's going to matter.
Well, Kingen is going to do his best to try and find an angle, and Faker is going to make it impossible for any value to be collected. Gives him the good old thumbs up as Void Seeker is going to find him. My goodness. He deserved that, you know, like catching a bit of a break here.
I mean, look, anyone who's even a T1 fan will cheer for an Anivia in those moments. You know, we haven't seen Anivia that much really ever in a while, and Zeus did it one time, and now we're like, oh, could this be a thing? Could we see Anivia? That's kind of hype. Please live, King. I don't know.
I also think he got his Seraph's transform
right in time.
As it was, as he needed it, so that was definitely cool. Fisher going to use his ult to escape once again. As now maybe we're heading towards Anivia territory, Wolf.
Yeah.
This is what old people like myself will remember. Anivia was good at kill minions when trying to siege turrets.
It is hard to finish a game against her, for sure.
Ooh, nice sidestep there from Lehens. I don't know whether he's out of the woods just yet, though. It's the Spiderlings, you know, doing something. It's pretty cool.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dear. Bone Skewer going to connect. Now, Faker is going to turn up. Arrow will connect as the repel gets Lehens out of there. But T1, a few too many bodies here for Nongshim to really fight back. They have 4. But is it actually going to be enough? Another Bone Skewer. Carrier cannot miss today.
Yeah, he's just on fire. And Smash is going to sit here in mid. This 4-1 Otacon play is so oppressive. A lot of teams would just look for a dive here, but T1 don't need to. They know that Nongshim can't punish. They can't look for the picks like their comp wants to while they're sieged up like this.
Oh dear, Doran possibly in trouble. The wall goes down, Repel goes up. And remember they have Otacon, but this is still a bunch of money going over to Nongshim. They just need to make sure that they do not die. Killer Instinct gets Smash in there as they take down Jiu. 1 for 2 sent back home is kind of even, I guess
it's like a trade up for Nongshim gold-wise a little bit, but still T1 having the pressure there.
Another Bone Skewer. This time going to miss. 6 points in my country, though.
And using the wall and the ultimate, like you said, to kill the minions and to deny some of that siege, buying some time here.
Yep, counter siege for Anivia is no joke, as now Fisher is going to take an equalizer ride. He did not want that. Another equalizer is there now in the form of a Valkyrie, and Faker didn't even really need it as far as the damage. Fisher is just, being abused.
He shakes his head on the player cam. He had his ult in 5 seconds. Maybe there's a way he turns that around. Maybe that's what he was kind of preparing for there on the 1v1, but it wasn't a 1v1. Doran getting caught here is exactly what this comp for Nongshim is meant to do. And I think T1 could have played this a little bit slower, but ultimately, you know, they still end up getting a lot out of this, and taking the 80 carry off the board is always going to be huge. They got the mid turret. I mean, they got so much value out of this Otacon in general, and then here, look, Fisher's ultimate is coming online very soon, so he's hoping, okay, he goes back and maybe makes something happen, but he's able to identify, oh, Faker's here. It's not a 1v1. This was not the play.
Yes, not the droids you were looking for. Okay, Lehens is just thrown into a Bone Skewer. That was sexy. That was a sexy play. And T1 just once again going to, like, Lehens is challenging Beryl. He only needs 3 more deaths.
Yeah.
And he's going to get there. He then needs to win the game if he wants to equalize. But right now it's a 10,000 gold lead. It's happened again, ladies and gentlemen. T1 really running away with this one. It took them a little bit longer in the earlier stages to really assert their lead. Now that they have it, things are looking real dire. And Carrier doesn't miss those. Once again, that is a dead Ashe.
Yeah, sometimes against these Carrier spears, you gotta just flash it, man.
Yeah.
You can't just be like, maybe I'll dodge. You don't dodge this guy.
I mean, if I was playing against him, I would probably, my way of dodging it would be to be in the fountain.
The problem is if you flash his hook, then you don't have your flash for his next one. He's not going to miss, you know? Yeah, he was in deep trouble there. T1 going to grab this Baron on spawn again. And this game is just, unfortunately, very quickly spiraling out of Nongshim's grasp. There were some good angles in the early game. There were some opportunities. They kept it close. They even had, at one point, a pretty nice macro lead, map control, but T1 just outplayed them and were able to suss out some of their traps. Speaking of,
Lehen's unfortunately not allowed to go home. The equalizer going to stop that. Now Carrier looking for an opportunity to take him down. He's going to slink through. Does get tagged as, oh god, just like 3 buttons and he's dead. Fisher not going to be allowed to escape here. Does get a big old shield as he flashes on top of Faker. He almost goes down. Eventually Gideon does secure that kill as the Bone Skewer this time just barely going to go wide. And Dorian going to get taken down. Gideon now finding some of these angles, some of these opportunities as he gets on top of Smash with a Heartbreaker. Now Gio with these auto attacks as Carrier, it's just going to get autoed down. And Ona possibly out of position. There's the kick. Follows in order to take down Gideon, but the stun is going to be there, and there's the Ashe damage we've been waiting for. Nongshim able to fight back. This was with Baron.
yeah, this is one of those old school Nongshim types of team fights where you're like, oh, if you want to tussle with us, you better be ready to get into the chaos, as Gideon absolutely pops off in that fight. And Gideon has been known to be a crazy Viego player. You give him that opportunity, you don't respect him. He has a ton of really crazy snowballing champions on T1's side to utilize there as well. The damage coming out of the stolen Corki was unreal. That's going to be a lot of gold over to Nongshim here. They secure Dragon as well as the bounty on the Dragon. This all starts off with Lehen's getting caught, right? Getting spotted here. T1 go for the chase. It's a long rotation over here for the Nongshim members. Lehen's obviously is in a ton of trouble. There's no Yone ultimate, so I can understand why T1 think, okay, this is just a done deal. It's a freebie. If Faker gets out here, none of this happens. None of it happens. But Gideon gets the transform. Valkyrie is perfect here. Gets another transform. Smash is like, I got a flash. That's way too much damage. Uh-oh.
I've seen this movie before.
Well,
yep.
I was, you know, for a moment there, I was like, wait, could Nongshim maybe do this 1 or 2 more times and we have a game? But then we come out of the replay and reality strikes us, and strikes, unfortunately, Ju for a 6th time this game.
And this did happen in game number 1 as well, right?
Yes.
It was the negative Rebel Baron power play into T1 saying, haha, I guess we'll just win. And then they did. This does have an Anivia in it, so maybe that just win is going to take a little while longer. But Ona says he's going to split push, take down a mid lane inhibitor turret, and T1 to continue to push forward. Kingin going to get just engaged on here by Carrier. Kingin goes golden. Carrier likely to die as Gideon is just burning. That is going to be the rocket to take him down. Actually, the last tick of Ignite, I believe, was what removed him there. And Nongshim continuing to play defense. Arrow going to connect onto this Rumble as the ulti from Fisher. It might be enough there to be able to take him down, but instead he goes golden. Ona now taken down to his GA. Smash is getting autoed down by Giu, who's standing and delivering as far as this damage is concerned. If he's not instantly killed, things can be better unless Ona does that. And now the entire bottom lane is being wiped out. He does have to sacrifice himself for it. Speaking of sacrifices, Doran will be taking down Fisher, the hero, as Kingin versus Faker, a tale as old as time, or at least one that's at least 3 years old based on the 2022 World Final.
You know, this has just been so wild to watch. It's another similar scenario, not this scenario. I mean, it's similar in that like Carrier kills Gio. That's been happening a lot. It's like the 6th time that's happened.
Yeah.
This is a similar scenario where, again, if you go into this composition of Nongshim with the Viego on the other side and the Ashe slows, it can be quite tricky to play out. Now, Anivia has the arm guard, so can actually buy a ton of time here. Still has passive as well, so Kingin plays this kind of fast and loose, and I really appreciate how much pressure he puts on. Arrow comes through. just the tip of the ult from Fisher actually locks Doran down, and then Gio positions really well. Yeah, can we stop doing the thing where we say nice things about Nongshim, then we come back and they're dead?
Yeah, this has happened, some would say, too much.
I was hoping for, like, you know, something interesting happens. Hey!
47 kills, the most that we've had so far in a game here in the LCK Cup. Sorry, that is the record to break. We still need one to come on through to tie it up.
I think, you know, there's been some games where you can end without killing anybody. I think this is not going to be one of them. I think it probably is likely to be broken.
I think Lehens, if he respawns, he may just die by existing on Summoner's Rift. This could be another one, though, as Carrier going to look for a Bone Skewer, connects it after the Heartbreaker. This guy is sick. Ona now looking to try and connect that Q, but the arrow is going to be what lands. Nice little stun there as in goes Ona looking for another opportunity. King and just trying to play defense. This picks him out of the air again! How does Carrier keep doing this? Now looks for the engagement in the backline, sacrifices himself as Smash to find an avenue in. He's going to take down Jiu, and Fisher somehow misses everyone with that ultimate. That actually, I don't think that's on Fisher. That should have hit something, I think. As now Faker is going to say enough with the shenanigans, and he's looking to end this game right here. The most kills in a game here for the LCK Cup ever. And Fisher is still going to try and get more, at least give more. It's 2 go down before Smash is given some time with this Nexus. Doran also going to be able to clear out the kill onto King and gets the ace. And this is going to be the 2-0 for T1. Welcome to the playoffs of the LCK Cup. You'll be up against either DRX or Humble Life Esports, depending on who wins the next best of 3. But T1 right now looking like the team to beat in this tournament.
Absolutely, sure. Maybe a little bit of the discipline kind of went out the window there in the latter half of this game, but they had such a lead, it just didn't matter. Smash, silent as he often is after these wins. A player who puts a lot of pressure on himself. He is playing on arguably the greatest esports org of all time. He was subbed in the LCK Cup with no one really knowing what that was going to mean or that this was even happening. You know, there weren't any leaks about it. It was very sudden, and he has really just gelled with this roster. Doran has blended into this roster way better than I think people expected this early, right? I'm not saying that people were saying he was never going to work with this team, but we thought it would take a little bit more time. But T1 just looks so incredibly dominant. You put another veteran like Doran in after Zeus, and the macro plays, the map movements, the early games, the snowballs are just what you'd expect to see from a dominant T1, and this is just no exception. Sure, Nongshim gave him a good fight, especially in that second game where there were some moments where they were able to punish T1 going a little bit too deep, going a little bit too crazy, but at the end of the day, T1 afforded those crazy plays with the 10,000 gold lead so fast.
Yeah. I have to say as well, this was some vintage Carrier, man. Today was one of those days, you know, when we were first learning about this pop-off player that was just able to make support look so incredibly awesome. His Pyke performance, absolutely amazing. Game number 1, the Poppy was also brilliant. I think as far as POM is concerned, it's a bit of a no contest in my brain. This guy really took control. Although all of T1 looking very, very good. Not to mention the fact that Smash won on Misfortune, which we kind of thought might be impossible, which is kind of nutty.
Because, I mean, seeing things like this where Keria and Smash are timing their abilities together, it takes some teams and some duos like months or even a year to build that kind of synergy and communication to land stuff like that. And they're just like doing it like it's clockwork, man. And, you know, Reckless and Smash had similar really good synergies when they were playing together in Challengers. Everyone's, you know, saying the praises of this 80 carry, but it's really just him following up on so many great plays from his support this game, his jungler, and he's slotting in as an incredibly aggressive Kaisa. You know, it was talked about in the draft by the Space last game, like, oh, surprised they banned that, fit their composition and stuff like that, but it's this version of T1 this early being this dominant makes you wonder what the first 2 rounds of LCK could look like, what first stand could look like if they go there. It really gets you hyped. It gets you believing after an offseason that left a lot of people worried. T1 strike back.
Yeah, and it's never without its drama, right? But this is a T1 that looks like they've jumped back on the horse far earlier than they ever really have, right? Like, this is a team that won Worlds like twice in a row and didn't even look that good. What, a month before they lifted the trophy?
I mean, they barely beat KT Rolster to go there in the first place.
Maybe this is a bad sign, Wolf. for T1. Maybe they're peaking too early.
Well, we have seen some really dominant springs from T1 in the past, and the old format, this would be around that time. Call it a winter season for them this time around, but Faker doing a ton of damage, had a pretty great performance on the Corki himself. Another win for the Corki. Maybe the Corki loss streak was overrated. As we move into more important matches here in the LCK, it's doing better and better. But we might be one step closer now to that first T1 Hanwha rematch, so that we haven't had in a while. It was in the lower bracket finals of the LCK Summer for 2024. Zeus was taken from T1, and all Hanwha have to do is win that next series against DRX, and then we'll get that grudge match. So I think it's something a lot of people are looking forward to, and we're halfway there.
Yep, and I think going into today, I was expecting T1 to have the harder time out of the two of the teams. I think that Nongshim yesterday looked like they were a little bit better than that of DRX, and so I think that there will be a microscope on Hanwha Life Esports and how easily and comfortably they can take down their opposition before the playoffs. Is this the most no-brainer POM vote of all time? Carrier having an absolute day out today.
I voted for Owner. No, I thought Owner was more consistent across two games, but in game two, I thought it was a very easy, like if we were doing POG, like 100% Carrier gets it, but his Lee Sin got them back in control of the game with that kick on the top side.
That was a cool one.
He also had some really nice, important plays towards the end of the game to finish it out, because he was like, guys, I'm trying to win here. But
he did start all of the Harlem Globetrotters moments that Carrier managed to snatch them out of the air with, like the alley-oops that they were doing with those kills.
It was both
of
them, to me, I thought that were by far the most impressive players.
Yep, but now it is time for us to throw it over to the interview, so let's hear from Carrier about some of those sick plays.
LCK CUP Play-In Round.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Carrier on the side of T1. Congratulations! Thank you. Congratulations on advancing to the playoffs. This is your first POM. How do you feel? First of all, I'm happy that I'm able to win and get POM. And it's great to be able to finish the match with a quick 2-0. Yeah, in game 1, your Poppy skill shots were on point. So how are you so good at hitting these skill shots? I think Poppy, as a champion, doesn't really have that too much detail into hitting skill shots. So as long as you use her skill shots in the right moment, I think that's really all that matters when playing her. And yeah, you have a fellow Otani in your team, Owner. So how did he react? When Poppy was really hot, I was actually not playing her very well, so I think Owner used to blame me on me playing Poppy, so I really tried hard and I grinded and really tried to prove myself this time. And your Pyke made an appearance today in game 2, and he's a champion that can fall off in the late game, so what was your game plan? I've only imagined playing Pyke against Elise, and Elise actually in the early game doesn't really have good movement against Pyke, and Elise can actually fall off easily in the early game, so I think that's what I tried to capitalize off of. And so we got a chaotic game too, and it was a record-breaking 54 kill game.
저희 팀이 보이스에서 텐션이 올라오는 것 같으면 승기를 좀 잡았다고
So whenever I feel like when I notice that we're going to actually win the game is when our team spirit is up in the voice comm, so I think that's when I can tell. And congratulations on your 5th debut anniversary. Thank you for the yummy snacks, and you've been a pro for 5 years now, so how has that treated you? Throughout 5 years, there were many ups and downs, but in any given moment, given that I had the support of my fans and my teammates, I was able to enjoy my time as a pro. And I think I still have a long way to go in regards to achieving my goals, so I think I have a lot more left to show. So would you like to send any message to your fans then? First of all, thank you so much for always cheering for me.
항상 최선을 다해서 열심히 하겠습니다. 근데 이게
You know, I always want to
감사합니다.
try my best and show you my best. Thank you so much.
POM도 진심으로 축하드립니다. 인터뷰 고맙습니다.
감사합니다.
That's the end of the interview with Carria and back to the space. Thank you.
There it is, the anniversary man. 5 years of Carria and his ingenuity. He gets the player of the match as T1 go 2-0 clear over the Noodle Boys straight into the playoffs. And it is 10 out of 11 and one trolling wolf, as he said.
Oh, hey, whoa.
You can't say that.
Be gone. You know, we were like, oh, let's vote for Carria. You know what he said? That man that's trying to throw a wolf under the bus? What do you mean? It's Owner.
I did say his Owner.
Wonderful. Owner is one of the. I mean, Lucid is the best jungler in the LCK, but Owner is very close and has been performing amazingly thus far. So I'm not gonna throw shade on that vote.
Such a disrespect. Well, I feel bad for Owner, man. Deegan is making it worse.
No, wait. Okay, hold on. Owner is one of the most consistent junglers in the LCK Cup, and today was no exception. Yes, Wolf. That's what I'm saying. The other thing that I'm saying is, Wadid said, well, I'm voting for Carrie because Owner's gotten most of them already. That's a terrible way to vote. Why don't hosts get to vote?
Joke aside, you know, like Carria performed perfectly, especially on his 5 years anniversary. I mean, he even faced Deskers as well.
Now you see this, he got bribed for the vote.
Carria, I love you. Thank you so much. You are the GOAT. Thank you so much. Thank you, Carria. You're the best.
Yeah, ever since his debut days on DRX, definitely found his way. I think the bone skewers were just absolutely crazy. Pyke is one of those champions where it's really easy to look good in laning phase because he's so insanely strong and when you start roaming. But it's actually, to me, one of the hardest champions in the game to play out post-lane phase when you get to the team fights, the skirmishes. Because if you ever get hit by any stray point of CC, you die immediately. And Carria just makes it look pretty easy. And when he dies, it feels like, particularly with some of the later plays, he's like, oh, that's fine.
Cool.
I'll die so that my team can clean.
I mean, joke aside, you cannot really play Pyke like a solo queue. You know, that's the reason why you cannot play Pyke on a pro scene. But this guy plays like a solo queue, right? He's just styling on them with Pyke, so that's why he deserves a POM.
Particularly with Owner, like some of the combos they had.
The alley-oop, the kick into the ult,
toes into the spike, right?
That was amazing. Let's see what our Korean compatriots had to say here on Carria's POM. It's Carria. That's a good one, Helios. We love a pun. 24/7 carry mode. All right. Cloud Templar is like candidacy for a Nobel Prize in writing is slowly slipping a little bit.
I feel like Cloud Templar went really hard for the first few comments, and now he's just like, it's fine.
Oh, it's a parody of the Korean song, apparently.
Okay. I take back everything I said. Apparently, Cloud Templar is gonna do a rendition of a song.
Yeah.
So I apologize. I was wrong.
And by the way, he's actually on
slander.
Analyst Desk for the first time today, by the way. So that happens in LCK today.
Wait, there's a live performance on the Korean broadcast side. Do you know what this live performance is? Could you give us an example of it?
Well, I don't know.
Camera's on you, lights on you, focus is on you, chat's on you.
You cannot really toast like that just randomly. We didn't talk about it before, so I have no words. But anyways, I really love Carria to sing.
All right, okay,
I mean, you can sing it if you want.
No, I don't know the song.
It's a Korean
you wore like
song,
a pop star.
Let's look at the highlights.
I think some of you guys remember those champion release date. I think Smash is maybe not having a great idea about Nvidia, you know? Look at it!
This is a release date diffy. Smash was 3 years old. 3 years old, 10 days when Nvidia was released. So he's never seen this champion. He doesn't know about Frog, and he's like, I am a short-range Kai'Sa. What does this bird do?
Frog and
what is happening?
He doesn't even know what champion does, you know. There's no chance you see Anivia. I mean, back in the day, there was so many Anivia mid laners. Like, you remember Frogan plays like Anivia, but I don't think he even know that. Does he know about Frogan? No, I don't.
No, he definitely doesn't. We are really approaching the point where there are going to be players that are younger than the champions.
Wow.
That they're playing. Like, that is imminent. We're only maybe a year or two away. I just want you to think about that, Deacon. Contemplate that.
Why is the camera on me?
I don't know, but I made use
Because
of
I'm
it.
the oldest, I think, on the cast. Other than, oh yes, whatever. I'm the oldest one on the desk. Okay. What is this? No. Let's just go to highlight 2. Highlight 2, more Nivea, right? Let's see more Nivea here. And it is the tech that Kingen was using to maintain the wave, because we've seen how important it is to try and prevent these early dives.
Yeah, so maybe some of old players remember old days when you could block the minion waves with the champions, and Riot changed like a few years ago, but you can still do it with Anivia. So the idea behind is about this tactic is you delay your minions to your lane, so you're safe in lane, right? So basically when you're doing the lane swap, normally you get denied by enemy champion, so you cannot get even XP. But in this kind of tactics, you can actually get the XP, and also you're playing as Rumble, who really wants to play aggressive in lane, but you're in the safe position, you are really close to your turret. So it's really easy for Anivia to approach in the lane. So that was really smart way to use the Anivia wall.
Yeah, it really doubles because Anivia is already hard to dive in the lane swap scenario. They didn't even get the lane swap, and the pool still worked out fine. You also get the lane pushing into you if you do it right. And I think it ended up working out really nicely in lane. And then we left lane, and then Nongshim kind of got dunked on, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry, I was dreaming about being able to manipulate bot lane by just like putting your body across when there used to be like minion crashing. Yeah, old things. All right, here's the big highlight that broke things open. It's the Drake fight. And Cronny, you were like, oh, they were so close to killing Owner.
Well, they should have. Like, we had multiple people that could have flashed there. Any Viego comp, and particularly when you're fighting against a team that's as good at skirmishing as T1, if you kill that Lee, that fight is playable. 100%. Like, you get the reset on Viego, all of a sudden, they're a member down. Gideon then is Lee, gets to get the resets on his ult. 100% you can maybe win that fight, even though they were down a decent amount of gold, but instead they don't get the kill. Like, Lahens doesn't end up actually getting the Ignite off. I think that both him and or Kingen should have flashed just to make sure that you start the fight off right, and then the game was done.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that they knew that the Lee Sin had the Merc threats. I think one of player should have flashed that to make it better, but I think everyone was just like hesitating. Oh, maybe we can do that. Maybe we could kill him. But in that kind of mindset, you cannot really win that.
Yeah, and it's so tough because we've seen them be decisive before, just like what we saw in the last series against the Bros. And T1 were just better today. They were on the same page. We teased it earlier about hearing some Cloud Templar on the desk singing, and we got it for you right now.
들을 줄이야.
난 내 캐리야 맨날 캐리야
야.
나눈 캐리야.
So I'm carrier. Every day I'm carrying. That's kind of really, yeah.
My favorite part of that was Helios going,
Yeah, what? Helios should be supporting his boy. Putting up the pipes here. You know who got put to the pipes were Nongshim. They had a tough run here. They fall down to the lower side of the bracket. Not out yet as T1 have progressed as the 4th seed of playoffs. We've got one more match for you, though. It is Hanwha Life Esports against DRX to see who goes directly into playoffs, and we'll have to play one more match. And we got some content for you before that match, so make sure you stick around. We'll see you in about a couple of minutes and for more LCK Cup. See ya.
탑의 그 몇몇 선수들이 가지는 이런 폭발력이 한 번씩 드러날 때 그게 또 엄청나죠.
그러니까요.
아 빙당의 꿈 이거 안 되나? 실현 안 되나?
병아리의 꿈이지.
어?
병아리의 꿈인 거네.
병아리의 꿈.
그러니까 뭐 상대일 때 하는 건데 정확히.
럼블 그냥 탱커 아닌 거 요즘.
아.
하나 생명 준비되셨나요?
네, 네.
양 팀의 2세트가 시작됩니다.
역할군으로 봤을 때는 탑에서는 약간 묵직한 역할이 필요하긴 합니다.
아타 아니면 사이드 어때? 아니면 마카오이?
올라프.
올라프 좋아 보이는데? 마오?
애니비아?
아 근데 그냥 애니비아 하고 수업할래? 어때?
뭐죠?
올라프? 올라프 근데 너무 잘 죽었어.
뭐죠?
애니비아. 그냥 애니비아 할래. 애니비아 한판 하자.
오!
분명
보스 형이 탑 애니비아 솔랭에서 하던데.
진짜 하는구나. 애니비아 그냥
대치 때 좋은데. 대치 때 좋은 거죠 뭐 벽으로.
만능이죠 만능.
형 몇 천지만 말해주면 되지. 뭐라 잠깐 파이너플이야.
캔들 잡았어.
바이.
캔들 잡았어.
뭐냐 이거? 나이스. 잡았다.
가운데 넥서스 이렇게 파괴가 됩니다.
지지.
오늘 경기를 승리하면서 처음으로 서포터 POM이 나오게 됐습니다. 국쉔 변호사 최대 등장 배경도 한번 들어볼 수 있을까요?
오늘 캔 해야겠다. 해야겠다. 느낌 왔다.
해야 돼?
2세트 때 해야 돼.
무조건 해야 돼?
2세트 해야 한다고?
그냥 조합 보지 말고 박아 그냥. 그냥 하는 거야.
이제 2세트 풀어보도록 하겠습니다. 보시죠.
우리 카밀 나가야 돼, 4픽에.
네 알고 있어요.
황 사장님이 들고 있는 펜은 상당히 많아서
이러면 내려가서 카밀 못 하지 않아?
하면 돼요. 그냥 하면 돼요.
근데 아지르 상대로 좀 안 좋긴 한데.
하자. 성훈아, 그냥 죽여버릴 수 있어.
그냥 스웩으로 하는 거야?
잘한 생각으로 해야지 이런 거는.
야, 이거 근데 카밀 쉐인 말고 다른 거 없겠지? 다른 툴?
그러니까 다른 거 있긴 한데 그냥 하는 거죠.
그냥 괜찮지 않나? 성훈아 별로야?
그냥 실력으로 하는 거지.
너 하고 싶은 거 해라.
뭐 합시다.
나 성훈아 너가 하면 좋을 것 같아. 너가 하면
카밀 하자.
오! 야! 우리 둘이 캐리해야 되긴 해. 미스터 성.
자, 민들은 공동병기를 쓰고 민정은 2명. 한번까지.
잭스부터. 이겼어. 바이바이.
야 이거 천천히 해. 바텀 먼저. 가 이겼어 얘들아. 아이 정이야 형.
야 이거 그냥 먼저 지르자. 나 이거 강남 바로 볼게. 야 바이 보고 싶은데 바이 볼게.
치킨.
그렇죠.
진짜 샌더고요.
넥터 쪽한테 한번 아지를 피하. 와. 근데 지금 왕개 움직임이 굉장히 유연했고.
야 개사기잖아. 야 성훈아 개사기잖아.
형 좋았다.
그래 그냥 하는 거야 스웩으로.
이 킹갱과 리엔지의 또 역할 중요할 때 그런 또 고점도 나온 것 같습니다.
네. 자, 오늘 경기 기다리고 있는 선수를 지금부터 만나보도록 하겠습니다. T1과 젠지의 선수들이 입장을 합니다. 근데 약간 마지막에 그 듀로 선수가 보이질 않고 있는데 건강이 지금 약간 좀 좋지 못해서 일단 1세트는 나오는 건 확정이 됐었는데 좀 지켜봐야겠네요.
투잡 되시는데? 주먹 인사 2번 해버린.
2번 했다고?
룰러 형이 대신해줬어. 나 주먹 2번 쳤는데? 스매시랑 캐리아랑 2번 쳤어. 힘 너무 많이 쓴 거 아니야?
민규 왔다.
어떻게 표정 개 아파 보여. 병든 강아지 같아.
야 민규 괜찮은 거야 저거?
민규야 괜찮아? 민규야 현대성 어때? 괜찮아.
왔다 뒤로 형. 스웨인 할게 스웨인. 형태 변환자 한다고? 너 갱크래.
케이스 할게.
그래? 앨리스도 있어야 돼.
저 있네.
식당 메뉴판 들고 게임하는데.
식당 메뉴판?
하지 마라 좀.
대박이 형.
경기 시작하겠습니다. 노란 선수 시작해 주세요.
파이팅.
달리. 예? 아, 제발.
T1이 KO 펀치를 먹입니다.
야, 후임 풀 썼냐?
노플. 노플.
아, 오케이.
노플. 후이.
알았어.
나이스!
아, 해봐요, 형.
나이스!
왜 그래?
아, 진짜.
잘했다.
나이스!
You know, no punish there on the bottom side. Now,
Oh God, Lehens. Callan is going to be able to sweep him. So there we go, but Lehens once more. There's the Shadow Dash flash! And they all pile on top of Raptor. He's taken down Diablo. Gonna have to cleanse as Kingin says, you're not taking part.
레너플. 아, 레플 있어. 바텀라인. 총아, 바텀라인.
You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the armor around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in, into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink it in. the arm around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in. Into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink it in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin.
강화생명 화이팅! 강화생명 화이팅! DRX 강화생명 화이팅! DRX 화이팅! DRX 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup Play-Ins. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf once again as we dive into our second series of the day. This time, Hummer Life Esports taking on the victorious DRX from yesterday, taking a win over the DN Freaks. Today, probably going to be more difficult if history has anything to say about it.
It certainly looks like it's going to be quite challenging. However, DRX looking like they're on a bit of an upswing. Yukal has looked like the main character, right, for this roster. It feels like he is just 1v9ing every single game. And Hanwha Life Esports have looked beatable. You know, they don't look like defending LCK champions right now. There's still some synergy I think that needs to be improved. Zek is not having his best days here. Obviously still a very competitive and strong team here in the LCK Cup, but it doesn't feel like it's necessarily just going to be a 2-0 nothing to see here.
Yeah, and remember, this is a team that we had a lot of expectations for. I think I myself was saying that this looks like the strongest roster on paper out of any other team in the LCK, and that has proven to be false. At this point
so far.
in time. So far, exactly, because DK is somehow the best team as far as LCK Cup is concerned. But having a look at the play-in stage, as we just learnt, T1 are now through to the playoffs. And Nongshim, they have another chance. They're going to be facing off whoever loses here today out of either HLE or DRX. That does mean that we'll have a bit more of an idea as to who's going to be facing off against KT and who is going to be facing off against each other. As of course, if HLE wins, they will be facing T1 in that single elimination first round of the playoffs, which is kind of dangerous, man. Like, this is cutthroat, this format.
If that happens, that will of course mean that we have a bit of a banger tomorrow with Nongshim versus DRX.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty hyped to me with how both these teams are looking right now. I don't think it's going to be clean necessarily, but it will definitely be very exciting and very high stakes.
Yep.
as it's been 8 days since these teams have faced off against each other. And, you know, DRX having a pretty good record at the end of their Elder group, right? A stronger group. They had some really competitive wins. A lot of their games went to Game 3, but remember, they were playing with an emergency sub. And, you know, there's a lot of chaos on this roster. Like, the fact that they still have been able to kind of keep it together and make it this far, I think is a very impressive feat. And, you know, Rich as well, returning to the LCK, hasn't been our best top laner by any stretches of the imagination, but he's had his moments too. Sponge has had his moments. It's not always this team is on the same page, but this man in the mid lane, he's living his best life.
Oh yeah, UCal he's come back to the LCK and he's decided that I will be the entertainer of the mid lane, move over everyone else. I'm just going to be weird every game.
When you talk about highs and lows for a player like UCal, even of his losses, this photo right here is his lowest low of the whole tournament.
Him getting denied a pentakill.
Like. This is what this man looks like at rock bottom, okay?
Yeah. I think Wolf means this is the closest to the floor that he's got the entirety of the tournament, because that is absolutely true. The only man to have fallen on the floor playing a video game professionally, which is very, very cool. I don't know whether that's true. And in fact, it happens in fighting games
even
all the time.
when Gumiho had the booth collapse on him, he stayed upright. Okay.
So maybe in Korean esports, it's the first time ever. But let's celebrate the players walking out to LoL Park here, as Rich and Zeus going to be fist bumping. That is going to be a tough matchup, you could say, for Rich on the top side. Zeus, even though this is a team that hasn't necessarily got themselves together, he is still a force to be reckoned with there in the top lane. And let's see whether this is going to be the playoffs variety of HLE, the one that does not easily fall over, the one that does not take chances and cut corners. This is the squad that just tends to win when it comes to the high octane matches.
There's a lot more for Hanwha Life Esports to lose in terms of how this series goes, where you lose a lot of morale. You're the expected victor of this series. Whereas for DRX, you're like, okay, we're the underdogs. You know, we've been playing some crazy games, but overall, like, solid. And UCal looks really good. And no one has high expectations for you coming into this series. You also are in double elimination, so even if you do lose, you have that matchup against Nongshim, so you could still make it to playoffs. So I feel like coming into the series, DRX should be feeling way less pressure, and I think you can kind of see that on the players' faces when we jump back and forth from role to role. On the other hand, though, for Hanwha Life Esports, it would be pretty embarrassing if you did lose here. Again, coming back as defending LCK champions, you look at the matchups down the line, you're like, okay, Zeus, best top laner, best pickup of the offseason. You have Peanut against Sponge, like veteran versus young player still trying to figure it out. Zeka, world champion, you know, and then UCal back to Korea after a bit of a rough time in the LPL, who's looking like a stronger player than he is right now, but still, you know, when you look at the names across the board and you go to the bottom lane even, and you're like, okay, it's Viper, all right, and versus, tell you, that's some storied names there, but in terms of recent form and recent results, you have to give the huge edge to Viper, of course, and Delight, who's picked up multiple titles himself. So this is just a on-paper stomp, is what you would think if you hadn't really been watching closely. I would still officially predict, and I'll do it right now because we don't do official preds for play-ins, a 2-0 for Hanwha Life Esports. But I think some errors could be made, some missteps could lead to DRX getting an upset game winner, or perhaps even stealing the series away. Hanwha Life need to take this series very seriously.
Yep. I think if they were both like Mario Kart carts that you can choose, right? You know, it's got the stats and they're all the big lines or the small lines. I feel like DRX has a really big line in the middle and some smaller lines around that. Whereas on the other side, it's sort of the opposite, right? I do think that, you know, Zeus has been great. Viper has been that rock, even though he's been very critical of himself. Delight is still Delight. Peanut is still Peanut. You never necessarily know, but oftentimes he's just good. Zeka has been a question mark, so that is a little bit smaller, but there's just more on HLE's side. So I would agree with you. I think that HLE certainly is where the smart money's at, but we'll just have to see. DRX can certainly surprise. And the crazy thing is, as far as this tournament is concerned, DRX has about the same win rate as KT, who is currently waiting in the playoffs for whoever loses this match, whether they manage to win against Nongshim or not. The winner of that match will be facing off against KT. So DRX certainly proving that they are a playoffs-worthy team already, I guess.
Yeah.
In a roundabout way.
It's kind of hard to quantify the group battle results, and we'll get better at it as more LCK Cups come along, but HLE do have side selection, and let's see what the game plan is going to be here moving into this draft, because unlike our last draft, it's not a big shared amount of champions you're worried about, like the Elise, the Shen we discussed, the Galio. It's a little bit more mixed up here. And for DRX, they've been relying a lot on some of the more eclectic picks that you wouldn't expect from a team at this part of the standings, right? Like the Nidalee that Sponge likes to prioritize. So I think this draft is going to look very different than our last best of 3.
Yep, I think these first 2 bans on red side, though, are going to look exactly the same.
That's true.
As it's taking a very long time for DRX to find Kalista, but they will be able to lock that one down. There it goes. And the final flex spot will now be available to DRX, as we've kind of seen formed as our meta is concerned.
Zyra is another one of those AP picks that Sponge has really enjoyed. That will be targeted towards him.
I wonder whether this means that Zeka is angling towards something like a Yone that he has been so good at.
Yeah, it does feel like that's an angle he's considering. The Cassante pick, the Aurora pick, these are other picks you could see going to that spot with the Varus band away. Rumble, another consideration for Zayas here.
Mbessa.
Cassante up. Mbessa. Van the Vi from Peanut, which is also a pretty smart choice. And then Nidalee will be denied.
Yeah, that is interesting. I wouldn't have thought that Nidalee is at the top of the priority list for a team with Peanut on it. Of course, Peanut has found a bunch of victories on this champion. Back in his Rocks days, he was an absolute menace on this champ, but more recently, he has been less about the hands champs, more about the macro decision-making and positioning champs, and this is not necessarily one of those.
When he was Rich's teammate, he played a lot of Nidalee Renekton on Nongshim back.
He definitely did.
Well, Cassante feels great into the Nidalee. They'll grab the Jace as well. So 2 high prio picks. Yukal's playing the Jace, and yeah, this is a fiery start for the draft here for DRX, and we won't be seeing Lilia in this position, that's for sure.
Unless we pick 5 junglers, but they probably will not do that. As Nara's being a consideration here, Zayas, a phenomenal Nara player, can play it into Cassante very comfortably.
Not known to be a great synergizing champion with the Nidalee in terms of top 2v2. Victor to come through is also similarly not the greatest option.
Yeah, I don't think that fills us with very much excitement. Neither does the Corki, but it never has.
Corki into Jace can be a very volatile matchup as well. I'd almost rather see Zeka's Aurelia here, but it will be the Corki to be locked in. And
still a flex, a flex, theoretically.
That's true, that is true. You're very right about that, and the Kai'Sa kind of leans towards potentially being in the bottom lane. They want to lock that one up right away. Really strong draft here for DRX so far.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of poke. They have strong front line. I think it'll probably not be tank Jace because of the Cassante here, but they have those options. And, you know, on the other side here for Life, they have some poke to trade back, but their composition is so conditional around that 2-item spike for the Corki, around Nidalee poke landing, around the Narbar. DRX is just a lot more simple.
I would agree. And there's also a lot of mastery here, right? Like, this is the Cassante for Rich. He is very comfortable on that champion. Yukal, the weirder the pick is in the mid lane, and I guess mid lane Jace isn't necessarily all that weird, but he's certainly been comfortable on a lot of these AD mids. And Teddy's Kai'Sa is his best champion by like a country mile these days. He is so, so good. So definitely a great look for DRX here coming out of the red side. Is Leona going to be banned away from Andil, trying to stop some of that setup as the Caitlyn going to be removed from Viper. Of course, throwing bans at Viper feels bad because the guy plays a million things and then every other role's things as well.
And also could potentially be playing Corki here. It would be tough matchup, but it's definitely a possibility. So those bans still feel strong and solid for eliminating some possibilities here for Life, but not the robust bans that we end up here with the Lilia, specifically being so strong with double AD.
Yeah, we saw it. I don't know how Poppy slipped all this way through.
Yeah, I would have much rather seen the Poppy banned instead of Leona in this draft here by Life, but Andil's going to get his hands on it.
Yeah, it might be that Viper was thinking about a Misfortune pickup just to add to a lot of that power. Never mind. It's going to be Elise. Hard to pick the Poppy into the Elise as well, of course, with Repel being available. Don't need to worry about doing any dashes or any silly stuff like that. But instead, Viper is considering the Freljordian Archer.
I think this kind of saves the draft for Life, though, in a lot of ways, because sure, you've got the Corki mid, and that doesn't always feel amazing, but you can really do a lot in a lane swap into Cassante.
Whoa.
Oh, and the Pantheon to come through, too. There's a lot of power in this draft now here for Hanwha Life Esports in that bottom lane. You are not necessarily just going to get bullied by the Elise, and you can swap away from it and try to put the pressure onto Rich's Cassante. And Sponge is going to get his tried and true Sejuani out for that final pick here. With a lot of synergy in this draft, you can cocoon into a Sejuani ult or vice versa, and then follow up on that target with the Kai'Sa. You've got Poke to kind of lean into that. And there's kind of a timer on Hanwha Life's composition if it falls behind on objective fights, because I would argue the Poke will eventually be better for DRX, especially when Nidalee can't see and doesn't have vision around those objectives, and then you have to deal with the cocoon, so somebody has to face check. And Pantheon can face check and then, absorb a lot of that pressure for a second, but will ultimately still be blown up in a lot of these situations. Yeah, I think Hanwha are the better team, and I think they can pilot this draft, and Peanut's a fantastic Nidalee player on his best days. Put that asterisk there always. And I do like what they've put together here, but if I took the nameplates off, I'd kind of be leaning DRX, to be honest with you, Atlas.
Yeah, I kind of like it. And I also like the fact that I can go back to another Mario Kart reference, because it feels to me, if we were to go back to talk about, this time I'm going to go with bikes going into the Wii era when it comes to Mario Kart. That was my favorite, personally. And it's a comparison between the Dolphin bike and the Mark bike. One of them has that acceleration. That's this comp on your screen right now. It just starts off strong and then falls off a little bit. Doesn't have the top speed that a composition like this does have. And if you're Funky Kong with that Bowser bike, man, you can get some top times. Let's jump into the Rift for game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. And Wolf, did you like that? Because
I loved every part of it.
Because we played a lot of Mario Kart in the retro game bar that we will have to say goodbye to because it no longer exists. But it was very, very fun. We would often do that after work, even before you joined the LCK.
Yeah, no, it was great. My favorite memories of the Mario Kart we were referencing, we might have to wait on because we see Andal's a little cut off here, potentially, from joining his AD carry, but looks like it might be fine. They'll see him, though, with that ward if he steps forward, so he has to be patient. And, yeah, Funky Kong was always my nemesis, because I didn't want to play the top tier. I wanted to play my character, which was just play Bowser, and win without using the Funky Kong abuse. And all the 999s in the lobby, 9999, they were all Funky Kong, so I wanted to get there without it. I ended up stopping at like 7,000, but it was a fun time playing Wii Mario Kart.
Yeah, I was different because I played Daisy, who was the other one.
Couldn't stand the voice lines.
The midweight. You just turn it off.
Daisy, yeah.
That's easy.
Hi, I'm Daisy. No. Sponge may hear the hi on Peanut in a moment as his jungle is getting taken away here.
Yeah, he's certainly learning that this is not the time to be on the top side of his
This is
jungle.
what happens when you do pick Sejuani, when Nidalee is already on the other team and they have a lot of prio set up and you can't really farm. You're going to get out-farmed anyways, but now you're quite a bit behind where you would even like to normally be, and we'll see if you can recover.
The thing that's really hard is that DRX had to accept a lane swap, in my opinion. I know that, Kai'Sa and Elise is a little bit stronger than Kai'Sa and anything else.
Sure.
But I do feel like the all-in potential of an Ashe Pantheon is so scary. The problem is they also have a lot of dive setup. So level 1 for Rich, and there are 4 people in this top lane. Azaius is going to hop taxi his way over. That is going to be first blood. Over to Peanut as easy as you like, and it's even Delight that tanks up the turret, and therefore he can happily go back to flash forward as Zeka unable to get the solo kill onto Yukal. I don't know what happened there, but that does not look good as oh god, oh Rich, oh
He's
no.
1 minion away from level 2.
Oh dear, the Turtle Port brings him in, but he had to sit and wait while it was coming through for so long as okay, Andal's gonna come on over as somehow Peanut survives for an extra shot. Still, Rich has survived the initial onslaught as they wait for this tower to reset once more. The boulder comes down.
Oh, it's a disaster.
There goes Delight. Viper not quite dead, but close. And I said, oh no. What I meant was, oh Rich, nicely done.
I mean, I was watching that first dive and I was like, damn, he's 1 minion away from level 2. Viper in trouble.
Yeah, he's dead. And that's Rich getting another one as well. Never mind, that's a kill going over to Andil. Never lucky, Rich.
3 kills on an Elise actually is value. I was talking about this in the previous series. She actually uses gold pretty well. But at this moment, you know, we don't have the XP bar up, but he's so close to hitting level 2. He's like, I want that many of those. Meanwhile, Zeus is in trouble.
Oh, God. Okay, so, and now also here in the mid lane, Yukal, he is dead. So there we go. HLE getting 1 on the board, baby.
Okay, so it's not all terrible, but it's mostly terrible.
Yeah.
Zeus has 1 minion. He is level 2. He is like about exactly 2 levels behind. It's not like he's level 2, 2 levels behind, where he's like 1 minion away from level 3, where the UI makes it look a little bit funny, because we have that now. We can see the purple. He's very far behind. Is a Mininar, very abusable champion, and they're about to get a plate, but they might get even more.
And, oh god, okay, so Zeus is level 2, like you were talking about before. They are just going to look to try and cocoon him. They get the flash out. Andil's going to tank up the turret a couple of times, but dodges the last one with a repel. They can repeat. They can do that again if they would like to.
Yeah, I mean, Sponge is on the bottom side of the map too. Zeus is in a pretty scary spot. Now, Rich is laning into an Ashe, so it's not like he's going to be able to do anything fun anytime soon, but I don't think he's going to die to a Peanut gank either, so he's feeling pretty good about the cross-map situation as Delight does make his way over here to try to stem the bleeding. That means no follow-up dive will come through, but man, this was a very, very rough start to this game here for Hanwha Life. At least they were able to punish Yukal's flash.
Yep.
But that is about it.
Oh god, I think Delight might be dead. The cocoon is going to connect, and Andil is just having the greatest time. Look at that, he's got Sork shoes already. And they have a feat of strength. Oh my goodness. That is so
insane.
much power for an Elise this early on. And you're exactly right when you said him getting the kills is a good thing, because in the early game, that's when he can leverage it the most.
Exactly. That's when that goal is going to matter the most. And he's at a 1.1k lead over his opposition, but when a Pantheon has to come bail a lane out like that, you know he's going to have to try to path back up, right? He's going to have to try to make an impact elsewhere, so you can catch him in the jungle like that if you play it well. And they catch him, and that's another kill going over. And this Kaisa is also significantly accelerated.
Yeah, Rich also looking for a bit of an angle onto Viper here, whose frost shot will be able to keep him at bay momentarily. You can see Rich just playing up in the lane, knows that Andil's coming. There's the repel to close the gap, gets the flash out. Cocoon has to be cleansed. No more summoner spells left for Viper here as Delight moves in, but I don't think they're going to be too scared of a level 3 Pantheon.
Yeah, I think Delight needs to be careful.
Yeah.
Peanut is, you know, up here with that extra pressure from Delight trying to rush these grubs down, and he's got just a tiny window to do it. They have mid-prio here. Looks like he's going to get 2, as he does have that smite.
Yeah, should be able to take this one down. There we go, turns, but the cocoon is going to connect. Delight is going to die for it as the permafrost comes in, and down he goes, 4-0-1! My god, this Elise is so scary. As an Australian, we understand about very dangerous spiders, and I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that is certainly one of them.
Yeah. You know our colleague Kitty. She posted a video recently of her catching the spider.
No, I saw that was a healthy.
That is. I would never be able to handle that. I could never live in Australia apparently.
Oh no, they're not poisonous or anything. You'd be fine.
Oh, okay, but they're very scary. Oh, this is even like we didn't really see the beginning of this.
Oh, great interruption from Sponge actually.
Yeah, but he just used his TP there to pass away.
Yeah.
All right, now this is like, okay, maybe we can steal this away. Oh wait, no, we can get more than that, and then end up getting a kill here on the Delight. Zeus is once again in trouble. He has Mega though.
Yep, and the Wallop is going to go wide, but Teddy just convinces him to leave. He will do that. And the thing that's I find very amusing about this is that I imagine there's a lot of people saying HLE's draft is just terrible. Because with a start like this, absolutely, this draft does absolutely nothing. We mentioned it already. Yeah. This required HLE to be the ones doing this to DRX.
Yeah, it's a bit problematic as
that's an anger arrow is what it feels like to me. But Peanut's coming down. Not going to be able to connect that though because Andil able to go up into the sky. Still, that is shutdown gold going over to Peanut. Flash out from Teddy to avoid the spear as Rich comes in. 1v3, but Delight is extraordinarily close to dead. Does get the stun. Rich looking to be able to flash away, and he will be able to do so.
Yukal also going to get some plate gold out of this play as well, so this ends up being a little bit better for DRX than it otherwise looked to be. So a lot of farm denied because they ended up getting that teleport there from Zeka. So It's not all bad here for DRX on that one. Zeus, on the other hand, will get some alone time up here, but with the roaming Elise isn't going to stick around to try to force down the plate, which I think is a wise choice.
One thing that HLE have been able to do is sort of stabilize, right?
Oh,
this
absolutely.
is not as bad as it could have otherwise been. It looked like they were kind of just chain dying, and then it was just going to be that for the rest of the game. Not really the case. 1,000 gold, not too much in it. And with Viper being able to start off that play, puts them back into a relatively decent standing. And as this mid-game sort of rolls around, you imagine that the Gnar is going to be feeling fine in this matchup as he gets a couple of items together. Mid-game, certainly the power will be there. And if Peanut can continue to actually affect this map on this Nidalee, especially now at 2, 1, and 0, that is putting them back to where they kind of wanted to be with this composition. And in fact, Peanut getting that gold is really important because as a Nidalee falls further and further behind, you feel so useless.
You start to get really choked out, and then you're not going to be as a, not really an engaged jungler at any. Okay, Zeku?
Yep, Zeku is just going to get pushed into Andil. Does do a lot of damage with the Valkyrie, actually, as the Cocoon goes wide.
Well played.
Yeah, nicely done.
Gets half of Yukal's health bar on his way out. Doesn't have to flash. Nice dodge.
You can feel it, though, from Andil. He is really trying to make this money work for him. Knows that he's on a little bit of a timer with this Elise pick.
Exactly, especially...
Same can be said for Delight. Like, the Pantheon's also not going to be the most late-game powerful champion.
But I think when you look at the 6-3 kill score, that makes you feel like DRX are really crushing it. And they do have 1,000 gold to lead here at 10 minutes, which is significant, but it's not game-ending. And a lot of that money is on the Elise. I mean, it's squarely on the Elise. And so when you think about that, it means that, the Kai'Sa isn't out of control, right? The Jace isn't out of control. And as a result, this is still very playable, especially if you're this far up in the lane and get punished. We'll see teleports traded here, as mentioned. Yukao gets plates out of this, but it's still a kill onto the Elise. It's still money to Peanut, as you mentioned. They get Teddy's flash as well, and it's a pretty significant win here for Hanwha Life. Also getting Rich's flash, which I did forget about because he has to go over the fat wall here, but over on the other
teleport,
side,
actually, as Viper is dead, guys. Doesn't have his flash. Does manage to cleanse, but he's still dead. That is Yukao picking up some much-needed money in that mid lane. You can see really tying up the gold between those two. As DRX surge forward again.
That's a very back-and-forth game here, but DRX trading up in a lot of ways. Now, finally, Zeus gets the matchup he was hoping for here.
Yeah, doesn't quite get that wall up in place, but still going to be able to do a fair bit of work here. As you can see, some grub's going to be taken here by DRX. They nailed down the first one. Should be able to grab 2. Let's see whether HLE can even the score as far as that is concerned. But instead, they're going for a fight. Sponge down incredibly low, but Yukao diving in. And he's super tanky, to be perfectly honest. The Shock Blast, the tiny one, is able to wipe out this Pantheon as now Viper free hitting. To the skies goes Yukao. Let's see whether Viper can actually land this. Oh man, that volley was so high value as Andil is able to get the kill back, but not without sacrificing himself. And now Peanut will be able to even out these grubs, as we mentioned before. This game is chaos.
Kind of a banger to start things off here. So close to turning that one around, but Yukao does go down. Viper will go down with him, though. Flash was expended as well. He just got it back up, so that feels huge as he doesn't have it for this play here. And you can see just how powerful this duo can be. I mean, Jace Sejuani has a lot of synergy, cleanses there at the final moment, but still just gets smashed by Yukao there, and Sponge committing the ultimate just to be safe. Going back into this replay here, it's a little bit broken up, it's a little bit messy. Engaging on the Pantheon, not the biggest fan of here. He was positioned really well to try to prevent that Arctic Assault from hitting Peanut. So Delight actually putting in a lot of heavy lifting at the beginning of this, but still gets hit by the Shock Blast, and that really hurts because if he lives there and they trade this, you feel a lot better about it. As Viper is kiting incredibly well, but Andil is just so fed at this point. I think actually gets a proc of his Hextech Alternator in that final moment as well. Zeus!
Oh god, okay, that is going to be some plasma proc, but Teddy's able to cleanse out from Delight, but the arrow's still going to connect onto Andil here. Peanut dashing forward, but Teddy, Killer Instinct into the backline, executes the Pantheon, but sacrifices himself for it, and I feel like killing a cannon's probably more valuable than killing Delight at this point, so probably still a trade-up for HLE as DRX. If they can get this Drake, certainly good for them.
Teddy didn't have flash and didn't have any really defensive ult opportunities there, so perhaps thought he was going to die either way, so decided to go in, which I think, if that's true, if we look at the replay, maybe we'll think differently, but at that moment, probably thought that was the best opportunity for him since he didn't have that critical summoner. He does have it now. but didn't at the moment. As wow, we're just really trading blows in this game. And when you look at where the gold is, again, it's fairly even between the AD carries, but a slight advantage to Teddy. The Elise advantage is getting bigger and bigger, and she scales better than Pantheon because she can still blow people up later on, and you know she can at range and with map control just isolate anybody. Exactly. Yeah. So like you catch basically anybody that isn't Pantheon, and then also Pantheon, frankly.
Especially this Pantheon. Thankfully, you know, Delight's going to be way more healthy now. He's got his serrated Dirk for all that defense.
Yeah. He went for the Rocket Belt as well, Andil, in this game.
Yeah, a little bit of added utility. I'm kind of into it. Normally we do see Storm Surge picked up first just to fully commit into a lot of damage. But this time, just adding to that mobility, and I'm kind of into it. Still, Zeka looking for a couple of plates, but ooh, I believe he managed to get the last one right before they fell down, so that's certainly good.
This is how you play around Vision, though, with this composition. Siege up turrets, let the Cassante absorb the pressure elsewhere, especially because it's a Nidalee composition. If Rich dodges even a few of these...
Oh, the arrow going to connect. That's after the dash. That is bad news, Bears. He's going to get taken down, quite literally, because that's what the ability's called there from Peanut. And they will lose this turret. That should be a feat of strength going on over to HLE, and there it is.
That's a huge play from Viper, because I think without the arrow, he can buy so much time, and they have so much control over that top side. They don't get the turret, actually.
Oh, God. Okay, Glacial Prison goes down, and so will Delight, because he doesn't have a health bar still. Sponge tanking up that turret. Winter's Wrath avoided beautifully there by Viper, but now Andil and Yukal looking to try and take him down. That Rocket Belt doing some work there, but Andil not able to close the gap. That's an inner turret. Okay.
Yeah, for an outer topside, Teddy did finally take that one out, but...
And an outer mid. So having a look at the gold, though, it is even.
I think it's a pretty big win for Hanwha Life, to be honest. And this Gnar needed the money so badly. And, you know, now he's going to start to be a really big threat. I think he hasn't backed for a while, sitting on a ton of money. Finishes his boots, grabs that Triforce as well. And DRX, we talked about how their comp has some longevity to it, but it, again, depends more about vision, I feel like, than just the scaling elements of this, especially with the tank Jace it looks like we are seeing built here by Yukal. Oh, man, if Rich doesn't die here, the setup is so good for the side of Hanwha Life, because maybe they kill him or zone him off the turret anyways with Zeus TPing, but he buys so much time while they're getting that top turret, but because he's hit by the arrow, it's so much easier. And then over here, I mean, this is a really scary play from DRX because they almost give Viper a kill off of this. And they were going to lose the turret, or they were going to get the turret anyways, but it was a really high-risk play to give a kill to a utility champ rather than onto your AD carry, for example. So that, I didn't love that one from DRX, to be honest. It also allowed then that inner turret to go down as Zeus picked it up.
I want to say as well that Peanut's having a pretty good game on this Nidalee so far as the arrow once again. Oh, it sails by the spider and hits the boar. Andil's still going to die, though, as Zeka locks that one down with a Frost Bomb. And Sponge unable to avenge his fallen support. And this is one of the problems with the Elise.
Zeus is just chilling up here, too.
Oh, God.
He's going to start putting pressure on this inhibitor turret. Yukal does have teleport and can actually just back, but it was a scary moment if they were going to further commit there. They do not, and they end up giving over the Herald. So DRX trying to do a little bit too much here on the map, I feel.
And this is the opposite of what DRX have kind of done throughout the remainder of the tournament, which has been fall behind and then find a way back in. This is get ahead and then not find a way to do anything in the mid-game that's really working out, as now Teddy and Viper are fighting. Teddy's going to win this one. He's able to take down his opposite number. And as I say it, DRX look to right the ship. They claim the gold lead once again, even though it is basically pennies.
Holy bizarre.
This is nuts.
It was really bizarre, too, that Viper just opted into staying in mid there against a Kai'Sa rather than helping his teammates out. Maybe they thought it was just a foregone conclusion that DRX were going to back off of the grubs, but he just dies.
Might have been an opportunistic Void Seek or something like that. Hopefully we see a replay of how that one actually started. As here we start with Andil getting tagged almost by the arrow.
Still, of course, he's just going to get focused down, but gets a flash for his trouble, forcing the Pantheon to flash there. And they buy a bunch of time here, zone out, Rich comes over, right? Yukal's in position.
Yeah.
And yeah, it is just a Void Seeker here. Okay, so this, Viper is completely adjudicated. This is just a good play from Teddy, expecting him to rotate over as we expected, because he was, and then he got caught.
Yep. Very nicely done. With the arrow off on cooldown, there's no way to defend yourself when the dive bomber comes in. So nicely done there by Teddy. And him being fed in this game is such a huge deal for DRX because we know what he can do with this Kai'Sa. He has single-handedly turned games on this champion.
Absolutely. Been one of his best. When you think back to the Mad movie stuff we saw last year, one of the most impressive ones of the year. I think he actually won Play of the Year at the LCK Awards.
He won so many LCK awards. I'm not gonna lie. And he had the the best celebrations and things like that. Teddy was really cleaning up.
He's just an iconic player. By the way, that is feats of strength for DRX with that objective being taken here.
Yeah.
HLE not able to answer back, and that's also going to be Soul Point for Infernal Soul. Oh, no, sorry, didn't it say Infernal? I swear it did, but no, I guess it was, no, that was the Infernal Drake taken for the Chemtech Soul.
Yeah.
My bad. There's a lot of objectives in the game. I'm just going to mess it up sometimes.
I think Orcs is busy doing something else because we've had so many Chemtech Souls so far throughout the play-ins, and it's quite disappointing. So he's going to have to pay attention. Hopefully, Dan Harrison, if you are watching, please just pay some more attention for the next game.
Man, we're going to have to pull up the damage to structure stat or something at some point. He
has like close to the highest gold lead in the game.
Get this man a hull breaker.
Surely he'll build it next.
I mean, he could. I mean, UCal is going to get a turret down here on the bottom side in exchange with the Herald, but they had to use Herald for that. It's going to really be with the objectives mattering less with the Chemtech Soul on lock here. A lot about who gets control over the big ones, like the Otacon that's spawning in 40. I don't think we're going to see anyone trying to take that 40. It is the Muramana being put together here for UCal as well. Kind of figured that would be the case, but it's always a mystery with Cleaver Tier.
Yeah, true.
And so he's going to be doing a lot of damage. Hold up, Viper.
Yeah, going to immediately cleanse, but still gets hit by the Cocoon. A little bit of return damage, and yeah, avoiding those Void Seekers, good idea. Not going to be dying this time.
What's really impactful about the Chemtech Soul, though, Atlas, is the Scryer's Blooms that are empowered, because with Vision and Elise being able to hide around and play around that Vision so incredible and set traps, it becomes so incredibly oppressive against Hanwha Life Esports if DRX can get that map control. We've been talking about if they get it for this whole game. It's been so back and forth, but they haven't had really a ton of control, and I feel like have been run around the map by this Gnar quite significantly. Gold, though, still an advantage for them. Very slight, but this game I feel like is anyone's to take. It's such a good game.
Somehow it's also Voracious Otacon, so I think you're right. So we're just never going to get Ruinous.
Never,
it's just not a thing. Didn't they say that it was going to be like more likely in Pro? Because like if this game doesn't have it, it's never happening.
They say a lot of things, you know. And it doesn't always happen in our region, to be fair. It happens sometimes in other regions.
Yeah, I'm going to send an email to Matthew. We need to, I just want some variety in my Otacon, or I just want Otacon to be just the one. That's fine too. All right, Zeus 50% health, getting sieged on here by the Boar and the guy with a hammer slash gun.
Cocoon on cooldown, but Viper is still not going to mess around with that. And no arrow, so we'll have to just leave the location. Almost caught Zeus there, though.
Ooh, okay, Peanut gets the trap down, but we'll take a Winter's Wrath for it. Finds that beefed up Scryer's Bloom.
Somebody who has to take my cat to the vet occasionally, chasing a cat down can be quite tricky.
It can certainly be tricky. As Teddy walks over a trap, not too psyched about that one, as now Spears not quite connecting. But it looks like DRX on the run from this one. Rich is making his way down. Zeka is towards the top side of the map, but does have his teleport.
I mean, this is more members of DRX here than there are of Hanwha, and they're getting nothing, so the trade-up is Zeka having some alone time here. There's no outer to take or anything like that, so this does end up just being a full reset, but I feel like from a macro perspective, probably DRX coach is like kind of, you know, shaking his head a little bit at that one. They weren't able to fish for anything. They were close to maybe setting something up on Viper, close to grabbing that mini Gnar on the Zeus. Sponge was very aggressively positioned, and this comp has so much pick potential that I respect it, but maybe back away when you miss the chance.
Yeah, this game is so close, though. It is kind of nutty.
So close. I mean, compared to the last series where it could not have been more one-sided, I'm like, I'm here for this.
Yeah. As that spear does so much damage. Horizon Focus is done here for Peanut as well as its Leandries. So, yeah, these are very threatening. As they dive onto Sponge, great Arctic Assault, but Viper is going to tag Andal. A few arrows do come in, but UCal has found the Ash, and he's in the blender and will be just decimated. Zeka teleported in, but I don't know whether he really wanted to, as these health bars are going lower, but I don't think that they can actually re-engage. As Delight, yeah, he's going to try and protect himself, but he gets stunned, and oh god, the damage from Teddy.
This is starting to be the Teddy show again on this Kaisa, and Hanwha Life not in really a position to try to fish for anything else here. I think they should definitely be willing to vacate It looked like at the beginning of that play it was going to be Nidalee trapped for lose Sejuani, but then they turned it around.
And this is what happens, right? With HLE having 0 frontline, DRX can take the initial salvo and then continue to fight.
Yes.
That is what we're seeing.
And now they're looking for Chemtech Soul Point on spawn. Not the most impactful threatening soul, but still value in this composition. We'll see if Hanwha Life have anything to say about it. They're rotating over as quickly as they can.
Yeah, Voidseeker not going to be able to find too much there as Peanut can pounce over that wall if he would like to. Does so right there, but
Andil on a late join here. Could be cut off.
Yeah, Sponge is also pretty low. Andil now just trying to protect this outer turret. HLE decide that they want to stop that from happening and should be able to get this outer. The rest of DRX not committing to anything.
I'm not sure why Andil was that far away, maybe just clearing some vision on the top side of the jungle, but the rest of his team was clearly focused on the dragon. He wasn't there and almost got caught, lost the turret over it. See if he can turn it around here. Zeus has Mega.
Yeah, Zeus not going to be too worried about what DRX are going to be able to do here as Sponge moves in and wants to immediately move out. Oh, the Arctic Assault missed synergy there alongside the Cocoon, forcing that one to miss. The Dragon is going to go to Peanut, and Zeus wanting to kill Rich, slows him down with a big old rock. And that is going to cause his demise. HLE now moving up towards Otacon as well.
This is a huge turning point in this game. I think DRX are really going to be kicking themselves for this one. Andil's late rotation, losing the turret, being completely split there on the focus. And Hanwha Life, they were not. Laser focus there on those isolated targets, catching Sponge, and now trying to stop this Otacon as a pipe dream.
Oh,
see if DRX can make it happen. UCal coming in.
It's a pipe dream, but they're still going to try and go to Sleepwolf. Viper going to get tagged, yep. Health bar completely invisible here as they're looking to rotate over. Yeah, Otacon's going to be taken, and then you're going to be here. You do not want to be here, DRX. As what goes up must come down, and then goes even further down. That is the 4th death, catching up with the deaths comparison to all of these kills that Andil picked up.
I mean, we have, you know, I would call at this point Rich a veteran, and he's a MOBA veteran, obviously, right? And you have Teddy on your team, you have UCal, but it just feels like Hanwha Life are the better team at setting up on objectives. The coordination is way better. It just looks like 5 veterans versus some lost sheep. Frankly, with how DRX was setting up these objectives, it's just very poor coordination after a huge lead. It's completely split here. The front line is cut off. Otacon, you have to give it at this moment in time, but they commit anyways for the contest here, and it's a disaster. Luckily for them, only Andil will get picked, but it's just further map control to Hanwha Life Esports. Map control you so sorely need. If your opponent gets Otacon, you could still set a trap. You could still maybe set up a pick and look to stop some of that pushing. But if you're losing this much map control, you can't even set up for that anymore. It's so difficult.
Yeah, this is that sequence of play was just the main thing that was awful, because DRX, everything else was going great. I actually was quite impressed with how they played out every other part of this game until that sort of cavalcade of misery came on through.
I mean, we've seen some weird stuff in this game for sure, like Zeus' teleport, the teleport from Zeka, where I'm like, you know that package, man, you're lucky they didn't kill you, stuff like that. But
yeah.
Hanwha Life making really good decisions and making snap decisions in these chaotic moments that DRX are just not able to match the speed of is really problematic for them. I mean, Zeus, 5-0-2, 3 items.
Oh, easy on the trigger finger there, but unfortunately, Andil is still going to pop like a balloon. Zeus just hops on top of him, and that is a dead Elise. And in other games, we'd be saying, oh, now it's time to take Baron, because the Smite's dead. But Elise isn't a jungler anymore, so Sponge could theoretically go for some sort of steal.
There's a bit of a Gnar on a flank situation, but he does have his withdrawal, so I don't think he cares.
Yeah, this is the thing. So DRX are going to move over. Delight gets healed up, actually, from Peanut for most of his health bar, and Sponge, he doesn't have that option. He just dies. Baron is going to go over to HLE as well. And it's like HLE just decided they wanted to win in the last few minutes. Rich going to get thrown back into the wall. He'd almost escaped, and Zeus said, nah.
I mean, they got through the toughest part of this game relatively scathed, but like Zeus really kept them in it with really good side laning. Zeka, despite being in danger a few times, never died, right? He hit his 2-item spike. Now he's got 3 on this Corki straight to the LDR. He's massive now. Wasn't as clean as Corki game, but it's clean enough. That hurts a lot. And, you know, when you get through so smoothly, some of the toughest parts, and you have that big game-deciding team fight where Andil's cut off, you lose turret, you lose a member, then you lose Andil, then you lose Andil before Baron. It's like Summoner's Rift's got a post 20-minute get an objective, you get one Andil free. You know, Hanwha Life just ruling the game now. Suddenly a 7,000 gold lead, and we see, if you see the gold graph come up, you're going to see a huge spike around that moment on Dragon.
And it's It's nutty to me because it feels like HLE are making Pantheon Nidalee look like a late game viable, like compositional choice.
Well, I was going to say the cool thing about the Pantheon too, when we were talking about the early game, you know, yeah, the Nidalee doesn't have great synergy with the solo laners here, Gnar and Corki, but if Pantheon shows up, he just makes the spear hit. That's just
and also,
how it works.
makes someone not move.
Yes,
that is very valuable.
It's pretty significant. And I do like what they teched in here. And the glaive is so useful against Elise, so he went for that, and now he's got so much vision control. They have Chemtech Soul as well to play around, like I was talking about.
Oh no! That time the repel didn't land. Oh god! Okay.
Like I said, it's a post 20-minute objective. You get one Ondil free.
Yeah. Well, they are really making the most use of that coupon. I think. Perhaps the store should look into making the limit be only 1 coupon per day.
Yeah, limit like 2 per customer.
Yeah. I think the shareholders will have something to say about that because they may have lost some revenue. Still.
I think this game may just be cooked now, Atlas. I mean, there's just no way back in.
Yeah,
it's so oppressive.
It's feeling to me like perhaps HLE have switched on enough in order to make this one work. As Teddy, oh god, tagged by another spear. And Viper just avoiding these Void Seekers. Sponge and Ucal just wondering which fire they need to put out first, and unfortunately, that results in none of them really going out. Cocoon gonna connect here as the Mega Knot should actually come through. It's just whether or not that does anything. He hops into the enemy base. And Teddy, I don't know whether you needed to ult, but you did, and he died, so...
Got him.
Yeah, results-based analysis says you nailed it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's gonna be in trade for this dragon. It's only a second Chemtech dragon. They got the Ondil preemptively this time, so won't be coming with it, but...
Yeah, I think they took the coupon off. It was a bit of an emergency situation.
I think when you look at the dead inhibitor, the top side being a little bit more valuable now in this game, it's really not feeling like this one catch on the Zeus is really even a one step forward here. Like it doesn't even feel like a win. If Zeus gets out there, you know, you feel like even worse, but killing him doesn't really feel like a major victory in any way. And Hanwha Life got a lot out of that Baron. That inhibitor is going to be down still when the Baron spawns in 2:30. That's what I was talking about, the top side being more important here now, especially because the Dragons, even though they wouldn't be spawning at that time, are kind of irrelevant in this one.
And you can see Zeka building towards item number 4. You've got the same being said here for Zeus, as an arrow will not be able to steal the crab. Sponge immediately bails out towards the northern end of the pit.
That was scary.
It certainly was. And Zeka level 17, 8-0-3 on this Corki right now. And Corki, the Renaissance man, is really made his way back into the forefront of not being bad.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
I think very well set up for success in this game.
Now has an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, he suddenly, like, he had the 2-ion spike, we're like, all right, cool, and then I was like, wow, he has LDR already, and then next thing I know, like you said, he's got IE. IE, this game is over. I'm really looking at it, and I'm like, man, DRX, you had such a great start, and you know, you and I were kind of pitching this composition for DRX as having the more late game top speed. I think that is premedicated on maintaining control, which they lost significantly. Is Zeus?
Well, Teddy, he looks good gold. That is true, as he flashes and kills him. So that's a lot of cooldowns. However, the results once again say that things are good. Rich is also dead, and so it's a 1-for-1 as both top laners just having a bit of a nap.
Yeah. I mean, that's your Zhonya's on cooldown for a little bit. Zhonya's a good buy for Kai'Sa, who gets value out of the AP as well for her poke. And I think the game plan here for DRX is try to survive for 2.5 more minutes for the inhibitor to spawn and try to keep Baron from happening at that point. Maybe then you can win a miracle team fight. Maybe that's your only hope at this point. Looking for a second inhibitor, though, is HLE.
Yeah,
I think they're going to get it.
Going to tag Sponge, but he was able to buff out the Arctic Assault, and the inhibitor will go down. So that is 2. Next one could be taken here, unless they move over to the Baron in 30 seconds time to take that one down instead. Ucal possibly overextended, and by possibly I mean very overextended. The flash forward from Delight. Ucal's relatively tanky, and Zeka may go down as well, but not before killing him. As, oh god, the spear just one-shots onto Ondil, and now Peanut is just dancing around the fight, able to take them all down. Rich still going all out though, and is able to execute both of the damage dealers. Zayas just wasn't there and also probably wasn't needed. Delight likely to die, but instead he gets healed up by Peanut and manages to help take down the Cassante. Peanut's in Italy, man. He's really having a day out on this champion. The Nexus will now go down. This was a weird, wonderful, wacky game, but in the end, it's HLE walking away with the W.
Yeah, I think we might be taking a closer look at some of those average kills per game stats for play-ins after today. The number has been quite high at this.
Yes.
Some of these drafts have been, we've really gone down the rabbit hole with the Elise compositions and how many deaths they can create on both sides. The Pantheon in this case really helping get Hanwha Life Esports back into the game. Peanut playing incredibly well. Zeka, man, he was an inch away from death in so many moments, but was able to escape with his life, and often his flash, and then was ready to pop off later on, and this double AD carry comp really hit its stride later on. I thought it was just going to be, you fall behind in the mid game, DRX run away with it, they get vision control, and there's just no playing this anymore, but unfortunately, we didn't really take into account how much power the Gnar on the side really was going to have in this game at pulling DRX around the map, and DRX just couldn't make the same decisions as fast as Hanwha Life did when we got to that Dragon. We went pre-Baron, DRX pre-Otacon. Just a lot of big stumbles there that gave Hanwha Life the opportunity to come back.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for DRX. I think they'll be kicking themselves for throwing away what was a pretty winnable game state in the mid game, but they've still got game number 2. We'll see whether they can make their way back into this series. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break that one down. Then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you there.
이거 볼만하다. 노플이래. 카이사 궁 엘리스만 조심해. 야, 너 맞아줄게. 힐 줄게. 카이사 노플 천천히. 나 상타 안 죽어. 야, 좋아. 내가 없어. 내가 잡았어. 좋아. 힐대.
야, 게임 끝내.
야, 우리 둘이서 잡고. W 몇 초?
W 5초야. 야, 노플이야. 약해. 힐 주고. W, Q. 하늘에서 빵태열이 떨어진다. 예? 가비요. 라이브가 너무 망했다? 라이브 진짜 뭐예요? 레전드로 망했는데.
찾아주는 게 중요합니다. 이런 거 피하기는 거. 대신도 뚜껑이 열리긴 하겠지만. 예. 근데 룰루가 계속 때려대면. 유틸포 중에서
캐리아가 이거를 들어가야 먹으려 그랬고요. 와! 캐리아! 그리고 우디로 이렇게 많이 나와요.
We running it up. I'm back here to stay. No one can get in my way.
Overconfidence ability from Carzzy. Most certainly. Lot gonna ult, go for the all-in. Nice flash from Nako. Lot in trouble now. Hammer form going in, waiting as long as he can. On the E, try to get the knockback. Full channel Q. Why is this extra damage? Why are they just continuing to fist fight?
Getting plus 27 every second? What is happening?
Why am I seeing plus 27 every second? What was that? That was just biscuit healing or what?
Top is where I end up. They ain't messing with us.
We running it up. Yo, they ran out of luck.
Actually well played there by Umpty after getting invaded.
Oh, and now Umpty is behind Quid. He just TP'd back in, so this would be really rough timing to get ganked. Wallbreaker getting charged up. Will he get the flash out? Nice sidestep. Knocks it back into the tower. And goes to the skies. Doesn't quite have the damage to finish him off, but he's trying to threaten. He flashes forward. Quid with the monster outplay in the 1v2. What a move from him.
Ooh, that is really...
He just broke brother's ankles.
Really rough.
Ballin', yeah, check out my stats. I put my team on my back. Put my city on the map. That's all I'm about.
O importante é que o Stack vai chegar mais rápido. Parece que a Pinka não tá, hein? Tá todo mundo vindo, Coach pelo lateral, pode tentar o flanco por aqui, o Carioca se ele acertar, vai atordoar. E o adormecer em todo mundo é sonho. Entrada agora, e a vez em que garantir esse ultimate, mas olha a devolução da PEN, vai demolindo a Leviatã! Eles pegam o dragão, mais um perdendo a vida, são 3 abates confirmados, PEN Gaming.
Hey, we running it up. Yo, they ran out of luck. Yo, we running it up. Yo, we running it up.
Yeah, so they got about 70 seconds left on it. It's a 150-second buff, so it'll expire about 10 seconds before the Drake pops off. But if Licorice just gets this one for free, that's not a great start.
Oh, no. Okay, Fate sealed from Palafox. Trying to turn it back around onto the Urgot. They're both going to get their shields. Licorice still trying to get himself back away here a little bit further. Palafox, the protagonist, slays the Urgot and takes his win in the 1v1. Now Adiland's trying to clean him up, but he's got to be careful. The Yone is still highly mobile, looking to get himself back away. Resets position yet again. Q3, Palafox just sat Adi down and told him how it is.
Just 1v2 if you're Palafox. A great game 3 by Palafox. Back-to-back solo kills.
The top is where I end up. They ain't messing with us. Hey, we running it up. Yo, they running it up.
순간 뒤에 캐리야. 아래쪽 돌아. 브라인 들어갑니다.
들어가서 룰러 쪽.
잘 싸울 생각입니다.
룰러 쪽. 일단 잡고
호텔 깊숙하게 물렸기 때문에
물론 호텔을 최대한 시키려고 하고
그런데 스매시가 세거든요. 이게 스매시가 세거든요.
긴 입긴 했는데
길죠. 그리고 뒤로
포탑이 있긴 하지만
포탑을 무시하지 주문하면 뻗어봅니다. 그리고
마무리
이렇게 끊어버립니다. T1. 와 901을 찍는 스매시의 카이사.
If I shoot, it's going in. I feel bad for y'all. All I know is how to win. Ballin' every shot so swish.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the space. Hanwha Life Esports up against DRX. Despite a back and forth, aggressive, kind of smacking game, Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wadid, and the Elise pick was there, the early dives, and it was fun until it wasn't.
Yeah, this really is an interesting lesson in perspective.
Okay.
Because you can look at this game and go, man, it was cool because first DRX, you know, they had a great early game and then Hanwha Life came back. Or if you're more negatively inclined, you could be like, what was that? Why is Hanwha Life throwing away early games with a composition that heavily relies on them?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, we could definitely see that from their draft as well. Like, they're first picking Nidalee and also picking Gnar and Corki to end up their first phase of picking, right?
Peanut, Nidalee, Pog!
No, not Pog.
No,
I mean, it hasn't been for years.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think you need to set up really well for the Nidalee, but I think end up with the Ashe and Pantheon bot lane kind of helped that. I mean, we are not talking about their early games, but
yeah,
you know, in the fact that their comp is okay with it.
It's, I don't know. Like, I know that they won the game.
Yeah,
and I think that
something was
if this wasn't DRX that got those leads, they would never win this game.
No.
I think you can see just from the level of shot calling in mid to late game in particular. But with this draft, I do think, as Widit is saying, it has a very clear early game theme. Pantheon Nidalee is a really strong jungle support duo that you can play through. You can leave Zeus alone because he wins the 1v1.
Yeah.
So all of that makes sense. And Ashe is one of the strongest AD carries at the current moment. The problem is that we have certain expectations.
What is
for
happening?
Hanwha.
What is happening?
What is happening?
Can you explain
Widit?
to me what is happening?
So in this one, we can. This is great.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah.
Lovely.
Great
Wonderful,
usage of Pantheon.
Wonderful dive.
Target
great
CC.
Usage. Yeah, target CC. Very good. Okay. ECP him back in. That's Cassante. We know Cassante level 2. Very scary. Do note the timely arrival of Elise.
Yeah, I mean, I think Andil kind of like cleaned up really well with his backup, and also, I mean, some of you guys might listen to the voice comms at the end of the game.
No. Hololive, don't do it!
No! Yeah, that's what they said, basically, right? They literally said, "Oh, what are we doing, guys?" Yeah, maybe you can listen to that.
Look at Peanut! He knew this was him at the end of the game.
What are we doing?
And he wasn't even like, yeah, I actually, like, we gave him flack. I think that it's not even about Peanut individually. It's just, he doesn't, like him on Nidalee doesn't fulfill the role the team needs him to play. He was fine this game, hit his spears, did well. But I think the Hololive know as well, which is why we're going a little bit harder here. They know. This is...
They know themselves, right?
And they, as both G's and we did also caught it on the first go through when we listened to the comms. They're like, yeah,
what are we doing, guys?
This game was way hard. And then Viper, who I think again recovered at a couple of great errors, also had some early game laning mishaps where he just kind of got walked at and died.
Well, that then brings up here our second highlight. In the mid lane, this is the catch where Sponge gets caught and then the game gets out of control. Boom! One of those arrows that Viper landed.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I think Viper had so many silly mistakes on the side lane, getting caught so many times, but I think a factor that he's playing Ashe and he's shooting the Ashe arrow at the right moment, at the right place, that helped the game actually, you know?
And it's such a deflate, because the game was over after that. They got out of con, and then obviously Hololive never relented their control, but it's just kind of insane that this match was as close and as messy as it was. It was really fun to watch at the beginning, but we did kind of have our doubts about DRX actually being able to pilot it. And then particularly with Rich and Sponge, I think Sponge definitely had a cleaner game overall, but a couple of really key mistakes that unfortunately is still kind of that, even though he's been in the LCK for, you know, a full year now, you keep seeing those kind of challengery mistakes that a team like Hololive is always going to punish.
We got a little bit of time, and so I wanted to give the floor to Wadid here because he's talked about Ashe and how strong it is, and despite being pretty far behind, very impactful. How important was this, you know, this showing of Ashe?
Yeah, I mean, if you're a support player, everyone knows that, like, if your AD carry picks Kai'Sa blind in solo queue, man, like, do you really want to play that game? But Ashe, man, this champion gives you vision control, gives you slow, you can hit some skill shots really well, and also it engages, right? Even though Viper had some silly mistakes, as I mentioned, but he's still making a play by himself, and I think that helped a lot, like, especially when you're playing Nidalee. Even though your Nidalee is fat, it's really hard to set up really well around that champion because always you have to land a skill shot. I think it's really hard to land a skill shot, especially on his Nidalee. But I think Ashe helped so much, so I think that was the factor that they could win in Game 1.
Yeah, we've also seen Peanut come back from way bigger deficits in his career, so it's definitely something that we've seen many of his teams have as a consistent strength. And it's also like Hololive having... If it was just this game, I don't think we'd be quite as harsh. But the reality is, this is a team that's the reigning LCK champion, now coming into LCK Cup. And they had what many would consider, me included. I think Zeus has been, at worst, the second best top laner in the world, at least internationally. Obviously, domestically, he's had some TF-related incidents. But he has been incredible. And still, we're not really seeing that. And it's funny because I think Zeka thus far have been quite rough, had a really good Corki game, but then the bot lane is struggling. We still haven't seen peak Hanwha, and I want to see that. Like, we're getting deep into the LCK Cup. I need to see them step it up and deliver the level of play that I'm expecting from a team with these players.
Yeah, we want to see a little bit more fight from them, and now we've got a little bit of fighting on the Korean desk.
Yeah, basically, I think Cloud Templar was singing, right? And he's actually first timing analyst desk, but he's doing so much well. Like, he's even singing well. So like Helios is like, oh my god, I'm about to lose my job. Stop doing that thing, you know? Like, yeah, I think that's the context out of
I'm glad we keep tracking up on what the Korean desk is doing. That's wonderful.
Yeah, we're keeping up on Cloud Templar's trip around the world. Again, from the casting desk now to the hosting desk, maybe Nobel Prize for writing. You know who's going to give us a Nobel Prize on analogies about Mario Kart? Let's send it on over to Atlas and Wolf.
I liked the segue. I could feel the machinations of it happening while it was happening, but you got there in the end, and that is the main thing. And it was beautiful. And yeah, here we are, ready to dive into this draft for game number 2. And yes, I'm really glad that we really illustrated just how weird and wonderful game 1 was. And yes, please, can we tidy up some video games moving into this game number 2?
I'm hoping so. DRX do have blue side now. Not as strong as game 1 blue side, but still strong. As those heavy weighted Skarner and Callista bans will still be required.
The Xin Zhao first ban.
Zhao and the Poppy, which feels like a Peanut ban actually in this situation. But probably isn't.
Delight's been pretty good on the Poppy as well.
And Peanut's just been one of our best jungle Poppies, so I always associate the pick with him.
Yeah, true.
Ezreal gone, one of Viper's favorites. And let's see what this final ban is.
Feels like a lot of throwaway bans here on the blue side, to be perfectly honest. I think we'll have some pretty high-powered picks, even though this is game number 2.
Mbessa's been one that Rich likes to play when the Cassante isn't available, but I don't know if his first pick territory.
Vi is, but yeah, Mbessa.
Vi is up, and I think Sponge should take it. I think it's pretty easy with the mid-champs that are left available to build something with this pick, and he will take his opportunity.
I think this is a great choice just because it unlocks Yukal's best picks, right? Like, his Talia is so good, always has been. He can be on a little bit more forward-leaning champions like the Ahri, perhaps, like getting some mid-game advantages, leveraging Sponge and Yukal to try and boost them into a later stage situation that's a lot better than last time. That could certainly be good news. But Galio, certainly a lot of power here for HLE.
I think that Galio is super good into any type of dive composition because of his defensive capabilities and also how well he can, ult in and save a situation. I don't really associate Zeka with the champion or champions like this, but we'll see how well he pilots it. I love the Varus with such an already robust frontline and anti-dive in the Galio.
Yeah.
You have the range to back it up. Viper's been known to play a very good Varus, the lethality Varus in particular, in recent times. Now, Rumble here could make the Galio pivot to a different lane. It's definitely a possibility.
That's what I was thinking. It's a bit dangerous locking in the Rumble here, even though if you don't, then you're never going to get it, right? So, not a bad choice.
It's interesting just considering, Rumble likes to play into Cassante. Sometimes the Mbessa, both are banned. So, and with the Galio's flexibility, very face up here, and Wukong often has a good time into the Rumble just because it's so squishy, so easy to get on top of, not a lot of mobility, and the Warrior's Trickster can allow you to get out of that equalizer pretty quick and close the gap.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Harpoons and stuff like that. So
you also have a lot of synergy with the Galio just in general because you have the ability to go into stealth. You can position the heroic entrance pretty consistently.
Getting the Misfortune over the Talia is a little bit weird for me because all the reasons you mentioned earlier and how good Yukal is on the pick and what the Vi setup they have, plus the Rumble, it doesn't feel right. It's a lot of magic damage. Maybe that's what DRX was like, I don't know if we necessarily want this in this comp, but it feels pretty obvious.
The Anivia band, very cute.
Very cute. We don't know what the support is going to be just yet for Delight in this scenario. Feels weird to ban the Anivia right now, especially considering that
I think Rakan needs to be banned.
I think it needs a look, but I mean, both the Leona and the Nautilus are also pretty good. Poppy's banned.
All right. So Poppy's already banned. So
yeah.
So yeah, no, the Rakan stocks are through the roof, aren't they?
I think Rakan looks good, but also, you know, anything anti-dive feels very fantastic here. The Aurora...
Oh god, where is the Galio going?
I mean, it'll probably follow the Rumble, you'd have to guess. But Aurora feels pretty good into Rumble too. If you can space correctly, it can actually be very difficult for the Rumble. So much flexibility here for Hanwha Life, and they're the ones who get the final say on following that last pick. You know, here, whatever this is going to be for UCAL. The Yone was what comes to mind because they do have the Rumble already and a ton of magic damage. See if that's what he's going to go for here. He's had some heroic performances on the champ.
Yeah, will be the pick into the Aurora, so it can be a bit punishing in that lane, but still, UCAL going to go for it.
Yeah. So, ends up being, I feel like likely...
And they pick away the Rakan. I wasn't expecting this Rakan to last much longer. They sort of have to lock it away here.
Misfortune Rakan into a Varus plus X comp sounds a little bit tough.
Yeah, I mean, playing into the HLE comp, though, if it had Rakan, also sounds next to impossible.
Also, a Rumble trying to stop dives and a lane swap sounds a little bit tough, too. There's that Nautilus I was talking about. Man, I feel like Hanwha Life, this time, they really ended up with the way better draft.
They've kind of run away with it. The one saving grace I would have for DRX is the fact that the quickness charm is so good with bullet time and equalizer. So if they can get all their ducks in a row and make this combo work, you can then layer a Fate Sealed over the top of that as well and really wombo combo them to death. But that requires so much teamfight coordination. It requires HLE to be out of position, and I just don't know whether that is going to be something that's going to be possible.
They do finally swap the Galio back to mid. I think it would have been great in top lane. I think both feel great. That's the problem for me here. I'm just like, man, Hanwha could do almost anything they want with this comp as long as they don't get womboed, right? Like you're saying. And for DRX, it's so, their whole composition is so reliant on every single cog in the machine has to be polished perfectly, has to be lined up exactly correctly. If there's any jam in this comp, it just falls apart like a house of cards because it just doesn't function on its own. It has to have the right setup. The equalizer has to follow up on the Vi ultimate, the Yone ultimate, the Misfortune ultimate. There is no front to back. There is no like, oh, we'll slow play this. No, you go in, and if you're behind, you're doomed.
Yeah. I'm a little bit worried for DRX on this one, but they do have blue side. Maybe they can utilize that to get themselves some early advantages in this one, but most of it is just draft related. So we're out of that now, and this is what you're staring down the barrel of. Does feel like HLE do have a bit of an advantage here. We'll see whether they can make that work on the Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for what could be the final game of the day, unless DRX make a comeback victory in this one. Rich getting a very deep ward here, as Viper is going to spot Teddy, who might have just been looking over his shoulder or something like that. He can now go back home, though. They do get the deep vision that they're looking for, though, so a lane swap will be detected by HLE.
No way for the opposite to be true, or for not to be true as well with the ward that Rich got there.
Yep.
I guess you could like path through the jungle and avoid it, but
there is one path through top lane they could avoid vision.
It's just not likely to take that path. It's good ward coverage here from DRX.
Yep.
So they will see this Nautilus right now, instantly pinged. So they're going to go back to the bottom lane because you don't want to deal with that Varus.
Well, Zeka will find UCAL here, as both top laners have realized that it is lane swap territory, and so they're in mid lane.
And we're going back to the bottom lane as Teddy and Nandil seen on this ward. As they basically just wanted to not be where Varus is, and we had to do a little bit of zigzag to make sure that was the case, but ultimately they got to the lane they wanted.
All the minions actually were picked up by HLE, but the first three melees, I'm not sure whether they were in range. Of course, range was buffed a little bit, so I might be wrong.
I mean, if you look at Teddy's XP, it looks like not.
Yeah.
So I don't think they got any of that. And so they're going to be a little bit behind there. There's no laner against either of these duos right now, as they were having a little party in mid lane, as top laners like to do. They just want to have fun.
Yep.
Top laners just want to have fun. I'm pretty sure that's the song. Yeah.
I have heard that song before.
Yeah, it was a big hit in the 80s.
It was. It was weird because it was before top laners existed, but they were just ahead of their time.
Cyndi Lauper was always ahead of her time, let's be honest.
She certainly was. Certainly was.
The song Time After Time is also about top laners.
Oh, that reference was right there, and I just wasn't quite fast enough. Oh, man. Oh, what a shame. I actually heard a cover of that song very recently and was like, damn. What a banger.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good.
80s music, I think, it's one of the greatest eras.
It's the Super Nintendo of music, you know? It's just,
right?
It's always going to be good. Like, doesn't matter if the graphics aren't as good.
yeah. It's sort of timeless, you know, because they're just platformers anyway. All right, Viper takes a bit of damage here as Andal and Rich are at least trying to keep this wave in order. And meanwhile, on the bottom side, it's MF versus Aurora. So it could be a little bit of an explosive bottom lane if they do decide to trade a lot, but doesn't look to be the case. As HLE just going to be moving back. Gleaming Quills going slightly wide. And now some aggression. As in goes Andal as well. Stops Viper from being able to do too much in response. Great exhaust to stop that damage, but now Peanut's going to turn up. The flash comes out from Andal. Red buff ticking. It looks like First Blood not going to be going down here, but they have to go home now.
This is what I was talking about with the lane swap. If you look at the Aurora into the Misfortune on the bottom side, kind of just chilling, you know, doing fine. But in these scenarios against Varus with the Rumble, you're like, not really doing fine, not really enjoying it. You kind of have to be in almost melee range to Q the Varus, and he shoots far. And you have a Rakan, so if you don't hit that knockup, they're just going to out-trade you there. So unfortunately for Andal, he's summonerless now and just kind of homeless as well. He's like, I guess I go back to Misfortune. Good luck, Rumble.
Yeah.
So you don't really win either of these lanes. If you ended up not lane swapping, you lose that one. If the Galio went into the Rumble lane, you don't lose it necessarily, but you really struggle to get the advantages you want out of a Rumble. It just feels like there's just no good start to this game for DRX, no matter which way you look at it in terms of the draft. And it's not the first time we've seen this from DRX in a series like this, but they have often won with drafts like this anyway. So let's see what they can get done with it. Obviously, right now, small gold lead goes to Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, there's like, it's the wombo combo, right? Like that's what they're going to be sort of living or dying on, and that's not going to be relevant in a laning phase because you can't wombo combo when everyone is separate. So we'll just have to see whether they can actually get themselves into a position where all of those buttons can actually align. And they're going to need to do it relatively early, because otherwise the buttons just won't do enough.
Yeah.
Andal is just going to knock up Zeus here momentarily. And then Zeus is going to throw damage back to Teddy, and nothing else is really going to occur.
I want to see how many minions Rich gets under the turret in the top lane. We're
Yeah.
showing a little bit of action down here, but the real story is, like, can Rumble kill the minions?
All right, Jonas Strong, please give it to us.
Because, like, yeah, that's what's happening on the cross. Zeus is actually going to back here. Let's have TP. We'll see what he opts to do with it. Okay, just going to swap the lanes back.
Yeah, bit of a taunt comes down, Winds of War.
And look at their Peanuts pathing as well. That the Galio is level 6. Rich knows he can't be here.
Yeah.
And Zeus just TP's top, and they're like, all right, you can swap, but we can also get plates and zone the Rumble out. And Rich is like, so we can do the mid party again, right? Like, that party's still going. And Zeka's like, nah, man, we turned it off. It's a private party now. Lights are out, bars closed. She's like, but I want some XP. I need level 6, or they will come and kill me. Yeah, sorry, man. I think you're cooked. I think this draft is cooked a little bit.
And now it's just free grubs going over to HLE. They'll get all 3 of those, so that's an objective going over their way as well to even that one out. And they'll just continue tearing plates away from this top lane, now with the assistance of some grubs. Delight's going to hit this hook as well, only level 4, so it doesn't have the ulti. And DRX playing some severe catch-up, but they're not able to... like, the catch-up mechanics just haven't really been implemented in this game all that well. And it's just not really the thing. Okay, Vault Breaker to try and save it here. 3 versus 3. Ulti comes down from Zeus. He's doing so much damage as Andal might be sacrificed here. The flash out as Sponge gets underneath the turret, but they are just picking them off like fish in a barrel. Another one goes over to the Freljordian Bunny.
No level 6 for Rich. You know, he just doesn't have it.
Viper really doesn't want to flash, but he is going to have to flash. Justice Punch going to get the knock-up on to Yukal, and oh god, Delight just flashes in, throws out the anchor,
worry.
and down he goes.
Don't worry, Teddy, he's getting plate solo, so the plate gold isn't split. Surely he'll have a gold advantage, right?
Well, no.
Well, it turns out he's 500 behind. Because if you look the whole time, Teddy's like, all right, I'm pushing, hold on up there. And Rich, I mean, he did about as much as he could without level 6, to be honest. Like, he hit all of them with the full Q, and it just doesn't matter. He does it again, he's got his heat stacked up, it doesn't matter.
And he survives, right? So it's not like end of the world, but now Yukal tries to salvage the play. They force the flash.
Oh, he's got 6!
Oh, he does. So does Peanut. As Rich just gives him the thumbs up, says, oh, it's good to see you, buddy. I remember our Nongshim times. It was great. And Peanut says, top of the morning to you, and kills him.
It's like Nongshim lost today. So similarly to you, who are looking like you were likely to lose this one 2-0, as unfortunately DRX with this draft are really finding themselves down the hole. Now, if you look at the farm, you know, between Rich and Zeus, okay, it's even. There's super low eco. But you're playing a Rumble combo comp, so that's not really necessarily good. It's not great that the Aurora is also not very, accelerated, but it's the fact that the Varus is, and this comp is more defensive, and it just needs to survive. Feels like a huge win for Hanwha Life just in general. And the misfortune is it's just not been able to be with the team. And even in the early game, like, her combos are quite good, but when you're just getting run around the map and Teddy's just hitting a turret occasionally, you're like, I think this draft didn't really hit the mark. And I don't want to say it anymore, but you and I, it seems like just me and you as a duo, we've cast the drafts that fell on their face the most this tournament. Like,
there have been a few face plants where the draft is sort of coming together, and then, oh, we've fallen off a cliff.
Remember, this was also the team that drafted the Corki into the Caitlyn T1 game.
Oh, God, yeah.
We had to cast that one, and this one's not quite as bad, but...
And this is something that the coaching staff of DRX have actually spoken about. They mentioned about this in reference to their initial HLE matchup, as of course they were in opposing groups moving into this tournament. And so they were saying that, like, yes, there were some flubs strategically as far as where our drafts were concerned. We didn't quite have our tier list in order, didn't quite know what was the most powerful. I don't know whether we'd call this an upgrade.
Game 1 was fine.
At this stage.
Game 1 was fine. This one is a little bit more rough around the edges for me.
Yeah, Yukal going to get taunted, but not too much more is going to happen. And Zeker is just having a good time on this Galio. We know that he loves melee champions. I don't know whether Galio is going to fit that one, because it's never really been his thing. But he's looking pretty good on it right now. And HLE are just cruising, right? Like, if they do manage to get hold of this game with the composition like this, you can play defensively so incredibly well. Not only that, but you can also then find those opportunistic picks if you do have that vision control. So it's one of these compositions that feels really good when you have that control.
Yeah.
All right, Vault Breaker is going to connect onto Peanut. Hook goes wide as there's a bullet time. Down goes Peanut. So that is a great little pickoff here for DRX.
Combo number 1.
There we go.
They did it. They pressed the buttons. And now Zeus is just going to have to go side lane. He has his ult and teleport, but it just all happened too fast there. And it's difficult to actually execute the combo on Wukong because he has Warrior's Trickster and he has the Cyclone to defend himself. But they just were so fast it gave no time for Peanut to react. And it's Vi, so I mean, there's not much he could do anyways. Targeted, and he's going to just have to sit through it. And that he did, but... Fortunately, wasn't able to get away. Did commit his ultimate, but not his flash as he goes down. And that's Grubs going over.
Yeah, that'll be 3 for 3. And an extra feat of strength, or a third of a feat of strength here for DRX as well. Looking to get towards their first after losing out on the run to the 3 kills. And so it could be a pretty even game state as far as the feats are concerned. I think there are other things to be worried about here in this game as Yukal looking to try and stop Zeus from comfortably going back home, and he will be successful in that. Dash cannon done for the Galios. We have a look at this replay one more time as Peanut isn't allowed to play the game.
Yeah, Viper retreats here, and I think even if Viper chains a corruption instantly there, they probably still lose him. He just ults Teddy, and he's like, sorry, Peanut, can't do anything for you there. Looked like we were going to see Zeka look for a set play on the top side, potentially. Does decide to just walk there, though, and then they teleport Zeus bottom. I thought maybe they were going to try to collapse onto UCal. They have so much control over this dragon that they can kind of just freely let that bottom wave sit for a second. The Zeus TP's down. And he's about to hit Leandres. He's not quite there yet.
Oh, Cloud Soul. That's exciting.
That's different.
Very happy about that. Not going to be a Chemtech. Thank you very much, Ox. No Susja in the chat this time. Only Pogs. Absolutely amazing.
Another plate going to go
Rich
over.
is well and truly behind enemy lines right now as Zeus slips between the veil. And now Delight taking a bit of damage. Chains of Corruption do go wide as now the quickness ties up two of them. Bullet time to try and shred down these health bars. And it works. Andal will be going down though as Zekra's running amok in the back line. Rich going to be his next target as now Peanut trying to make his way out of there. Viper not going to be so lucky as the heroic entrance to join Peanut and the gang and another Justice Punch. Zeka just taking full control of the team fight while UCal is in top lane.
He doesn't have teleport, so he can't be a part of this bottom side fight. He is going to get some solo plate gold here a full minute before they fall off, so it might actually be able to get one more if he gets just enough time. As this feels like a nice plate bait, mate, as Rich is down there like trying to bait Zeus, and he loses a ton of his health bar here. And they knew that Zeus was going to be pushing up with the plate. He still gets his ult off. The equalizer is actually really well placed here. It's so difficult for anyone to follow up on Hanwha Life. The fact that Peanut survives here is really fortunate for them. Teddy does so much work in this fight between his ultimate and his spacing here. He is actually able to kite his way back and take Peanut out, but he still ultimately falls because Rich can't rejoin the fight. It was really close there. It was a nice setup there by DRX, but still outnumbered without UCal's teleport. UCal did not get an additional plate in the top side, just backed there for safety.
Yeah.
And the gold lead here, it's still only 1,000 really for Hanwha Life. It's still a playable game because of the combo nature of DRX, but you know, you really want to be kind of snowballing this one a little bit harder, and they were kind of fighting with one hand tied behind their back from the laning phase. I still think it's a winnable game if they can make some nice combos happen, if they can get some more catches, but now the Aurora is just giga big.
Yeah.
Despite not having a ton of farm early, now up 20 CS over the Rumble. Still down compared to the mid laners, but 3 kills more than make up for it.
There is the fact that it's Teddy that picked up all the kills this time around. We did see Andal in the last game picking up 6 of the early kills, which translated into not a whole lot. This is the AD carry getting fed. And we know Teddy has been a bit of a fountain laser in the past. See whether that can be a repeat.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Misfortune the type of champion that allows for that, but maybe, you know.
I mean, it's a comp that is built around it, though.
True.
So maybe there are going to be some opportunities. We saw him full channel the ulti in that last exchange.
He's a fountain cone.
Yeah. Well, now Andal's in a bit of trouble. Doesn't exactly get a whole lot of quickness value as UCal ties him up with the ulti, but then immediately explodes. The bullet time this time does get fully channeled, but into the air and not into the enemy champions, which is a negative. They want positive outcomes.
If Teddy was just a little bit closer and was able to channel that through UCal's attempted ult turn there, maybe there's a chance to get the trade back there. And turrets do a lot of damage on this patch, don't get me wrong, but we're 15 minutes in, so starting to get some of that health stacked up, starting to get those levels through. You can tank it in those moments, and unfortunately for UCal, there's just no way out. And you can see there's completely outnumbered. Andal does his best here to try to buy time, but you're playing into the Nautilus, you get rooted.
Oh,
good ult
Viper. Viper just perfectly sidestepped both of those abilities, and therefore DRX looks silly.
And I also just think he wouldn't have died even if he got clipped there necessarily, but he just doesn't get hit. And Teddy, if he was like just a little bit faster to be there and was able to channel that over the champions, it would have been closer.
And this is... I remember this, right? Like, this is Lethality Varus. This is the Viper that broke the hearts of the Dom1 Kia fans in 2021, right? This is the guy that was playing late-game Lethality Varus and just obliterating. These are the kind of movements that he had. It's good to see him back. Of course, was a bit hard on himself throughout the group stage of this tournament because he wasn't feeling like he was at his best. Certainly having a good time in this game. As nice steal there from Sponge. Gets the smite down. Peanut looks a little bit silly. That's the real one, and he just gets ulted. Zeka gonna move over, finds a 3-man taunt, but Teddy's not taunted. Peanut trying to get himself out of there, finds the Cyclone as Viper is the one who soaks the ulti. Peanut almost makes it out. This is so weird. I don't know what's going on, really. As the bullet time once again, that's gonna wipe out Viper. And now Delight walking on in, wonders where the rest of his teammates have gone. Zeus has a fair bit of damage, but there are a lot of bad guys. And down goes Delight. UCal going to turn up as well. And what just happened to HLE?
Let's just call it a happy accident if you're a DRX fan. If you're a Hanwha Life fan, you're just as frustrated as you were in the early game of Game 1, as that was a disastrous fight. And look, you ended up losing out the smite, but you don't have to deny the eye just because you ended up getting your objective stolen, as they're just not set up. UCal interrupted Zeka's ultimate with a knock up there, so he's not able to actually rejoin his teammates. He's isolated and dies. Rich has the teleport flank, sets up the equalizer, and just makes sure there's really no retreat path here for Hanwha Life Esports. So going back all the way to the beginning, Viper's positioned well here. Smite steal comes through. And then instead of just leaving, Peanut's like, we deny this eye. I'm like, well, Viper went mid, man. You're all by yourself. And then Zeka goes up here, as we do have a Galio being pushed down line, but it's fine. And the ultimate is interrupted here by UCal's Q3. So Zeka cannot get out. He dies basically in a solo kill. And then Viper is isolated. Great knockup from Onduo. Played this fight really well. Rich also shows up, so there's just no way out. And unfortunately for Zeus and Delight, they fight their hardest, but there is just, unfortunately, no winnable situation here.
Yeah, and Ando's getting so much value out of this. Rakan really does feel like the pick of the draft, right? Not picking it on R4 might be something that comes back to bite HLE.
For sure. And it wasn't looking, you know, like it was going to make a huge impact when we were watching some of those early game plays, but when sloppy fights break out, and your comp is the one that's really simple to execute, divide and conquer or wombo combo, they can do both. You really have to be respectful in this case. I think Peanut should have let that eye go. I think Hanwha Life should have been willing to be like, well, we lost this one, better just get out and continue to have a lead in this game, because now the gold is even, and it's a very playable game for DRX.
100%. And this is the time of the game where they're pretty happy to start getting these fights working, right? Like, the combos are up and available, and they're in a position where they can actually leverage it, because there's an Infinity Edge on Teddy. He's got Infinity Edge and Bloodthirster now completed. This guy is exceedingly strong.
He's certainly looking to do big work in this game, and when you have that IE second item, even without your ultimate, you do such big damage to any target on the other side. Can help break through even the Galio's health bar, the Wukong's health bar. The biggest enemy of DRX right now is the fact that Rich cannot really tango with Zeus on the side, and Zeus will crush him. He's sitting on 2 items. He has his Shadow Flame completed. He's 4-0 and 3. He is absolutely ready to bonk Rich if they interact with each other. So Rich is just going to kind of have to clear waves and hope he has a shadow of either his support or his jungler to make sure he can be in that side. Otherwise, he's just going to be constantly shoved out. And that's a big pressure point that Hanwha Life have with this really fed Aurora right now in this game.
Yeah, Zeus actually playing pretty apprehensively.
He's like, I don't know where Vi is,
something
so
is up.
It's a little scary. He has no vision of that tri-brush. Very smart from Zeus, I think.
I think also smart from Rich to not want to actually fight anything. As you can see, Zeus going to be moving up to help take down this Rift Scuttler. And we do have Artican up in 1 second's time. That should be the voracious variety, ladies and gentlemen. As HLE probably not going to be starting this one immediately, but it might be a point of contention between both of these teams in the coming minutes.
Yep. As, I mean, right now, obviously, Sponge is topside, so we'll need to get down there if they want to fight for vision here. And UCal, once again, up in the side lane, does not have teleport. Zeka doesn't either, but he has Galio's ult, so can get there kind of a moment's notice if he can rotate quickly enough. I don't think we're starting Otacon anytime soon, but the fight for vision down there is really important, and DRX would love to blow over the last part of that outer turret to get some of that gold and map control. So there's going to be a lot of tension around this Dragon Pit, even though Dragon isn't up and the Otacon isn't really takeable at this point. If Rich were bigger, you know, they could do some tricky stuff and try to threaten it, but he's just too far behind in this one. I mean, 3,000 to be exact. So this Rumble certainly isn't going to be doing any Otacon burn anytime soon.
No. There is Teddy with a 1.5k gold lead, though. That is the biggest deal if you are a DRX fan. And Viper also might be in a little bit of trouble. Of course, Sponge does have the smite him on the way in to avoid the shield really doing anything. So, can be a dangerous situation. This Varus certainly feels like a bit of a sitting duck when the Vi is up and in his face. Is okay. Bit of a taunt from Zeka, finds a bit of a combo. Nicely done. But it's just the 1v1, trying to keep this Yone at bay in the side lane.
It's so funny the near disasters that can happen down around this vision control fight on the bottom side. And the fact that UCal is kind of keeping Zeka at bay here while also making sure he doesn't step too far forward. It's a tightrope walk that DRX have to play.
while also trying to get that control, get that turret down. And, you know, in longer fights with Viper having the poke advantage and the range advantage, there's just so many ways this can go wrong for DRX. The fact that they're able to win that fight, to bring themselves back into it, punish Hanwha Life over that Herald, and kind of maintain gold parity right now is so huge. I still think they're on a bit of a back foot because of that Fed Aurora, but like I really had almost written the obituary on this one, and after one big mistake from Hanwha, they may have that Wombo team fight. Like, Teddy is so fed that if they have a good setup for him, he will just rip through Hanwha Life. So Hanwha also have to be super cautious. I mean, this is a play-ins match, right? Winner advances directly, losers go into that lower bracket. So you really want to win this one. It's a tense atmosphere. But DRX are probably feeling like, oh, got to keep it together. Like, we've really got a second lease on life here. Let's not mess this up.
Yep, there's extra pressure as well because they then need to immediately win another game after this. It's tomorrow. Going to be even on the... no, I'm just saying within this best of 3, right? DRX is still fighting back, and this is taking everything from this team.
Yeah, after, of course, playing yesterday. So it's a crazy schedule. You know, there's a lot on your mind. It's a very tense tournament format where you get an extra chance here, and maybe they'll be able to seize on it, as it is really just a vision fight right now.
It is vision getting cleared, then vision set up, then vision cleared, vision set up.
UCal was able to buy enough time to get his TP back. DRX looking to start this up. Rich burning Peanut, and this is as good of an opportunity to set up that Wombo combo, I think, as you're going to get.
Yeah, Zeka does have teleport. You mentioned some teleports being back up and available now, giving added flexibility. Could be an evening out on the Dragons as well, unless HLE have something to say about it. Arakan is still getting mad, and Delight will be moving on over. Handle not taking too much damage there from Zeus, but Delight getting the information that Sponge is in this pit, and I don't think he's allowed to be in here for much longer. See whether Peanut can get some sort of steal, or whether Sponge just has to get out of there and concede this part of the map. UCal gets over, great knock-up, but it's still Peanut with the hands, able to get that smite out just in time.
Really tough to turn onto an engage on the Viper, because like you said, you need to use that smite to take off the Edge of Night, so you don't want to be smiting the Dragon and also looking for that turn. So it's a really tricky tightrope to walk there for Sponge, and he ultimately does just back out and they give the Dragon away. It's sole point here for Hanwha Life. The composition that would love that extra movement speed, especially Wukong when he presses R with that soul, is going to get so much value out of it. But you just have to give this up, because one lost team fight means your chances of moving on today, going to that third game, dropped to 0, basically. You had a second lease on life. You were given that opportunity. Play it, so maybe Hanwha will mess it up. Maybe you'll get a better opportunity. I think they might have wanted to try to force a fight on Otacon themselves, but they opted for the Dragon instead, backed away, gave Hanwha Life that control back, and now once again it's a vision fight on the bottom side.
Yep, Otacon, the next thing on the minds of all of these players. Mainly Zeus, who's just standing in the pit alongside it. Control looking to be cleared out here by Andal, as the rest of HLE, they want to try and take down UCal, who's utilizing this split push Yone. Get something done. Sponge going to be chasing after him as Fate Sealed coming on through. And yeah, UCal, I don't know whether he's going to be able to do enough tricky stuff to get himself out of this. However, Delight is also in trouble. That is a 1-for-1, as the heroic entrance onto the corpse of the Nautilus is not going to be able to keep him alive. So 1-for-1 trade. Mid lane for support, probably still good for HLE.
And
Rich is able to take this turret,
Yeah, this actually worked out really well for DRX, all things considered, because they knew Rakan showed, so Andal shows like, okay, let's push topside. Rich needs a shadow, otherwise he would not be anywhere near Zeus. They know the Rakan is there, so they're like, okay, let's go topside instead, try to catch this Yone. They're successful, but Delight caught as a straggler, and I don't think that's possible unless Teddy is this giga big to just basically two-tap him like that. So down Delight goes, and DRX turn it into a 1-for-1 scenario, as UCal also does a great job at buying time here for that rotation to happen, so they can cut off Delight. As, you know, ideally here he wants to just buy as much time as possible. It's a setup from Sponge. Teddy comes over and just look at Delight's health bar. Bam.
Yeah.
See you later. And then they get out with the Galio ult wasted.
Yeah, so not really going to be able to act on that one. Still, without the mid laner, they're not going to be able to do too much more there either. As Viper, that's a -1 in the chat. DRX still, I think, poising to get themselves into position to start something. I want to see this Wombo. I want to see it actually work.
Sponge is giving me a heart attack with some of the brushes he's trying to lurk in without vision.
Oh, that's a bit rude there, Peanut.
Well, small victories picked up. The gold is a lead for DRX at this moment in time. Technically, okay, now it's back. I mean, that's how close it is. You know, you can't really trust the UI because it's flipping back and forth so quickly. UCal's given a lot of extra time here. Zeus is rotating over. That's a big wave that he's going to have to deal with. And DRX are just not willing to pull the trigger on trying to set up an Otacon combo. Like they've had a few opportunities where they have bottom side control and Han will have to respond top side, and then they could like look to set up that combo in a choke point, and then they kind of just chicken out. And I think their whole game plan is starting to feel like Hanwha Life will mess this up. And, well, I mean, we saw it happen once this game already, but I think eventually this Varus's poke is just going to be so much more valuable than your Misfortune combo when we get to even footing on some of these objectives, like the Otacon, like the Baron that's already spawned. It's a very slow game. We haven't had a kill really in a while. We had those trades topside, but we haven't had a team fight, to put it frankly.
We had 20 kills, but I feel like they all happened 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy. Zeus highest level in the game, very close to max actually, as he is 3 levels up on Rich. Being mainly the one side laning into Yukao though, which does make some sense.
Rich has gone so unpunished this game, which is the craziest thing to me, is they're just going to start Baron.
Okay, well, Peanut is going to get information as to what's going on here. Gets the control ward in, and it looks like DRX will be backing away.
It is just wild though that Rich has been able to sit in the side lane against an Aurora that's 2 levels up on him for so long because Ando kind of shadowed him a little bit, and Hanwha Life didn't have enough vision to actually try to look for a punish on this Rumble. They were just too scared to do it. So he hit 2 items kind of freely, despite being 3,000 gold behind. He's still a 2-item Rumble. That's going to work well with these combos, with the Misfortune ult, with Yukao's ult coming through. And, like, I feel like a miracle may just happen, Atlas. Like, I feel like DRX, I mean, they're 500 gold ahead. They're on a timer here, but maybe they can get it done. They've got the setup here now around Otacon and this Cloud Dragon, the soul for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, this soul is actually so important. It basically turns Galio into the old Galio, where you used to be able to flash taunt, and it actually worked because he moves so quickly after he ults in. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. Sponge trying to deny that one.
Got phase rush too. He's fast Galio.
Yeah, this is a speedy gargoyle. As Otacon is going to lose interest. And Hook going to connect there. Chains of Corruption going down there as well. As Sponge taking the kitchen sink. Equalizer to bring Viper out of this fight completely. And Ando might be able to knock down Zeus, but he gets to the other side of his wall, exhausted there as well. Can't utilize it anymore as Rich finds the value. In the meantime, though, Teddy does fall down. Delight moving back towards this fight as Zeus single-handedly removing 3 people from the battle.
Yeah, that was kind of insane. And now teleport being committed here from Zeka. They want to take this dragon at the very least. I think that's a reasonable ask. The Otacon, on the other hand, might be a little bit tougher to pull off, although Rich is fairly low. Is going to back away. They might be able to get both from this, but man, that fight was a lot closer than I think it had any right to be, especially with Teddy just getting completely cut off there. Sponge dying first. Teddy wanted to set up the combo there on that flank angle, but DRX were just not on the same page, and Hanwha Life get away with this. No teleports for the side of DRX, and they just have enough damage to take this one out. This Aurora is so huge.
Yeah.
I thought maybe they'd let it be, but they just know. They know there's no TPs. They know they have enough time. DRX running as fast as they can.
It's down to 5,000 health. They are sort of slowing the DPS. And as you can see, without the Varus there, they don't quite have the damage.
Oh
now
my
Sponge
God.
is going to get into position. Peanut down to 50%. It's going to be a 50-50. The taunt comes through. Peanut locks it down this time as Zeka goes golden. And remember, they have recalls now. The Winds of War come in. Rich, he goes golden as well, but he is in so much danger. Viper might be able to get some revenge, and he does so. Yukao looking to try and ult his way out, but unfortunately, it's his fate that's getting sealed here today. It's a double kill for the Varus, and HLE, I think they've broken the backs of DRX in this one.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that Miracle Game 3 is going to come to fruition here, as Delight will take an extra turret shot to keep as many minions alive as possible here so they can try to look for the inhib.
All right, they're going to look for it. There is the bullet time. It connects, and Viper is going to be sent home. There's the heroic entrance. Oh, Teddy just gets flattened like a bug, and they take down Sponge as well. No one dies because, of course, with Otacon, you cannot. And HLE will continue to move forward, ace in hand. Andal has just spawned, but he's not going to be able to stop this from going down.
I mean, Andal... Okay, we're going to watch this fight first, not the actual fight that ensued on the Otacon itself, but look at where Teddy is here trying to set up with Sponge. As the AD carry, you need to have a little bit more setup than this with this combo. They're just completely split, and so Teddy gets killed. Zeus 1v3 says, yes, Rich will take out the AD carry, but it's just a numbers game. You are not going to win in this composition with DRX anymore, especially with Zhonya's on the table. And we will watch this part as well. It's a very, very straight up 50-50 here. 23 health, fortunately for the side of DRX, but they just don't have the control they need. And Teddy is just not here. You know, he died in the previous exchange and was not back in time. Azondel's likely to follow the same fate.
Yeah, it's the old out of a replay into a death that we were seeing in our previous series. This time, unfortunately, it's Azondel that does fall down. And
I was just saying, they got a lot of the Otacon buffs down. It's only Peanut and Zek, I believe, who still have them, but I just don't think you ever get to contest this Baron.
Yeah, Peanut doesn't, I don't think, but he does have a GA, so...
Oh, that's right, yeah, that's
still totally fine, but like you say, Zeka still has his, so he can just play defensive duty, and this Baron will be going down. There's nothing to stop Peanut from taking this out. And there it goes. So this is where sort of the floodgates open for HLE. They can now take down the last remaining structures. Mid lane outer turret is still up, which is absolutely insane. Sponge able to sidestep that anchor as he was looking for a mental flank angle. I think that's the stage of the game that they feel like they're up to, as Peanut getting on in there. The ulti comes through from Zeus, who's tanking the turret about 1,000,000 times. Goes golden in the nick of time to get out of dodge. Even flashes out of the bullet time, and then goes between the veil. What the heck was that, Zeus? That is unfair. Teddy gonna get hooked and murdered. Zeus does eventually fall, but he bought enough time. As Peanut goes into his GA, he is not phased about this one. The knock up, the taunt, everything. And Rich goes down. UCal deals with some minions. The Winds of War don't quite manage to land, but remember, the soul is unbound. And can they kill him? Yes, they can. The piercing arrow is going to come through as Peanut tanks the turret for just long enough.
Oh, for DRX, man, always so close in this game, but not enough. Thought perhaps they'd get one more Hail Mary, one more miracle. But Zeus said no. His movement there in those final moments,
How did he live, man?
I just don't even know.
I just don't even understand.
Is he cheating?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, all right.
Hold up.
Taking a lot of damage here. Zandal just throws down the quickness to buy some time.
Teddy's up in 2, but he doesn't have ult.
Yeah. This Nexus turret, not long for the world. They do respawn now. Just don't know whether the Nexus does.
Teddy's about to have flash, but he doesn't want to go in, and there's the TP.
That's a teleport. All right, Zeus doesn't have his ultimate, and down goes Peanut. Okay, Zeus, what was the plan? The plan was die, as Sponge almost does the same thing.
Which Zeus play was more impressive? I don't know. It was like what Chronicler said yesterday. It was a Zeus, what was that? To a Zeus, what was that? Except it wasn't Zeus yesterday. I forgot who it was. But anyway.
It was someone, but that was a very good line.
I just had to, it was so good by Chronicler, I had to say it again. This was messy. Teddy had flash, so he was able to snipe somebody. Peanut was the target he was able to find there. Zeus TPs in and dies. The Nexus turrets will respawn eventually. That's like the most timers I've ever seen on the bottom left of the screen ever, but they're there.
Are we flipping?
For Elder, 45 seconds, you bet it.
Oh, that's...
You bet on it, Atlas.
This is Challenger, baby. I think that's where we're getting.
Remember,
these are not a lot of Challenger players in this particular match.
Critically, Viper has Edge of Night, has Flash, okay? Teddy does not have Flash.
And he's got a chainsword, which is pretty cool as well.
That is pretty cool. Getting the Edge of Night before a fight could be huge.
Corruption goes down. That is going to be QSS. On cooldown now for UCal, but glad he bought it.
This is actually about to be crazy. This is the game-deciding fight here.
And I thought we already had that.
I thought we had it twice. I mean, we did, but Hanwha said, well, hold on, one more. I'll give him one more.
Oh, God. Peanut may have just phased
No.
Oh, no, he ulted a clone! Oh, dear. Okay, Sponge able to Vault Breaker his way out as the bullet time doing a lot of damage. The Wombo comes in, and they lose 2 for 1. Now, the heroic entrance wasn't actually invested there as Zeus goes golden. Zeka looking to try and pick up Rich, but he goes golden in the nick of time, and Teddy is the fountain laser they've been waiting for. Viper, you're going to have to keep your cool, buddy, because this is going to have to be a clutch situation now. The Elder has now spawned.
Wait, the snipe!
Oh, God, okay. Viper's flashing. He finds the hail of arrows. The Chains of Corruption back off cooldown. The Justice Punch doesn't feel like justice anymore. DRX will lose Teddy, and the game is now over. I thought we were going to have that hype moment around the Elder, but we don't.
No. It was a bit of an AD carry show-off battle, but Viper's the last one standing in the end. He gets the last laugh on this one. And Hibs respawn, though, in the bottom lane. Rich has good wave clear. Can they actually do Elder?
I think I got ahead of myself, Wolf. Because I think these Nexus turrets may actually have time to respawn. I mean, 3 seconds.
Yeah, they're coming back. They're coming back. DRX coming back. I don't know.
And he'll be coming back as well, but might be taking a bit of a nap for a while. As never mind. Does have the battle dance to get himself out of there. Rich may not be so lucky here, as Zeka is a brick wall in front of them and this Elder Dragon.
Are we sure we're watching LCK Cup? This is wild. They're starting up the Elder Dragon Atlas, and okay, Teddy up in 10, but he's not going to be here for this fight. I think they're just going to have to give it.
And look at Zeka. He's just walking by himself to say, no, you're not allowed to come here.
Bodyguard, bouncer, whatever you want to call him. He's just not going to allow anyone near that Elder. And with Viper, 10 kills, full build, Zephyr, I mean, feats of strength on the Zephyr.
Fancy shoes.
He also has now the Elder buff.
Oh, okay, another combo as the ulti comes through from UCal as well. Teddy going down solo. Remember, they're fighting into Elder Dragon, and the Dragon is hungry. It's going to be taken down too, as there's the heroic entrance. Pentakill for a Galio. It's the Quadra now, as Andil's looking to try and deny it, but look at how fast he is. That's Cloud Soul, boys and girls, as the Winds of War get the Penta for Zeka's Galio.
Oh, you love to see it. That's the way you want to end this game if you're Zeka. If you're Hanwha Life, I don't know if you're really happy with how the mid-game went and some of those mistakes you made, but they'll take it.
Oh, baby, that's one way to end it. This was absolute cinema if we've ever seen it. Nowhere near the cleanest League of Legends, but you know what you have to do? You have to kill 2 Nexuses in order to promote. They are now in the playoffs, and they'll be facing off against T1. And you know what I have to say to that? Good luck.
I don't know if is it a Viper POM or is it a Zeus POM?
Zeka just got a pentakill on a Galio. Just do it, you know?
Okay, fine.
His Corki did all the damages in the game 1.
Yeah, he did a lot of damage. I thought Zeus had a fantastic Narc
game in game
Zeus.
1. I don't know.
It's a Z. It's a Z player. We know that.
Yeah. Can confirm.
Four-letter Z player.
All I know is this was not the day I was expecting, Wolf. You know, I didn't really think it was going to be quite this mental.
I think the sad thing is, if you're not a DRX fan in general, like if you're a fan of any team, you're like a bro fan watching this, your takeaway from this, unfortunately, is even if Zeka gets a penta and points at the Hanwha logo and the crowd goes wild, is, man, Hanwha did not look clean. You know, I think that is going to be the takeaway. That is what everyone is going to remember for this series. And with how clean their counterparts T1 looked, I think there's a lot of work that's going to have to be done before that elimination match when we move into playoffs.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think it's night and day difference. I think Nongshim actually had some pretty good ideas and some like strategic choices. The gameplay wasn't up to par, but T1 just swatted them like a fly. This was different.
This was different.
I think the space will have some words to say about it. I want to leave that to them because I just kind of want to revel in the insanity that we saw in this game. As, yeah, there's Digon, and I kind of feel like, yeah, there we go. There's a Chronic Cam as well.
Digon with that hair, is he...
Where's Wadid?
Wadid is the one who's saying he's going to be like, this cannot happen.
Yeah, maybe Wadid's already ran over to Andil to say like, hey man, we need to tidy up this, and this.
Is he de blonde or is he blondie?
I want to call him Oblong.
Oblong? Oh, that one makes the most sense, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. We're gonna just, speaking of things that make sense, let's have a look at some of the highlights here of this game.
This was from 2022, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It feels like it was 3 years ago with everything that happened in this game. Teddy had, I mean, he tried. No one can take it away from him. This was arguably one of the worst moments for DRX in the mid-game, where they were dead even on gold and they got split apart here. Sponge got isolated. Teddy was punished. Rich, I feel like, did a lot with very little. He was 3,000 gold behind the whole game and still was able to follow up on some of those combos because he positioned well. He was super patient. This wasn't it, right? But then Hanwha dropped the ball several times and it looked like, oh, is there one more chance? Is there one more chance? Is there one more chance? Until there wasn't, but Hanwha definitely could have played a little bit more respectfully with their lead and played around the map a little bit instead of kind of just diving into the wombo combo comp.
Yeah, it did feel like Hanwha were just waiting for the, we need to try and get the Galio pentakill this game. So don't end, you know?
Flash and stand still, avoid everything.
And how did he actually, because he went back in, of course. That's how he died. because he had 100 health left that
Remember
he
the
wanted to
TP
utilize.
that we might see or we might not see moments later?
Yeah, hopefully we cut the video before that part.
Okay, we're cutting it.
Yeah, we cut it.
Yeah, this is unfortunately how Hanwha Life were able to get a lot of control over Elder, even though Teddy is like, look at this damage.
Yeah, this is the wombo that they were looking for all game, and it worked. We actually saw it. And even then, and it did good things. Like, it was great. They actually played out the fights well.
You know what?
And it didn't matter.
I think I should have voted for Zeus. I think I like voting for Zeka because he gets a penta and stuff, but like, he did also mess up his punch just there. But anyway,
you can change your POM comment to Atlas made me do it if you want to.
Yeah, that kind of feels like it's throwing shade on Zeka for some reason.
Oh, that's true. I mean, it's still fine. I think he'll probably still also win because this happened.
Maybe I should just say any 4-letter Z player would have been fine.
Yeah. I like that all he has to do is tag Andal with the Winds of War, and then the Dragon gets all of the work done for them. But you can see, like, look at HLE right now. They are not hyper celebrating like, oh my god, look at us, we're so good at this. This is relief. Yeah. And this is them understanding that they need to be way better than this if they want to get further in this tournament.
There's so much on the line for that T1 Hanwha match. It's the grudge match, right? It's the Zeus versus his old team matchup.
Oh yeah.
Peanut versus his old team from a really long time ago, but it is very much, I think, the match people have been waiting for, the ones that people were most hyped about. We didn't get it because the group battle, they were in the same group. And Zeka will pick it up in the end.
9-1-6 and an 8-1-15. There were some score lines.
And look, both of them played incredibly well. Zeka and Zeus, I think both votes make a ton of sense. And his quirky game, he did so much damage, and he was able to... He had some risky calls he made, for sure, like TPing in the middle of 5 people, but he got away with it. He wasn't punished, and the quirky did pop off, and he won on quirky, so that's a big boon. Pentakill on a Galio, that doesn't come around but once every half a decade, and I thought it was a very messy game for Hanwha, though, and that's going to be my takeaway. And I hate to say that about a win like this, a 2-0 win with a Pentakill, but you've got stiff opposition coming up. You've got T1. Eventually, you'll face D+ if you're going to win this tournament. We're going to have to see cleaner play.
Exactly right, but now we get to hear from Zeka himself, so let's see what they have to say about this performance.
LCK CUP Play-Ins Round.
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation joined by Zeka on the side of Hanwha Life Esports.
감사합니다.
Congratulations. Thank you.
네, 플레이오프 진출 먼저 진심으로 축하드립니다. 오늘
Congratulations on advancing to the playoffs. How would you rate today's match?
들어가기 전에 좀 괜찮은 경기력으로 마무리.
Before we go into the playoffs, I feel like we did pretty well, so I'm glad that we were able to secure a 2-0. So how was your first penta? It seems like you were really demanding it from your teammates. No, I wasn't aware that I was going to actually get a penta, but once I got close to it, I got really greedy and I really wanted it, so I had to get it. And in the process of climbing, DRX has shown some promising plays, and they looked pretty convincing today as well. So what about DRX did you take note of in preparation for today? Yeah, our most recent match was actually against DRX, and we thought that they were really good at trading and team fighting. So I think that's just something that we decided to focus on. And your Corki in Game 1 was quite clean. It looks like Corki's win rate is gradually going up. And we even got our first mid Corki win yesterday, so how would you rate mid Corki right now? Yeah, because Corki wasn't having a lot of good wins, I thought that Corki wasn't as good, but actually, just from yesterday, I thought that Corki looked really good. So I guess psychologically, you start thinking that Corki is bad when you see that there's not a lot of wins with him, but it looked so good yesterday that I had to play him. And it was a battle between the Super Soldier and the best blade of Korea, with lots of attention in the mid lane. We got a Yone versus Galio matchup in Game 2. How is Galio against Yone? You know, when it comes to a melee matchup, Galio is actually really playable against Yone, although not a lot of people might agree that he's a good matchup against Yone. So playoffs will be a best of 5, and you will meet T1 in the playoffs. So what do you think will be most crucial? Yeah, our first matchup will be against T1. It's going to be pretty tough, but they're also really good at team fighting and just fighting in overall. So I hope that we get to prepare ourselves for those trades. And I hope that we can work even harder to show an even better performance in the playoffs. And that's the end of the interview with Zeka, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. And that is the question. What do you think the score is going to be of that T1 Hanwha Life esports match? You know, got asked in the interview. Figured we'd just start the conversation now. You can do that in the chat. Welcome back to Space, Digon, alongside Chronicler and Wadid, as we break down this last match here in the best of 3 between DRX and Hanwha Life esports. And it's not great. It's not like...
Don't want it? I don't want it, Digon.
No, you have to do it.
I'm not
That's
gonna
your
be.
job.
I'm not gonna be too negative. I think that Hanwha 2-0, and that's what really matters. And we all have eyes. We all just witnessed that game.
Yes.
It was very fun. It was entertaining. And if Hanwha play that way against T1, they're gonna get it. And I, for the record, I don't think they will. I think that we have seen both Gen.G and Hanwha heavily underperform thus far, and it's not until I see them in a high-stakes series against actual opponents that I'd read more into it than they're just trying stuff out. But I mean, you can see it even on the players themselves as well. And with it, as an ex-player, maybe you can also kind of weigh in on when you win, but you know that maybe you didn't really...
No, I'm okay. No, I mean...
You've never had that?
I mean,
always peak?
Seriously,
I'm okay.
I mean, I don't want to be toxic, you know? I think you already been toxic enough. So I want to bring up some good part of HLE because...
Throw me under the bus!
Dark Cronny!
Because, you know what, like, we were worrying about the HLE a lot, but I think Zeka, who got just first Penta in his career, like, he performed really well. I think his consistency was the key when he was winning walls right now, back in the day, right? So I think the outcome that actually Zeka played really well in this series is a thing for HLE. It's gonna be a really good thing.
Let's take a look at the POMs from this last one. Felt like it could have been split. A lot of Viper love. So, you know...
I mean,
very weird because they were saying it was going to be Zeus or Zeka.
We all watched game 1, right?
Yeah? We saw Ash, right?
I landed the arrow.
His ultis were great. His ultis were great.
Arrows were amazing.
Yes.
But his laning phase...
No. I mean, it's still considerable. Like, I think he's one of the players that he always creates a chance, right?
Yeah, I'm just shocked there's not more Zeus votes. That was my initial vote.
There was 0.
And that's also who I voted for initially. Well, Peanut had a clean, clean series. Like, I felt that it was going to be between Zeus and Zeka.
Yeah. Well, I think this is the right call. The Penta call to be correct.
He also had an amazing series. Yeah. We saw his KDA. I think he made Corki look good. He played a clean Galio game. But to me, if you go back to a lot of those fights, Zeus's impact in both games, I think, was very heavily felt, even though his KDA was not as impressive.
Yeah, I mean, for me, as I mentioned, I really love like consistency from the mid laner. Always, if you want to win the tournament, you have a good mid laner. That's the thing in League of Legends. That's how League of Legends works, right? So I think finally Zeka activates his tournament mode on, and he's one of the robots made to play League of Legends good. So I really like to see him play good right now.
Yeah, it looks like we still got to flip some of the other switches for tournament modes for the rest of the team.
That is true. That is true.
Well, with Hanwha, it's so interesting because I feel like always 2 players are off in any given match. Because I think Zeka played amazingly today, but Zeka has also had series where just you kind of go, if all switches are on, this team is amazing.
Yeah, I think what Delight was looking like Barrel in game 1, where it was like 7 deaths, 8 deaths, or something like that. At some point, 30 CS down was Viper. It was very not fully there, but enough to get over the line. Cloud Templar. That was actually a Hexa-kill because he also killed that sick play. There it is!
There we go.
That's the one.
That's
He's
the
best seller.
That's the Desker Cloud Templar, by the way. So
he's taking all the jobs. It's great. All right. And here's Ponies. Remember, deep within the tank, a Viper lies in wait.
That's a cool show. You remember that? Anyone else watch that show? The mouse guys that are on bikes, right? On Mars. That's not a. No one watched that. Was it just a European show? That's a thing. But in this instance, it's a tank with a snake inside. That sounds cool.
What? The orange tank?
You guys don't help you. You guys don't have whimsy.
I can't help you. Here's the top highlight that started off 0-4, and it was pretty brutal after this.
It really was. What I really liked about Hanwha Life is that they didn't relent on their aggression in the early game after the disaster they had in game number 1. And I actually think that this was one of the occasions where we do see this team performing on all cylinders. I just think things got a little muddied up later on, but these early fights were so instrumental in setting up their very successful both AD carry and where the Zeka train started.
Yeah, and also you need to know that that Rumble was sharing XP with his support like most of the time, so he couldn't be level 6 for the fight, and I think that was the huge difference between those fights.
Yeah, there was also Ando was only what, level 3 or 4,
yes,
and his opponent was also, so they were basically 2 levels down, and one of those levels was an equalizer. Because if they do have that, then things might be a lot better. But for DRX, the early game macro just wasn't quite there.
Is it called Biker Mice from Mars? Is that,
yeah.
That's what it's called? Okay. All right. I don't know this one. Chat is saying,
Chat's got my back.
Let's rock and ride. Is that what they say?
There we go. That's the line.
All right.
But then instead now, I don't know.
Let's rock and ride. Well, it's time to ride with Wadid on yet another Wadid's Pro Tips. This one is our second highlight here, as it's the approach that DRX could have had on the third Drake.
Yeah, I mean, their rotation was not on point. They got vision control, but for some reason, Teddy gave up all the advantage and goes for bot wave, and Sponge hitting the Drake while Teddy goes for bot wave. But they still had a great chance of winning if Teddy ulted here to deal a damage and also denies them to come into the pit, so they can have they can actually finish the Drake, and also they can actually deny them to come into the pit. But instead of that, I think Teddy not doing any actions on this fight was really crucial. I think on this point they could actually win the fight and also get the objectives because they had the mid priority, they had the vision control. So it was one of the weird moments that why DRX is struggling, because yeah, the rotation was not on point.
And it really does feel like DRX, the moments where they lose feel weird, because they've actually had in this series a ton of great team fights. We saw this at the end as well. I think this comp was also maybe at times not perfectly executed, but they clearly knew what their win condition was. But it also goes back the way that they lost game number 1, where it was just like Sponge and Rich just randomly kind of died and then they lose the game. That's the type of gameplay that they can't show tomorrow if they want to overtake Nongshim and make it to the playoffs.
I mean, basically, they were not on same page most of the time, right?
Oh, that fight, what was it?
The Drake fight.
Oh.
The Atakan fight, probably.
Yeah.
Like, Sponge was just running in, and also Andil just randomly walks around, right?
It was like 5 screens away on a mega flank.
Yeah, and also Teddy just walks in and like just dies for no reason. And I think all those kind of mistakes can be easily fixed, by the way. You can just follow one call. Maybe you have so many different like in-game leaders. Maybe that's the issue. So I think they need to kind of fix that issue with just make it simple.
And the unique thing is when you think about tomorrow's matchup, which is a best of 5 between Nongshim and DRX, Nongshim looked out-handsed. They had some good ideas, but weren't really able to execute on them. In this one, DRX, hands were all in. Even with all those early game highlights that we showed, they battled back and stayed in the game. Hanwha Life left them in the game, but they took those opportunities. And now we get to see it here as we take a look at the bracket. Whoa. As it is T1 and Hanwha Life Esports that have qualified into the playoffs, and that leaves Nongshim versus DRX as our first ever best of 5 fearless match here in the LCK.
Like, I really hope it goes for a game 4 or game 5, so we can see more of interesting champions.
Yeah, things get really weird starting game number 4, so even a 3-1 would be pretty amazing. And yeah, both of these two teams on different days have shown us either like amazing UCL plays, Teddy highlights, and then Lahen's pulling out the craziest stuff, or Lahen's Blitzcrank today, which did not inspire, or the kind of disjointed nature of DRX. So I think that the best of 5 tomorrow is going to be dynamite. I don't know what type, but it'll be explosive.
I want to see more different kind of support champions. Like, I don't know. like Sion support or Galio support, Singe support. I mean, I think that's really great approach as well, because you pick it, you ban it. You know, like if you play one champion on support, then you can actually ban it for the mid laner.
Otherwise, later on, they get singed in top, which you can't give clearly.
And also, at best of 5,
Okay, so
at best of 5, we've seen best of 3's blue side be so dominant, but now we get to mind game that even further with the possibility of
red side, right?
Exactly.
What champion do you want to see actually?
I want to see Samira.
Samira is gonna happen?
Give me Samira.
You think?
The 80 carry pool gets pinched so hard.
If you want a close range 80 carry that's kind of melee and has circles, it's going to be Nila. Let's be real. Gio is playing tomorrow. And I think 80 carry and jungle are the two pools that are most easily pinched when you get deep into a fearless format, so I have to see what it's going to look like.
You ask me what I want, and then you say, no, you want Nila. Thanks for calling.
Well, in terms of actually getting a chance to see it, I don't want to get your hopes up for no reason, Digon.
Okay, well, I'll be excited for Nila tomorrow. That'll be coming at you. Again, it is DRX versus Nongshim for the final slot in the playoffs for the first ever LCK Cup. You'll see tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. Till then, take care of yourself.